Okay, once again, good morning and welcome to this conference. This is the 12th Social Ethics Society Conference. This conference is in partnership with Coriaso College. To start this two-day conference, let us pause for a moment of silence for our prayer. Despite this precarious and volatile situation, we are still blessed. There are many reasons to be thankful, especially for the gift of our life and for the opportunity that we are gathered here virtually for this conference. And of course, we still have job and source of our income, and we can still celebrate our friendship and also embrace our uniqueness as well as our differences and still be friends. And of course, we have this gathering. And so we pray for God's grace for this gathering as we thank the Lord uh, for this gift that we have. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Crown me with honor and glory, and you set all things under my feet. And I fly off from the world. My eyes look heaven. Then you're welcome, shine a light. Tomorrow as your moonrise, sunny on. Sweetness of all. How anxious and lonely the moments you comfort me, fill me with peace. And parents surround me. You're my light and my shield. As I sing my lost In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we have our national anthem. I will stop my sharing.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, pero sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyak ka ng pag-ibig, sa mandalupin, di ka pasisikin, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The source of pride and glory, vessel of God's love, instrument of God's compassion, Kor Jesu College. You form the youth for life, place them in God's heart, give them hope to face the world. Kor Jesu College. Kor Jesu College, you transform us to be witnesses of love. We say, Alleluia, Kor Jesu. You draw out the best in us, make us great but humble, contribute to care for the world. Kor Jesu College. To love and serve our country, cause its growth through us. That's your call for us to do. Kor Jesu College. Kor Jesu College, you transform us to be witnesses
Thank you so much, engineer or IT director, for helping me here in the technical. Again, good morning, everyone. To formally welcome us, we have Dr. Christopher Ryan Mabolok, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Social Ethics Society and Professor of Philosophy at Ateneo de Davao University. We give the virtual floor to Dr. Ryan Mabolok.
Pleasant morning to everyone. Let me begin with a few remarks. Allow me to mention Dr. Nima Rizai of Tehran University. He mentions that the nature of the problems that we deal with in society, in science, in philosophy, in morality is not a single disciplinary problem. If we are to define this problem, these problems are sophisticated, they are complex. There are two characteristics in terms of defining this problem. The problem is either well defined or the problem is ill defined. Yet our focus has always been on our specializations. And he mentions that there's a lack in terms of dialogue and cooperation. So what we have become actually is that we have been super specialized in terms of our areas of expertise when we are to deal with these problems. And we act as exclusive units without understanding how we must be able to overcome and define for ourselves the integrated nature of these problems that we are faced with. And so this brings us to the necessary distinctions between multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. The typical way of doing research is multidisciplinary. What this means is that we propose a method, yet with this method, there is that aspect that we must not go beyond what the method requires. And so we should be able to see reality as it is, analyze reality on the basis of the parameters and the categories that one finds in this method. For example, in phenomenology, we are supposed to see things as they are in themselves. So in this regard, the philosopher should be able to employ a method and must understand that his method is distinct from all other methods. The second dimension is what is called interdisciplinarity. And in this way, there is a parallel study of reality. I remember what was then called a philo-theo collaboration in our school. What is understood here is that there is supposed to be a common goal, but the discipline will have to maintain the identity and in that respect, the ways upon which they are to determine the meaning of the truth. And if I'm not mistaken, if we are to understand this means that from the viewpoint of religion, we are to seek the truth on the basis of the revelations. And in that sense, faith matters. And on the other hand, if we are to see the truth philosophically, then we must be able to use the competence of human reason. Now, there is a third aspect, and this is what Professor Rizai mentions in the book Integrated Science. It's called transdisciplinarity. By the word transdisciplinary, it means that one must go beyond the discipline. And so in that respect, we should be able to expand our horizon. I remember the motto of Linköping University in Sweden. It is to expand reality. We do not only see reality, but we expand it. We do not only see using our horizons, our perspectives, but our horizon and perspectives as regard to how we see reality should allow us to imagine and be more creative in terms of understanding what reality is all about. And so when it comes to transdisciplinarity, What we do, therefore, is that there is a shared goal in terms of research. There are what we call shared visions, shared commitment, and shared skills. What this means, therefore, is we do not stay within the discipline, but should be able to merge with other disciplines. And in this way, the philosopher should be able to work with the scientist. The scientist should be able to work with the policymaker, and the policymaker should be able to work with the bioethicist. The output in that respect is something that is not to be confined to one's discipline, but rather it is something that should be able to go beyond it. Insofar as our investigations actually concern people, our investigations are meant to change society, not only the perspectives of people, but the lives that they actually live. Applying the same to the context of education, it matters, for instance, to consider primarily the collaborative efforts that should be done between philosophers and those in the sciences. The fact of the matter, however, is that we give more weight to math and the sciences and less when it comes to philosophy, the humanities. And I believe that there must be equal weight and consideration when it comes to the values of this discipline. Now, primarily, when it comes to education, the role of the teacher is to be able to facilitate learning. And so the focus should not be on the dominant ways upon which we standardize certain aspects of education by means of testings, for instance, but rather we should be able to focus on those things that are not supposed to be measured, insofar as when we educate, we actually educate human beings. For example, examinations are not meant to obstruct learning. Rather, they should be able to develop the learning process. One important way of looking into this is the manner by which they do education in Finland and in countries that belong to one of the most developed economies, Sweden and Norway, for example. What they do is that in terms of the curricular approach, the learning process, the methods used in the classroom, the curriculum is primarily given to the teacher in terms of how the same is to design the content of his or her class outline. In this regard, there is the emphasis on the creativity of the teacher. Most Swedish think that the teaching should not be a secondary profession. It should come as a first profession, because as teachers, we are supposed to be intelligent and not just people who are looking for a job. Why is that? Because our job is primarily to change society, change the way people think. And so it is in this sense that creativity matters, because it is the singular currency that is important if we are to change society. There is not much that we can do when it comes to our opinions, but when it comes to our imagination and the capacity of our minds to be able to create, the possibilities, of course, are always endless. And so it is in this regard that we can say a thing or two about standardization. Real education happens inside the classroom, inside the minds of our students, and inside the heart of the teacher. It does not happen in the boardroom. It does not happen inside the legislative assemblies. It is something that unfolds when we consider primarily the freedom of the individual, that precious human being who is curious to know what the world is all about. And so therefore, education is not about the way we impose these standards, nor in that respect allow the intervention of policy, because education should not be on the basis of memos and all these things that, like higher authorities, including our administrators, are to impose on us. It is about the way upon which we are to proceed in terms of how we think in the best possible way, how the mind may be able to create, and in that respect, develop new possibilities, and change or reform the institutions of society. And so, when it comes to the system, primarily the problem, I was asked in one conference, for instance, what sort of values are necessary, and the host mentioned that so there is no way to change. I interjected that there is always a way to change things, and we have to focus on what we call the systemic domination that one finds in, say, tertiary education, for instance. One commentator said that it is like a command and control. Somebody who is in position of authority dictates, and the teacher controls the student. And what happens in that sense is that education becomes mechanistic. It becomes an industrial process. We fashion out students as if they must get out of assembly lines. And so the outcomes, therefore, is based upon the type of product that we produce. But we are not producing products because we are not working inside factories. We're trying to fashion human beings. We are teaching people. Regardless of how much you love your dog will not be able to sing a love song for you. And regardless of how lovable your cat is, your cat will never become an engineer, an architect, nor an artist. And so this brings us really to the purpose of education. The purpose of education is not just academic, it is actually to change society. If there is, for example, a hesitation on the part of the person, whether or not one should help the beggar, then it speaks a lot about the kind of values that this individual has embraced. By the time this person must have thought that he should be able to help the beggar, that beggar is already done. And so, what we must do in this sense is that we must simply transcend our realities and begin to work with each other so that by means of this collaboration, we will be able to redefine and in that respect position ourselves to determine really the kind of country that we want. And it begins with the kind of environment that we must have inside the classroom. We teach our students to become free, and yet they are the most unfree of peoples when we try to pressure them in terms of accomplishing certain requirements, when we try to tell them what they are supposed to do with their lives. You cannot even tell your cat what that cat will have to do after it's already midnight. The cat in that respect sometimes is more powerful than us. That should not happen to the human being. And in the light of this, I welcome you all to this 12th edition of the Social Ethics Society Conference. This conference is virtual. Last year, we attempted to do a hybrid conference. This year, we have decided to do a virtual conference. I'd like to acknowledge, firstly, the Corieso College for being our partner in this endeavor. And I would like to mention the names of the men and women of the Social Ethics Society. Firstly, I am grateful as chairman of the board to our beloved president, Father Dexter Veloso, to the members of the scientific and the organizing committee, Dr. Roger Bayod of Corieso College, Dr. Randy Chudi of the Commission on Higher Education, Professor Ian Clark Parcon of Ateneo de Davao University, Mr. Minilito Mansueto of MSU IIT, Mr. Jerry Arambala of La Salle University in Osamis, Father Bani Pardillo of St. Francis Seminary, my chair in the philosophy department of Ateneo de Davao University, who is also supporting this endeavor, Dr. Vida Mia Valverde. And I would like to thank, of course, our plenary speakers. We are honored to have in this conference Dr. Darrell Macer, the president of the American University of Sovereign Nations and the director of the Eubius Ethics Institute. Secondly, Dr. Julio Tihanki, the country's foremost political analyst, who is a full professor at De La Salle University in Manila. And my good and handsome friend, Anton Heinrich Renesland, who graduated summa cum laude at UST, and who is teaching and is a doctoral research fellow in the same university, and at the same time is the editor-in-chief of Lectio, a journal in the philosophy. I would also like to acknowledge the presenters. You are the most important part of this conference, and I thank you for your participation. I would also like to mention the other philosophical associations in the country, primarily the Philosophical Association of the Philippines, Dr. J.J. Joaquin, who has been doing his best in order to unify all the philosophical organizations in the country. The Philosophical Association of Northern Luzon, led by Dr. Danilo Alterado, the Philosophical Association of the Visayas and Mindanao, and the Societas Etica in Cebu City. These are the philosophical associations that we have in the country, and all of us are in the forefront in providing the venue and the ways upon which, especially our young researchers, will be able to present their research. And of course, the end goal in every presentation is to be able to get the criticisms of people as regard to our papers. We shouldn't be worried about these criticisms because it only means that they are actually lending us their brain. And it is critical for us to be able to accomplish things in terms of research, that we are able to listen to the wisdom of other people. I just like to mention that Dr. Darrell Macer, for instance, has more than 300 papers published and around 16,000 citations. Dr. Nima Rizai of UCERN, for example, has around 1,200 papers published and something like 51,000 citations. So it's a tall order. It's something that we as Filipinos should be able to accomplish, if not in our lifetime, but in the generations ahead of us. There is a monster that we're trying to battle. It's not only fake news, it's actually a system that we find, and this monster is difficult to slaughter if we do not embrace a kind of unity and the collaborative spirit in terms of how we are to confront these problems. Our problem ultimately rests upon how we will be able to empower the people, those especially who are the least advantaged in society. And the purpose of philosophy, its most noble purpose in that respect, is to be able to improve not only our thinking but the life situation of those who have less in life. And with that, I welcome you again to this conference. I thank all the participants, the teachers, the students, the professors, the researchers, and the scholars locally and internationally who have contributed to this engagement. And hopefully we will have a happy and a very meaningful virtual conference. With that, pleasant day to all.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan, for that very good rationale and opening message to welcome us and to set the mode of this conference. Before I will call Dr. Macer for his plenary talk, I would like to remind each one that if you are not the speaker, just mute your microphone. And maybe it might be good if you can also mute your video so that the internet will not be affected. Maybe there are some of us who are having difficulty in the internet connectivity, so it might help if you can put up your video. And since we are virtual, the good thing about this is we have speakers from all over the world. For one, we have Dr. Macer, who is from California as of the moment, and because we cannot yet travel and we cannot hold the conference in person, so we have this virtual. Of course, there is no replacement as regards to having face-to-face when we can really share in a more intense and personal manner our linkages and even dreams and aspirations. But we have to be thankful that we have this venue. So for this morning, we have our keynote plenary speaker is Dr. Darrell Macer, is the president of the American University of Sovereign Nations based in Arizona, USA. He holds a doctoral degree in genetics from Cambridge University. He is the director of the Eubios Ethics Institute and the editor of the Eubios Journal of Asian and International Bioethics. He is the author of more than 300 papers, and his works have been cited 6,000 plus times. And in addition to that, he is my supervisor in my PhD degree in American University. Without further ado, let us give our warm welcome virtually to our plenary speaker this morning, Dr. Darrell Macer.
Thank you very much, Virgilio. It's wonderful to be back in the Philippines virtually. Thank you also for the words from Ryan. Although I must contest that I actually heard the dogs singing praises and singing the college song of Ko Jesu song college when you were singing that, although that may have been coming through somebody else's mic rather than the dog's own mic. I'm going to try and share the screen. So I hope that this will work. If there's any problem immediately, please tell me.
Yeah, we can see Darrell. We can see your screen.
Good. Okay, and then I'm going to try to, okay, good. So I want to share some reflections on ethics, justice, COVID-19 vaccines, responsibility, and autonomy. A lot of words together. New technology has been a catalyst for re-examination of medical ethics and social ethics and international dialogue on ethical principles. Bioethics is a love of life. It's not just medical ethics or environmental ethics, but it's also looking at public health ethics, applied ethics, ethics of biotechnology. It's very transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary. And when we talk about bioethics, a conventional language tries to think of fundamental philosophical principles such as autonomy, justice, do no harm, and beneficence. In 1998, in my book Bioethics is Love of Life, I proposed an alternative language based on love, self-love, love of others, loving life, loving good. How do we apply these principles to contemporary issues? And I think the issue that is on the top of our minds is still COVID-19 or COVID-20, if we could call Delta variant COVID-20. There's diverse ways to approach ethics, and one of these is descriptive ethics. It's the way people view life, their moral interactions and responsibilities of living organisms in their life. So I have my ethic and you have your ethic. For example, behind me, instead of a bookshelf, I have flowers, wisteria flowers, Fuji we call in Japanese, taken this year in Japan. I was there for 3 months and I'd forgotten just the beautiful smell and fragrance of wisteria. I'm sorry, I prefer that to books, but that's just me. It doesn't mean I don't like to read books. I think maybe Confucius was thinking of spring flowers when he wrote, to love a thing means wanting it to live. Love is the starting point for a common philosophy. According to the words of Confucius, we should minimize the risk of death through very strict public health measures, such as strict lockdowns and shutting down economic activity. These values have been cited by China as their respect for the right to live compared to the higher death rates in Brazil, India, and USA. Probably that value was also the guiding principle of New Zealand's response, which has been applauded. Whether or not we can actually have a COVID-free society is really questionable. New Zealand is an island, even further isolated from the world than Philippines islands are. Although it would get me into trouble in China to say this, I think it's sort of impossible to have a zero free of COVID. But love of life then is a common ethic across different cultures. We place prayers. Many of you are students. I don't know if you went to pray for your good exam results or entrance to the university, or pray for getting a good job, or pray for somebody not to die of COVID. But prayer is a common response. Love of life is a common ethic. We have different formulations of this. Again, I don't speak for cats or dogs. I can only speak as a human being. I'm sure cats and dogs pray in their own way. Events such as major disasters are catalysts for re-examination of applied ethics and social ethics. And this is the 12th annual meeting of the Social Ethics Society. I congratulate you. It has really facilitated the development of a number of scholarly studies in ethics. How much do we apply? Engineering ethics, medical ethics, risk analysis, public health ethics, public policy ethics. Disasters we often think of: flooding, typhoons, earthquakes, volcanoes, but certainly we haven't had a kind of public health disaster like COVID for a century. And this has made us think again of all these applications are also quite important, I think. So bioethics is a bridge. We need dialogue about diverse values and risk judgments over immunization. And in fact, some of the people in this conference have asked me about immunization in the past. So it's an interesting topic, I think. Hopefully next year we can meet in person. The World Emergency COVID-19 Pandemic Committee is a multidisciplinary group of persons with a variety of professional backgrounds who are cross-cultural and global, independent of government. We're living in different countries under different conditions during the same COVID-19 crisis. We're faced with various issues. We have terms of reference to act as an independent forum, to consider the interface between theory and practice. Social ethics by nature is applied ethics, though we certainly can benefit. I'm sure many of you as avid Facebook users will have realized today Mark Zuckerberg has changed the name of Facebook to Meta. And maybe he was reading Aristotle, or maybe he was reading philosophy, or maybe he just wanted to avoid a lot of negative publicity on the unresolved ethical issues of such technology. So we are trying in the COVID Ethics Committee to compile and produce reports, and some of you here have presented papers that have developed, and some of you are co-authors on some of these reports. The value of committees, and many of you may serve on different committees. I have served on all sorts of committees at the UN and national levels and institutional levels, and independence is really critical, I think. Multidisciplinary aspects, having a cross-cultural, more global background, living in different countries is really important, because we've been able to produce a number of reports, and you can find this on the Biosecurity website and download them here. And so you can see here links to the different reports that have been produced. And we have also ongoing subcommittees, and next weekend we'll be trying to finalize the report on corruption, which I'm afraid is an issue everywhere, including in where most of you are living. Adoption of statements. So after careful editing and learning from each other, It doesn't matter if you're young or old, if you have degrees or don't have degrees, but just being willing to listen and to learn and to gather that, we can prepare statements. And that's what we're trying to do. This relates to a second way to view ethics. We accept different laws in different countries. Prescriptive ethics is to tell others what's ethically good or bad, or what principles are most important in making such decisions. It may also be to say that something or someone has rights and others have duties to them. It's actually rather arrogant, and we know it's a colonial mentality that people tell others what is right or wrong. I'm sure many of you students have heard the professors telling you this is right or wrong. I'm sure you've heard of politicians saying this is right and wrong. Interestingly, we have similarly learned people who say completely opposite things. So it's very confusing for us sometimes, but the important aspect is we do need sometimes to express ourselves. We try to make some moral rules, such as try not to kill people, try to be nice, try to be good, and so on. There is a Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights in 2005, agreed by all countries of the world, North Korea, United States, Turkey, Philippines, all countries agreed to this framework for ethics. They apply it in different ways, but it allows us to dialogue. And this is really critical for us in ethics societies and conferences. We have some common grounds for agreement. We may not agree whether dogs can think for themselves, or whether cats can pray, or whether cows should be holy or not holy. But we can agree on how we might approach these questions. And we can agree on a framework for the dialogue. And we can also, as you'll notice from this Universal Declaration, completely avoid contentious issues such as animal rights, abortion, euthanasia. They're not mentioned because they are divisive issues. But there are many things we can agree on. So one of these is Article 8, respect for human vulnerability and personal integrity. In applying and advancing scientific knowledge, medical practice, and associated technologies, human vulnerability should be taken into account. Individuals and groups with special vulnerability should be protected, and the personal integrity of such individuals respected. Certainly sick people are vulnerable, old people are vulnerable. How do we then also apply this principle of social responsibility? This is actually an affirmation by all countries of the world that there's a right to healthcare, that bioethics includes access to adequate nutrition and water, improvement of living conditions and the environment, elimination of the marginalization and exclusion of persons on the basis of any grounds, and reduction of poverty. Okay, so these bioethics is a much broader aspect. So sometimes people reflect on bioethics as a very technical aspect, but actually it's really encompassing many things. I want to look at some of the recommendations of a couple of the statements. The one on immunization and vaccines is particularly interesting and relevant still because we have inequity across the world in terms of its distribution. The outline, we talked about immunization, immunity and justice, the global need for COVID vaccine, global public good, solidarity, public participation, just allocation, a moral responsibility to get vaccinated, compulsory vaccination by government authorities, global funding and initiatives, prioritization of persons with special vulnerability. In fact, Ryan contributed a lot to this section. Hope for a better and healthier future should not be hinged only on vaccines. So how can we look at these questions? So vaccines are global public goods. If it's global public good, it should be really distributed around the world. We unfortunately have not seen that really after a year. We have seen some countries have vaccines. The African vaccination rate is about 1%. Philippines, I'm sure, is much better than that, and a few countries are over 90%. Public participation is a desirable approach. The pandemic is a global challenge. Okay, so we have both national and ethical values and principles. Ethical values should be taken into consideration in vaccine distribution. Has that occurred? I am not sure. To some degree, we're seeing some donations. Some is better than nothing, but still a major issue. We should be transparent. This is interesting. I think also, I remember for some periods, some of you may have got the mystery vaccines. You end up having to go to the local city, get a vaccine, and you weren't sure until the time, whether it will be Sputnik or Pfizer or Sinovac or whatever it's going to be. But any vaccine was better than nothing. And the problem is we are getting breakthrough cases with any vaccines. Some obviously were better than others, as we can tell now. We have a situation where apparently we need boosters, and certainly I know even some people who have had 3 shots and are still getting COVID. So we are still not safe. It is a moral responsibility to get a vaccine. We have a lot of ethical questions about mandatory vaccination programs, but I certainly think it's going to be compulsory for us for international travel to have vaccinations. And so if you want to come to the conferences, and if I want to come, I expect. And of course, I already am happy to be vaccinated. I was waiting. It is really important. Mandatory immunization policies, I think we're going to see this. We have started to see this. There's going to be more. Investments, clearly important. So we need practical ethics. And we ought to apply these lessons into broader questions of equity and justice. So I think there's already been a lot of papers published about COVID-19, and there's much more. Briefly, another statement was on individual autonomy and social responsibility. So we have this gap between autonomy and responsibility. We have the freedom to choose a vaccine, but I think we have a responsibility to take it. So how do we balance this? This is a very interesting, and I think many people are still finding their way. Often opposed concepts. I think in the statement we try to show their linkage, but actually in the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, the title of this Article 5 was Autonomy and Individual Responsibility. The autonomy of persons to make decisions while taking responsibility for those decisions and respecting the autonomy of others is to be respected. So basically, if we apply this to vaccines, if you don't want a vaccine, then stay at home. And I think it's been a very interesting question, a moral question. And in some countries, they cannot enforce such a rule. But, and of course, there have been a few sad cases where people will have side effects to the vaccine and even pass away. And I know such a case. And so, but still the families of such people understand that vaccines were necessary. So these tragedies do occur, but a lot more people have died with COVID. So this question of autonomy and responsibility is important. So how do we balance this? I think this was really critical. There's some basic political, social, and economic conditions needed. Another statement, ethical values and principles for healing society. Clearly, our society has been transformed by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's going to be changing still. It has been disappointing that we see we're still going to have to wear masks and socially distance. People are still dying after multiple vaccinations, but at a much lower frequency. So we have to really think about that, changing the concepts of value of life. We have to think about economies that support vulnerable members of society and all others. How do we provide universal income? As opening prayers, Rutilio mentioned, be thankful for those who still have a job or some income. It's not easy. How much do we challenge these social safety nets? I think it's been a question. In conclusion, interactive ethics, this discussion and debate between people, groups within society and communities is necessary. And that's a critical aspect that these meetings have. We need a forum for interactive ethics. You're all most welcome to join. Well, it says monthly, but actually it's been a few months since we had last international conference. The next one will be next weekend in the evenings, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening next week. So if you don't have a date with anyone, if you're stuck at home or in quarantine, or just staying with your pussycat, then maybe you can tune in to join us in the conference, and you'll be most welcome. Our goals to form a mature society. Bioethically mature means a person or society that can balance the benefits and risks of alternative options, make well-considered decisions, and talk about it. And I would add, being able to love others and in all aspects. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, as you remember from your school education, the first article of both is all peoples have a right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their economic, social, and cultural development. Lastly, it has been mentioned, the president of the American University of Sovereign Nations, we have trying to decolonize education to establish branches in every country of the world, including in the Philippines. And we're trying to change the way that education is done. This is one of our hubs in South Africa, and with various programs, and some of you are alumni of AUSN. We're very proud to do that. This was the idea to decolonize education. Some of you may have been to the Africa-Asia Summit Hall in Bandung. The flags are still there. The peace gong is still there. This was the beginning of a non-aligned movement, which has grown into the G77. And this was the site of our first graduation on purpose to show our decolonization. Since then, over 100 alumni and in many places around the world. So I'd like to share our websites. You're most welcome to join. And also the idea to share information is really critical. So I'd like to close, and I'm happy to take questions if anyone has any questions. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and stop the sharing. If you stop share, I think that's it. Good, thank you. So if we have time, I'm welcome to take questions. And I'm looking forward to also listening to some of the speakers today as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Darrell, for reminding us of our role, especially the lab of life as bioethicists and positioning ourselves in the many issues that we are confronted with. So if in the interest of time, we can allocate around 5 minutes for some questions from the audience if you have. If you have some question, just open your audio and speak directly to and ask your question directly to Dr. Maser. Or if you want, if you can also write your question at the chat box and let me read, I can also do that. We have to spend 5 minutes because there will be paper presentations after this. But just to take this opportunity that we have Dr. Maser with us here, if you can have some clarification or maybe insight or sharing, you can do so. Just open your microphone.
Professor Maser, I would like to ask you if you can expound more when you talk about interactive ethics. Because what is in my mind that different cultures or race even they might have some ethical principles that might be different to other culture. So how are you going to, or what is really that interactive ethics that you are mentioning? Thank you.
Thank you. So actually, I think heart to heart, my heart to your heart, there's not much difference. We may have some cultural issues, whether I eat with chopsticks or you eat with spoons or knives or forks, or whether you like sugar rather than chili, or and so on. But or whether you are vegetarian or not. But these basically, we're still eating, we're still consuming, we're still trying to survive, and I don't see so much difference. But the point of one of the requirements of interactive ethics is to use our senses. We have our ears, okay? We have voice, we can eyes, we can communicate and listen and look. And I think that's really critical to be able to interact and to learn from each other. The spirit of being a student forever. As Rogelia knows, even though he says Dr. Darrell Maser or Dr. Maser, I really dislike such a title. Recently, I started to teach Sunday school to primary kids, elementary kids, and then the previous, in America, I found it relatively formal. They say you should say Mr. or Miss to the teacher, but I insisted. They asked me what you prefer, and I said, no, I just want my first name. That's all, because that's the name my mother gave me, and that's what I chose. But I think this is also part of the interesting aspect. So to listen, to learn, it makes our life much more interesting. And this is really the critical aspect. We may or may not change our views. Sadly, I found some philosophers, I spent a long time in Japan, and sometimes the paternalistic societies, philosophers don't really seem to change their views even after talking or apparently listening. Maybe they didn't really listen. But if we really listen to each other, we will probably change. So we may eventually have a cosmodisciplinary or beyond a transdisciplinary, this metadisciplinary, this discussion. And that's really exciting. It's such a privilege. And I think that's what being really human is about. If we just want to believe our own way of thinking, you can just talk to yourself. You always get the right answer. And then that's okay. You can do that. maybe a lot of people did that during the COVID-19 lockdowns, and maybe they were happy because they could get exactly what answer they wanted. But actually, for me, it's not the answer I want. I want to be challenged. I want to be questioned. I want to improve myself. So I think that's the, for me, the really critical aspect. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sharif here. Dr. Sharif here.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
Dr. Sharif.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
See, it was a wonderful talk. What I want to share with you is that whether I teach in an Arabic country or in West Indies or in some other country, this my language of communication, my language of interaction, my language of cultural exchange is biochemistry. So when I teach biochemistry, it unites, it gives me a chance not only to talk about biochemistry, but also to exchange my views about cultural views also and ethical principles. So every lecture when I give, I also narrate some of my life experiences and also learn from my students. So I thought this has helped me over a period of 40 years of my teaching, and that has developed a very great deal of what you said, love as well as an affection from my students everywhere in the world. And I thought that is a great advantage for a teacher, because whatever subject he teaches, he gets an opportunity to exchange his ideas with different types of students who come from different cultures, different religious background. I thought that would be one of the advantages every teacher has. That is why teaching profession is a very great thing. And sir, you are a very great teacher, and we had learned a lot of things from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
I'd like to, if I can add something, just to,
Yeah, go ahead, Darren.
if you can see the flower behind me, I will share this to you. This is from a temple in Guma Prefecture in Japan. The temple, the wisteria tree, is about 1,000 years old. If you imagine 1,000 years, philosophers, monks were teaching about ethics under these flowers every spring. Of course, the wooden poles to help support this giant wisteria trees, these are really giant wisterias, they have to change every 50 years or 100 years, but the tree itself is really old and young and old. And so I think that's an illustration, despite the transitions of our society. And that's one of the reasons, the meaning of the flowers behind me. And yet the flowers every year only last for a week or so. Yep.
We have a question. We have question here from the chat box from my student. Maybe Maricel, can you personally ask this question to Darrell if you have the microphone there? Maricel Cabos, go ahead.
Good morning, Professor Darrell, Master. Sir, I just have questions. I would like to ask, what is your stand on COVID-19 vaccinations making it mandatory to eligible citizens?
Yeah, thank you. I think the question here, Maribel, is really important. I think it's only mandatory for people attending certain institutions. So should it be mandatory to attend college? Probably yes. Should it be mandatory for teachers who want to teach in person? Yes. Should it be mandatory for policemen? Yes. Should it be mandatory for people in public roles? But there are certain jobs where it's not. And if you don't want to accept it, of course, if you have a medical reason, that's a different thing. But if we're going to impose a risk for our occupation, I probably think that, although it's very complex, I believe it probably should be. And then maybe you have to give up your job if you really don't want to get vaccinated. Then you, of course, if it's linked to where you're going to. If you don't want to go to a place where it's mandatory, then you are free not to. But I think we can't force people who are staying at home. We can't force people who are not having an interaction to do something that's not ethical. But we can force when you have a social role or responsibility. If you're caring for old people, maybe, again, if it's inside your family, you cannot force people. But if once you go out, I think that's an issue. So whether it's a productive policy, however, is another question. The suspicion of government can be quite high, and whether it actually is counterproductive to have that mandatory policy, it may actually be, from a utilitarian perspective, you may get more people having a vaccine if you educate people and have the option for freedom. And I think from a utilitarian perspective, it may actually be better to educate people. But this was a question faced a lot in the United States, and it seems like the mandatory vaccine policy was necessary and ethical because of the high number of people who were refusing. But in a country where you have a very high desire to be vaccinated, you don't need to have a mandatory policy. And actually, as I said, it can be counterproductive because some people who are really opposed will just have conspiracy theories, and probably it creates more distrust, and it's not a helpful thing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Darrell. We have one more question. Then after this, we proceed with the paper presentation. So I heard a while ago. Yeah, go
Sir,
ahead.
can I
One more
ask
question.
questions?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Darrell. So, by the way, you are speaking to Mr. Arnold Opon, a graduate school student of the University of Southeastern Philippines, a Mintal campus under from Dr. Mabolok. So, my question is, in relation to the topic, how does most essential function of philosophy and this so-called academic is? What is your stand on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. A very important question. The most important function is to ask questions. That's the most important thing. If we're lucky, we can try and answer some of these questions, but the most important is to ask questions. And you see, young children are naturally philosophers. They ask questions. If you've been with a 2, 3, or 4-year-old, they ask questions. And then for some reason, our education systems and cultures says shut up and listen and learn the textbooks, and they stop asking questions. So it tries to drum out philosophy out of them. But then we have to employ professors of philosophy and try to encourage them to ask questions again. So keep on asking questions every day. Question yourself, question what's happening. There is, of course, an important need to put it in balance. If you have too many questions when you're not able to answer the questions and just get depressed, then that is also a role of philosophers to help us answer questions or think about how we might answer in our own way. And the world, if we think of many issues, can be really overwhelming at times, especially we've seen that with people dying all around us more rapidly in the pandemic. But globally, we have to ask questions why, and we have to think about solutions. And so maybe should philosophers be counselors on how to approach questions and how to deal with questions we cannot answer, fundamental questions we cannot answer, we have to be able to cope with. Why do good people get sick and die? Why do bad things happen to good people? This we can't answer. We can have different religious theories and faith. I'm a Christian, that's my faith, but we still have questions we can't answer. We have to do our best to think of answers and to do answerable ones we can, and to make the world a better place. So please keep on studying. You have a great teacher.
Thank
Alright,
you so
thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you so much, Daryl. If you have some question, just continue at the chat box. Daryl might be
Yes.
staying, so that's what we did in EUSN in our class. So you can continue conversation, but we have to proceed with the presentation, paper presentation. So the next presenter, the first presenter for a paper presentation this morning is from University of the Philippines. No, he teaches at the University of the Philippines in Manila and has taught philosophy at the Ateneo de Manila University. And he is finishing his doctorate degree in philosophy at the University of the Philippines in Diliman. He will be talking about the I'm sorry. The first speaker, yeah, he will be talking about the three C's and moral education in the midst of COVID-19. So please help me welcome Bernardo Catslib Jr. of the University of the Philippines. Sir Bernard, you may share your screen right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bayod. May I ask if my screen is now viewable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to the Social Ethics Society for the opportunity to be with you this morning and share with you some of my reflections and insights, particularly on moral education, especially now that we are still under the online teaching and online learning modality. So let me start by reading my paper. If you look and ask around any adult, whether kids of today are worse than kids of their time, it is very likely that they will almost immediately respond that the kids of today are worse. Often, with a sigh of frustration, they will offer accounts of kids cursing at them, elementary and high school students who never offer them seats in public transport vehicles, youngsters engaged in promiscuous sexual behaviors, or those who simply engage in lying, scandalous social media posts, I'm sure we're familiar with this, or generally bad social and general behaviors. What has happened to the youth of today, they ask. Moral education has always been at the core of formal education. In its inception, public education has always included moral education as one of its goals. As the end of education is to induct young people into the ways of the world, to prepare them to become vibrant citizens of their societies, one salient aspect of the curriculum is moral education. Moral education is envisioned to prepare young men and women into becoming moral members of their societies, alongside the thrust of universities to slowly transform individuals into educated ones. Fundamental Christian truths were considered as essential as basic scientific, mathematical, and grammatical truths. And then eventually, as secularization and pluralistic societies slowly changed the pillars and facade, not just of institutions of higher learning, but of societies in general, universities had to forgo of Christian values. Despite these, however, it became increasingly evident that societies cannot survive in the absence of any notion of morality and ethics. Universities sought to locate a new basis for shared humanity that morality concerns itself. This has given rise to multifarious ways by which philosophers and moral educationalists crafted the most effective moral education program in institutions of learning. From indoctrination, when it all started, to eventually values clarification. This is a more neutral take on the different values that we hold. And then eventually, after Lawrence Kohlberg came up with the moral development framework, we had the cognitive moral decision making pedagogy. And then recently, and this is the most recent moral education approach, no, which is character education. Moral education has unfailingly reinvented itself to respond to the needs of the changing times. Now, in the Philippines, moral education is a staple in the curriculum. In higher education in the Philippines, moral education cemented its place in the curriculum when CHED, the Commission on Higher Education, included ethics as a core general education course required among all higher education students in the country. Among others, ethics is intended to teach students how to differentiate moral and non-moral problems, describe what a moral experience is as it happens in different levels of human existence, explain the influence of Filipino culture on the way students look at moral experiences and solve moral dilemmas. The course is also expected, or rather, the course also expected to impart to students how to describe the elements of moral development and moral experience, to use ethical frameworks or principles to analyze moral experience, to make sound ethical judgments based on principles and facts, to develop sensitivity to the common good, and understand and internalize the principles of ethical behavior in modern society at the level of the person, society, and in interaction with the environment and other shared resources. Now, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, oh, sorry. So these are the points for discussion. I forgot to move the slides. So I'm now moving towards the second part, which is why moral education despite COVID-19. So COVID-19, without a tinge of doubt, has dramatically altered the way that every student across the globe learns and is being educated in schools. From the issues with facilities to actual pedagogical quandaries, students and institutions alike face the unprecedented changes brought about by the pandemic. If moral education is vital in a holistic development of individuals and it ought to be taught, then it has to be taught and has to occupy a sturdy basis in the curriculum. This assumes that schools provide a space for this learning to occur, for the transfer of knowledge to transpire. Given, however, the limitations of the pandemic, may moral education still be realized? Now, one of the elements of moral education that may seem amiss in the context of online learning is the sufficient time and opportunity to learn the canonical texts in ethics. Given the limitations of internet and other resources, how can students learn canonical texts in the new mode of learning? Without the benefit of a class discussion, for example, inside the classroom, like how we used to do things before the pandemic, how can students still interrogate what they read and learn them somehow? Another issue would be the presence of a moral exemplar in the case of the professor. Absent the student professor presence and interaction inside the classroom, may professors also extend their online presence to serve as possible moral exemplar to their students. The past year, however, has proven that interventions abound, and technology also affords remedies for the lack of face-to-face classes. Online chat groups, virtual classrooms in the form of learning management systems, video conferencing platforms like Zoom, all served as fillers for what the pandemic snatched from face-to-face classes. If interventions have been effective in bridging students and their teachers despite the pandemic, then the space for an effective moral education has still been preserved. In addition to the recognizable need to implement moral education despite the pandemic, it is also noteworthy to emphasize that COVID-19 itself has become one more reason to fortify moral education programs in the universities. The teaching of ethics has never been more expedient, with an actual string of moral issues and dilemmas surfacing because of the COVID-19 pandemic. I have flashed right before you just some of the issues that arose because of the pandemic. Issues of equity and justice, not just in hospitalizations, appeared as early as COVID-19 encroached into healthcare systems. Issues of privacy have also been noted because of the need for contact tracing. Fidelity to duty was tested against self-interest and security among healthcare workers. Vaccine hesitancy and proliferation of fake news have separated the intellectually virtuous from those who are vicious. Higher education students themselves were pitted in the middle of a conflict of values, which we call moral dilemma, when the pandemic has forced them to go through online learning despite the obvious economic disparity among them that the pandemic has uncovered. In what follows, the paper will argue that moral education remains substantial and relevant to the lives of Filipino students. It shall also assert that despite the pandemic, ethics and morality may still be taught effectively. And finally, it shall argue that for moral education to realize its fullest potential and impact among students, it has to have three elements: the three C's of moral education: content, cognitive skills, and context. Historically, moral education has always been part of any academic program across the world. It has remained relevant even after thousands of years because of the enduring aims that it enshrines. In the Philippines, higher education has recently revitalized its teaching by mandating a course among all higher education students. It has remained a pertinent element of a holistic education and must therefore be pursued seriously because of two reasons. One, its nature as a subject matter and its intended educative goals have remained relevant and important. And secondly, moral education has proven to being doable, feasible, and effective if done properly. Moral education is substantial and relevant, and this is the first qualification that I think is important because of the universal need for moral education that aims not just to indoctrinate young people into the ways of the world, including its practices and customs, but also to develop dispositions and traits that are facilitative of a good life. Both history and the contemporary world have revealed humanity's weaknesses, in fact, and the need to sharpen their tools for right moral judgment. At present, COVID-19 has not just given rise to a more complicated world, but has also exposed humanity's frailties and challenged our moral fiber as a people. Moral education then has become more relevant than ever. Moral education in and of itself works and therefore is doable. Paul and Elder have shown how principles of critical thinking can be applied to ethical reasoning in young people. Dehan and Narayan have shown that it is possible successfully to teach ethical reasoning to high school students. Meeser, Kerridge, and Mitchell have shown ways of teaching ethics to medical students. Weber found that the teaching of ethical awareness and reasoning to business students can be improved through the provision of courses specifically focused on addressing these topics, although the improvements they observed are often short-term. In other words, studies have abound that moral education works if applied correctly. And so given the limits of the pandemic, learning can still occur. Studies and published articles have emerged in the past year, many of them done by our own colleagues in the Philippines, attesting to the efficacy despite the limitations of online learning and teaching. Most importantly, moral education can easily be pursued if the 3 C's framework of moral education is observed. So let me now show you the moral education framework there. Any course on moral education, such as the mandated course in the Philippines, ethics, has to have what I call the canonical theories in ethics. These canonical theories have lasted the test of time. And this is what is meant by the first C in the framework, content. Without a list of fundamental ethical texts that students are exposed to, any moral deliberation may only end up as opinion-based chatters. Content anchors students to fundamental basis of morality and affords them an opportunity to revisit assumptions and pattern their own thinking upon sophisticated moral reasoning, such as those of Aristotle and Kant, for example. Because time is limited, it is advised that classes in ethics focus on the first level ethical studies, which is normative ethical frameworks. These normative ethical frameworks may be of utility to students in actual moral deliberations. My intuition, I don't have the data, but my intuition is that most of us educators in ethics in the Philippines are all doing this first element, no, content. And in fact, many of us want to stick, no, with this traditional way of teaching ethics. Now, the second C, no, is the enhancement of cognitive skills that are necessary in a practical science such as ethics. Just as Aristotle was cognizant of the intimate link between moral and intellectual virtues, students trying to learn the ropes of moral education should not be limited to theories of morality, but should have their intellectual virtues sharpened. They should be exposed as far as possible to opportunities to engage in actual moral issues that hone their capacity for deliberation, reflection, and thought. While theoretical contents are anchors, cognitive skills are rudders and controls that should be learned in order to maneuver any moral turbulence. Intellectual humility, open-mindedness, and honesty are virtues that may be trained in an environment that nurtures truth alongside the good. The third C is the context. While the first two are the most common elements of any formal course in ethics and morality, it might also be instructive to add this third component to the framework. Without context, moral theories remain hollow, and any cogitation On them, insipid. In classes in ethics, case studies should always involve lived experience of students. For how can students discuss cases that are too far from their experience of the world? Local cases and those that are timely should be harnessed in order to fulfill the mandate of any moral education program. The COVID-19 pandemic promises a very effective and rich backdrop to many ethical issues and dilemmas that may be of utility to any moral education discourse. And so I round up what I wanted to argue in this paper. In this paper, I have argued that moral education in the Philippines has to be pursued because, and also, not just because, despite of the pandemic. I have done this by arguing that a pedagogic activity as such should be undertaken if first, it is important, and second, if it is doable. An endeavor is deemed important if, among others, it responds to needs that are tied to who we are as humans. Moral education has always been tied to the aim of realizing who we should be as human beings, which is rational, deliberate, and social animals. It is meanwhile considered doable if it is an endeavor has proven to work in the past and the particular framework for implementation may be possible to achieve. And both of these I have demonstrated to be present in any moral education endeavor. I defended the acceptance of the first condition by surveying the literature on moral education. By surveying studies locally and internationally, I have not mentioned the details in this presentation, but in the final paper, which I hope to publish soon, no, the different studies have been included and enumerated. No, but by making a quick survey of all of these studies, I have cemented the role of moral education in actualizing the ends of education as a whole by realizing the ends of human persons. Again, that is to be truly rational, autonomous, and deliberate. Moral education has proven to be a patent element of education as it particularly works towards the said proper ends of human beings. By citing cases locally, I have also pointed out that the peculiar situation brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines has given birth to moral issues that students should be exposed to if they were to be truly initiated into their moral lives. COVID-19 pandemic has afforded an effective backdrop for students to ruminate about issues that touch on the very heart of moral education. If you have students whose family members had to go through the horrors of going to hospitals, finding spaces, no, because especially during the peak of the pandemic, no, the Philippine healthcare system really suffered, and not much resources were available for those who were sick and sometimes even dying of COVID-19. No, you would surely find that the experiences of these students are very, very rich, no, especially in discussions of ethical dilemmas inside the classroom. They are in a perfect position to ruminate about each issues that touch on the very heart of moral education. These are concepts such as equality, human rights, human decency, and compassion for fellow men. Moreover, I have affirmed the second condition that I have set forth for any moral education project by demonstrating that moral education is truly doable. This has been achieved by citing successful interventions in moral education, by locating cases when moral education projects have been proven to work. I have pointed out a real possibility of moral education as an endeavor. There is a distinct but fine line between teaching ethics and moral education. Teaching ethics is just a simple transfer of information, whether ethical theories, case studies, etc. But moral education looks up to a more noble endeavor that goes beyond any assimilation of information on the part of the students. Moral education looks up to the more noble endeavor of truly transforming students into fully realized human beings who don't just know the theories from the philosophers, but more importantly, are able to think critically, creatively, and the more ethically for themselves in and with the right context. Moreover, I have affirmed the second condition that I have set forth for any moral education project by demonstrating that moral education is truly doable. This has been achieved by citing successful interventions in moral education. By locating cases when moral education projects have been proven to work, I have pointed out a real possibility of moral education as an endeavor. Furthermore, I have offered a way by which such education may be realized by looking at a tripartite framework for moral education, which I call the 3 C's of moral education. The said framework must necessarily contain viable content in the form of canonical theories of ethics. But it must not stop there. It must offer opportunities to hone cognitive skills, or otherwise in the literature called intellectual virtues in ethics. No? These intellectual virtues are necessitated in confronting moral dilemmas. One field of study which I have been doubling in is the field called virtue epistemology. Now, and virtue epistemology promises the resurrection of the employment of virtue ethics in grappling with issues in epistemology. Some prominent figure in the field are Linda Segzebski, for example, and I think most notable, Julianus is another. And these philosophers, and there are so many others, but these philosophers are working hand in hand in order to make sure that we don't just develop moral virtues, as it were, but rather intellectual virtues which are, technically speaking, geared towards the truth. Truth is the end goal of intellectual virtues, but these intellectual virtues, hand in hand, must work with moral virtues, because at the end of the day, moral virtues cannot be determined without the use of intellectual virtues. And maybe Aristotle was right, that in order to attain moral virtues, one must first develop the intellectual virtues. In Aristotle, the most important, or maybe if not most important, the determined intellectual virtue that leads to moral virtue is what he calls phronesis, or practical judgment. And third, it must be grounded. Any moral education framework or design must be grounded in context and local ethical issues and concerns. While there are so many websites in the internet offering case studies internationally, but I find that providing students with local case studies, something that they can directly connect to, will really do the trick. Because I am not working on empirical studies, it is my high recommendation that those who work on the field of education, particularly those who are engaged in qualitative or quantitative research, no, work and test, no, a framework such as this, and so we can see if the framework may really be viable, no, in transforming our students' moral and hopefully intellectual disposition. And so by establishing that moral education should be pursued in higher education institutions because it remains substantial and doable, especially in the face of moral dilemmas that COVID-19 exacerbated, moral education remains, in the end, a productive endeavor, whether inside the classroom or, in our case, internet mediated. It should be given all the support that it requires. So I think that's all. Thank you so much for indulging my exhortations. Yeah? And thank you so much for listening.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bernard, for your wonderful talk on the 3 C's of moral education. Maybe we can open the floor for question and answer for 5 minutes if you have some questions. You can ask directly to Sir Bernard, or you can also chat your question here, and let me read your question to Sir Bernard.
Suma here from Malaysia. Can I ask directly?
Yeah, go ahead, Suma. Welcome.
Nice to hear and see you all again, Rogelio, Randy, Dr. Bernard. My question is, does the curriculum cater to such changes? Because I have been following up on especially the Malaysian curriculum and generally curriculum of certain countries, to note that these curriculum changes take a long time to even, how the policy works with the curriculum changes. And so this is somewhere where I think we lag behind. And this teachers may need to be aware of it. And if curriculum changes cannot be done, then how could teachers come out with a curriculum that aligns to what Dr. Bernard said now? Because we face the same issue everywhere, I think, even in Malaysia. I had the naughtiest student gain 97 marks in moral. And I wondered then whether this really works. Not that the naughty student was bad, or I don't call him bad, but to bring him or align him to thinking, I think our curriculum must have more questions, thinking questions, rather than giving them the answers. And so that they can start and giving them the context and then showing them good examples. So how can we change the curriculum or the teachers' alignment to such ways of teaching like Dr. Bernard just explained? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suma. It's nice to be with you this morning, this morning, because with the Dr. May, sir, we always meet in the evening. So thank you so much for your questions. I think those are very important questions, and those are very important points to respond to. But unfortunately, I think just like in your country, in the Philippines, it takes a long while to change the curriculum. No, the mandating of ethics in higher education took a long time, no, to transpire. No, it happened several years back. No, as we revamped the entire general education framework of the Philippines, and this was, I think we started this in 2018. No, if I'm not mistaken. No, because at that time I have served the central office of higher education in the Philippines, which is the Commission on Higher Education, as one of its trainers for the teaching of ethics. No, I have worked personally with the policymakers who crafted the proposed syllabus for the teaching of ethics in the Philippines. And while I think that the curriculum is hard to not hard, but it's cumbersome to change the curriculum right off the bat. But the curriculum in the Philippines of ethics provides so much leeway. I'm not sure, Dr. Suma, if this is the same for you, no, in Malaysia, but in the Philippines, the curriculum and the Commission on Higher Education provides a leeway for individual faculty members to express their you might say academic freedom, no, in designing their courses, so long as their courses still hit what we call the outcomes, no, prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education.
So
So
just follow up, would you recommend to do this online? And moral education works online?
yes, no, I think it may be done. No, I think that's my argument. I think it may be done. No, the content we can implement. No, given the correct facilities. No, internet. No, in some areas of the Philippines, I have students who are in their provinces right now, and internet connectivity may be an issue. And number two, as to the need for the skills, the intellectual skills, which we need to really impress upon our students, I think there is more effort that is necessitated from our end. No, to facilitate, for example, discussions would require so much, no, from the teacher's end. And of course, given the correct context, no, in our case, the COVID-19 world, no, the COVIDized world, I think it's still possible. But I think one thing, no, one limitation that I have not really mentioned in the paper so far, no, is the reality that many of our students, and not just of our students, but many of our colleagues, no, in the academe, do not have the internet facility to actually implement changes in curriculum. No, so slow internet connectivity, no, lack of facilities may hamper, no, teachers from providing these optimal ethics education. For example, many articles, many canonical works are still not open access. So how do we expect our professors to provide materials that students are in want of? No, and as much as you want to, for example, I know very well that the group of Dr. Mabolok um, made, no, a textbook particularly for the teaching of ethics. No, but I'm not sure if it is possible, for example, to provide students a copy of materials such as these, no, given the pandemic. So I think these are limits that we have to reckon with and really work on.
Thank you.
Dr. Suma. Yes,
Doc-
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Sharif here.
Go ahead.
It was a very wonderful presentation. Yes, it is very much required that our students are exposed to a moral education, because for medical doctors, moral education plays a very important role in determining the personality of the person. For example, when a teacher goes into the class, the student is able to understand whether the teacher is honest or transparent. You cannot fake what you are not inside the class. And if you are inside the class, if you are very true and expose yourself very freely to the students, that itself teaches the student that honesty and transparency plays a very important role in your personality. And during the COVID-19, when many of the doctors failed to achieve what they wanted to do, like giving a treatment and trying to save a patient, it causes a great moral injury to them. And that moral injury during this COVID-19 is very much prevalent in many of the minds of the students. Naturally, as you said, I had written an article called Literature and Medical Ethics, which came as an editorial in Proceedings of Royal Society of Medicine, because literature also will teach. We can correlate some instances, because literature tells you some of the feelings which you cannot express to a student, but you can do that so by referring to those instances. Thank you very much for bringing this topic. As you said, ethics can be told, but trying to change the behavior, teaching or learning, is a process where you try to change the behavior of a student, and that it requires definitely a moral grounding, and for the teacher also to teach, because a teacher is not only a teacher, sometimes he becomes the mentor, and the students become the mentees. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharif.
We have another one question here in the chat box. Maybe Elijah, would you like to expound on this thought, your question to Sir Bernard? Elijah Daroca. if you are still there. No?
Hello, yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning,
Go
boss.
ahead. Mm.
Uh, because as what I've learned and heard the from our speaker this morning about moral education, sir. My question is, uh, now I am vaccinated, and now I am vaccinated, and I have some friends who do not want to be vaccinated because they have this fear that this vaccine will have some health, will have some effects on their health. So, as what have you taught to us this morning, that having vaccination, and then vaccinated is, morally educated. Am I right, sir? And what about to them? Are they not morally educated if they resist from having getting or having vaccination?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that clarificatory question. No, as a matter of fact, no. No, I didn't mean that those who refuse to get vaccinated are in any way morally liable, no, to some extent. No, what I meant when I said that is that vaccine hesitancy has provided us an opportunity to differentiate those who may be more virtuous than vicious intellectually. No, I apologize that I was not able to sufficiently explain that point. No, but what we mean is, the whole tradition of intellectual virtues in the Western canon, particularly in these virtue epistemologists, one of the things that they offer us, no, is the idea that an intellectually virtuous individual would not simply believe unless otherwise with sufficient proof, no, and justification. And as I have particularly read, no, in some news articles or some journal articles, most people who are uh, hesitant not to get vaccinated,
Yes.
no, got their reasoning from insufficient source. No, that's what I mean. So I think that vaccine hesitancy, the topic of vaccine hesitancy has exposed, no, these facet of our moral life. No, that many people make decisions. No, so take away the topic of vaccine hesitancy and please focus on the idea that the situation has exposed the reality that some people make decisions on the basis of insufficient evidence. No, and this is what to the virtue epistemologists may be problematic and intellectually vicious. No, when we buy an idea without sufficient grounding. As a matter of fact, intellectual ethicists, no, the virtue ethicists, no, of the virtue epistemology tradition, no longer sees beliefs as issues of justification, but rather issues of virtue of the knower. No, if you are the kind of person who easily believes, no, claims without sufficient evidence, without sufficient basis, no, then that is a problem. And according to the virtue epistemologists, the way to go is to help these people, empower them to be able to make better decision making, using the grounding of epistemology. So, but thank you so much for your clarification. So,
Uh,
in short, sir, no, we're not labeling people who are hesitant as morally inferior. No, that's not the case. No, we are not.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank you
much,
so much.
Sir Bernard. We have last question. Then after this, we'll proceed. Let me announce to you also that we don't have a lunch break, so just take your lunch. For us here in the Philippines and some other Asian countries, is lunchtime. So just take your lunch, but we will proceed immediately. We continue. There's no lunch break. Here we have last one question from Lovely to Sir Bernard. Being one of the trainers in ethics, have you developed any framework to enhance our practice in teaching ethics to our students, especially during this time of pandemic when flexible learning is utilized?
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Lovely. No, the training happened sometime before 2018. No, before the full implementation of the new GE program. So at that time, we were just trying to adopt what CHED wanted us to adopt. No, I'm sure that you're familiar with this. No, we just tried to cascade. No, whatever CHED asked us to cascade. No, so at that time there was no framework. No, but as for today, you're asking, do we have or have I particularly developed any framework to enhance our practice in teaching ethics during the pandemic, when flexible learning is utilized? I think ito na yun. This is what I presented a few minutes ago. This is the framework, that I have tried to develop and espouse, the 3 C's of moral education, that I hope may be applicable both when we go back to in-person or face-to-face classes, and even in a flexible learning setup. No, thank you so much for that question.
Thank you so much, Sir Bernard and Ma'am Lovely, for the question. Going on, we have another presentation from Sir Alvin Tan. He is an assistant professor of philosophy at the Department of Philosophy of the University of Santo Tomas. He finished his master's in philosophy at UST and is studying for his doctoral degree in philosophy at the same university. He will present his paper entitled Consensus Without Consent, a Critique of Media Technologies. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Sir Alvin Tan of University of Santo Tomas.
All right, sir. Good afternoon. I don't know, sir. I cannot open my video. I don't know why. The Zoom is unable to detect a camera. That's what it says. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you need to give me an access for me to yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'll just contact
All right.
the director. Just proceed, sir. With
Perhaps
your
the admin. All right. All right. Okay. Good afternoon. Good noon, everyone. So the topic, or the title rather, of my paper is about consensus without consent, a critique of technologies, media technologies. And the philosopher that I decided to work on is none other than Noam Chomsky, who is still alive, by the way. I'd like to begin my presentation by quoting the German philosopher Martin Buber, for us to briefly ponder on this matter. And then he said, the real struggle is not between East and West, or capitalism and communism, but between education and propaganda. End of quote. The context of this essay is centered on the critical assumption of the propaganda model of Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky's book Manufacturing Consent, which was published in 1988. The propaganda model is more efficacious in utilizing media communication technologies. The operation of media is more suitable and enhanced in a democratic model. The main idea of this book is centered on the assumption that power relation in a media-centered society is focused on a relatively few elite groups and corporations, which prompts meticulous selection, filtering, and refining of important news stories with the end goal that what reaches the general public is just that which supports or fortifies the intentions and interests of the predominant private premiums who commonly try to expand individual power and corporate benefit to convey the desired information to the people in general. In this context, media unremittingly shapes public opinion and the political process. Public consent and individual decision are therefore just manufactured. So the propaganda model is framed and rooted in the critical Marxist tradition of political economy and traditional media system. The propaganda model is a theory which holds that media in general and the political process form a dialectical relation wherein one consumes and subsumes the other. For Herman and Chomsky, consent is being manufactured by the elite class or specialized group who owns lofty corporations and has substantial influence and power to dominate the culture industry and economic space. Since these few profit-making owners and business venturers abjure free flow of news and analysis that are totally against their corporate interests. Manufacturing of consent is necessary in order to elude public opinion and veer the public mind to a less serious issues. Such recalibration of opinion or issue can be handled by a specialized class who are keen enough to figure things out, what will be shown or heard by the public by the people for public consumption. Mass delusions in a democratic society happens when the strategies of control of a propaganda model are compelled. The propaganda model implies creating fantasy enfranchisements and formation of assembly lines. And this necessary illusion and emotionally potent oversimplifications is the rhetorical persuasion of media apparatuses in the public sphere. Political propaganda is one of the two main reasons why fake news or deepfakes spreads like a brush fire. Former US President Donald Trump coined the phrase fake news in 2016 to describe assaults on the news media. However, fake news is infiltrating conventional media via Weibo, WeChat, TikTok, and other Chinese language social media platforms, according to Shanghai International Studies University journalist and Professor Pikin Chen. When someone provides incorrect information on Weibo, for example, it can be republished by the Weibo account on a major publication, she explained. From there, other mainstream media is focusing on it. In China, for instance, the mainstream media plays the most important role in authenticating and propagating fake news. On the other hand, according to Gifty Apia Ajay from the University of Education in Ghana, the purpose behind fake news is not necessarily political. For her, it's usually for economic or financial gain. By increasing internet traffic or merely for amusement or entertainment, and other individuals make up stories simply for the pleasure of it. As critical viewers or readers, we must learn how to distinguish between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation means false information disseminated without the goal of causing harm. The goal of disinformation is to propagate misinformation and influence people. For example, misinformation regarding migration, climate change, and Brexit is or was categorized as probably true, mainly false, unfounded, or unverifiable. However, not everyone is critical about this in our present time. Since there is a proliferation of the banality of TV personalities, even in politics, and I call it the cult of celebrity spectacle. According to the French philosopher Guy Debord, the general mindset of the public and public opinion is charmed by celebrity personalities. In his book, Society of the Spectacle, in 1977, he said, celebrities as the spectacular representation of a living being promote the illusion of equal access to the totality of consumption and serve as the object of identification with the shallow seeming life that has to compensate for the fragmented productive specializations which are actually lived. They embody the inaccessible result of social labor by dramatizing its byproducts magically projected above it as its goals. End of quote. Media communication technologies, more than just informing and disseminating news for the public, operates as a business enterprise and functions as a commercial space. Without the right ethos to regulate the corporate practice, any form of business can be debased and any saleable product can be redirected merely for profit making. Having this as media's reference, any news and information can be veered, altered, or misrepresented from its initial form. For Herman and Chomsky, such phenomena in media can be traced using media filters. For them, there are 5 systematic operative filters, namely media ownership, advertising, media elite, FLAC, and anti-communism or common enemy. That creates the impression of objectivity of news. For them, media communication technologies are propelled by these interrelated filters. These filters determine enormously how business rules are played and maneuvered, and one of them are the advertisers. I'd like to identify, however, briefly these 5 mechanisms, filtering mechanisms of media. So what constitutes the propaganda model? First is the media ownership, advertising, media elites, FLAC, and anti-communism. So briefly, media ownership is concentrated on the size of ownership of the dominant mass media firms. It is commonly called media convergence or consolidation of ownership. The end gain of any media owners would be to gain profit. Next would be advertising. Its primary, the primary means is simply to generate income, okay, or how to source out income. So it serves as a potent means of communication with users of a product or service. Still, the end goal is to sell products and to gain profit. Media elites, these are news, information, and other sources of communications that are funded and approved by the experts or by the few elites as the source and agent of power. Media reflects the economic and political interests of the few elite group and corporations. It tends to consistently convey and display elite preference or opinion over other available competitors in the market. Still, the end goal is control and profit. FLAC. It usually refers to strong opposition or criticisms to a media statement or program. It may appear in a form of letters, telegrams, phone calls, petitions, lawsuits, speeches, etc. The end game is to create public disturbance or to create distract our attention. And last is anti-communism. It illustrates that media tend to create a common enemy or a boogeyman in the political sphere so that it would create a scenario of diversion of the public from the real issue, or they redirect their attention to a more trivialized matter. The end goal is still to divert the public and control public opinion. These 5 operative mechanisms of the propaganda model, which primarily act as media filters, are based on 3 general presuppositions. The starting point of the propaganda model is that there is consensus, but such consensus is merely an elite consensus. Second is that media functions under corporate control, not by the government. Lastly, is that media behaving according to and reflects to corporate interest. The present relation between the media and the political process employs a dialectical venture where one devours the other. For Herman and Chomsky, it is the mediated system that gobbles the political process. Insofar as media is owned and managed for the greater stocks by the few elite group and corporate tycoons, no news and reports will ever be unfiltered or unbiased, since it will always and must serve the system over the individual or personal profit over mastering human passions towards production. According to Schemelis, the government serves as a chief wellspring of the news bulletin, and the reporters are efficiently utilized by the government to organize the crowd. News is interesting to the audience when it fascinates their imaginations or teases their sensibilities. Media injects its message to the audience in a straightforward fashion and shapes their point of view considerably. The traditional Jeffersonian meaning and role of media as a watchdog, counterweight, and a critical check on the power of the government so that we can participate better in the political process has significantly shifted to an ideological market force which targets the political economy and enhances the market strategy. According to Schemelis, the propaganda model provides the framework upon which mainstream media is checked. Capitalism is at its peak as an imperial ruling group when there's increasing privatization of properties and expansion of power among the elites. Media is the necessary evil to hone the market ideology. Media marked the proceedings, landmarks, and background upon which cultural populism is possible and culture industry becomes inevitable. Democracy and press freedom have a distinctive correlation since if there is no free press, there is no democratic practice. The current state of affair in the compounding intervention of the government and other major players, that is the elite groups and the experts within the spectrum and utility of media, direct suppression, social coercion, psychological manipulation, and the like are put into question in the democratic space when the government and media fuse this relation. According to Audra Diaz, we must redefine our traditional conceptualization of social media or media as merely dissemination of information to a more analytic engagement with the social reality. Media is not merely an operational tool, but a mode of engagement where public approval and contestation is vital in the social political growth of the state. Furthermore, one of the most effective agencies of political and economic influence is advertising. According to Anna Proikova and Dietrich Stauffer, social percolation as a kind of sifting mechanism was concocted to depict how a new product item can enter a customer market by word-of-mouth conversations. It has been proposed to incorporate the impact of media communications through advertising, notwithstanding the customary informal promulgation from the neighbors. The assumption set by Herman and Chomsky is problematized as an aftermath of the Industrial Revolution, capitalism, and material possession of properties. When the government, the private sector, or the few elite groups who own and manage large corporate shares of the media pivot the market economy, commercial products, and political process into their hands, then the whole enterprise of democratic practice is compromised. Media has a macro political influence and it penetrates our micro social behavior. In politics, we call it hegemony. In religion, we call it homogeneity. In critical theory and social philosophy, we call it populism. In mass and social media, we call it propaganda model. Its conceptual nuances are interwoven in the dynamic and systematic structure of preserving power and sustaining the capitalist mentality of control over individual and personal choices. Media as such is not disinterested in its functional behavior, rather it is a psychologically deterministic, non-liberating, and elitistly predisposed apparatus. To create a tolerable sense of reality, media needs to feed the public mind with their heart's desire and content, then eventually isolate or paralyze them from actual political discussions, making them believe that participation means isolation. For example, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other similar social media apparatuses creates an appearance of political discussion. Well, in fact, it creates merely a minimal portion of the whole, if not a fictitious display of actual discussion. This discussion may seem plausible at times since media serves as a political platform to communicate information which we need to know only insofar as it feeds our desire and fantasy to see the world. For example, who would read the business news in some major newspaper nowadays, especially if the market for news about money and stocks is much greater than the market to news about issues which matter to working people. The propaganda model is premised on three interrelated assumptions. First, there is indeed a consensus, which I already mentioned a while ago, but only insofar as it is an elite consensus on certain issues. This does not mean that the general public needs to be aware of this consensus. Rather, they had to be dissuaded or redirected to other peripheral matters, since their voice does not really matter, despite the open space sharing and collection of opinions from a different assortment of media networks. Second, media works under corporate and control and management, not entirely a government jurisdiction. Media is an elitist perspective, not entirely what the majority want. The decision made by the people is already influenced and downplayed by the selected options of the few. Third, media reflects corporate appeals and elite interest. Major and crucial decisions are made about them, and the outcomes should be anticipated within the boundaries of their privileged status in the society. They always have a general articulation about what sort of information needs to feed the public, since only the corporate sector has the resources to produce public information. However, we tend to tolerate diverse opinions from the public. We still need to satisfy the needs and interests of the consumers, traders, and the market. The propaganda model is essentially the mode of being of modern media. The kind of medium that are used to downgrade and downgraded is crucial in circumventing political power while maintaining elite control over the masses. Marshall McLuhan emphasizes that medium is the message. For him, it is the medium that shapes and controls the scale and form of human association and action. The content or uses of such media are as diverse as they are ineffectual in shaping the form of human association. End of quote. Disagreements and pluralistic opinions have an essential contribution to the political arena. The medium upon which differences of ideas are conveyed is crucial in the exercise of political will and rational consensus. McLuhan offers an optimistic view of media. However, Herman and Chomsky were apprehensive of its essential nature and deterministic tendencies, especially in exercising political power. In the dawn of the century of media enfranchisement, it penetrates our social and political system rapidly and unwittingly shaping the way we settle on how we should experience our lives. This radical engineering and reformation of modern tools heighten our fixation or interest with anything unnatural, and commodification of cultural values is set within reach. To this effect, certain group of individuals would capitalize and expand the utilization of technology to upgrade their capacity to rule the private and public mind and create an ambiguous picture of reality. A reality that is duplicitous and hedges power with frenzied advancement of false values. The exigency of utilizing media tools and other analogous modern media apparatuses is shaped and controlled by relatively few elite groups of people who in turn own
Sir
and
Alvin, you have
manage
5
large
minutes more.
corporations. Yes, sir. Corporations that fumes the economic and political industry. Okay. Sige, I'll just read the few. This is only perhaps maiksi na lang ito. So in this context, public consent and shared understanding are radical. Okay, I'll read this. All right. Okay, I'll just skip this. Okay. 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 In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interest, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda, since the monopolistic control over the media, often supplemented by official censorship, makes it clear that the media serves the ends of a dominant elite. It is much more difficult to see a propaganda system at work where the media are private and formal censorship is absent. A propaganda model focuses on this inequality of wealth and power and its multi-level effects on mass and social media interests and choices. It traces the routes by which money and power can filter out the news fit to print, marginalize dissent, and allow the government and dominant private interests to get their messages across the public. Okay. A propaganda approach to media coverage suggests a systematic and highly political dichotomization in news coverage based on serviceability to important domestic power interest. So I'd like to give an open-ended conclusion rather. I'll just read this quickly. Media organizations and media press do recognize assorted strategies for rendering impact over our political and economic decisions. They shape how we view the world, help envisage social issues, and direct our interest to social matters that are deserving of consideration. Thus, media plays a critical role in the political and economic life of the citizens. On one hand, traditional media usually reports and conveys vital information to the general public. Media acts as an ideal podium to exercise our political or constitutional rights, basic privileges, and individual merits. However, in our current contingency of media practice, it tends to disavow from its original position when it tends to filter news and isolate the real issue from the public interest. For Chomsky and Herman, media generally controls the social political atmosphere in a dynamic and impenetrable system of manufacturing consent. It tends to reconstruct certain news or stories to control the general perception and reaction of the public, to master and redirect the public mind to a more strenuous issue. For this reason, the democratic practice is curved, if not a mere parody, based on the rhetorical use of power relation between the government, the powerful shadow elites, business moguls, which outlines the very framework of the political life of the citizens. The hegemonic specter of modern media communicated technology undermines the core value and spirit of democracy, which is subsumed in the edified and radical engineering of media consent, a consent without real consent. Okay. Genuine and healthy democratic practice is possible if there's a constant and diverse questioning and contestations of power across all other positions, either in the government or in the private sector, without the facade of a benevolent appeal to authority or pity. And lastly, it is therefore the arduous task of the philosopher to reconcile opposing forces to reasonably explain the ambivalence of democratizing modern media in the public sphere. For this reason, it is the responsibility of the intellectuals to speak the truth and expose lies, said Chomsky. He added, intellectuals are typically privileged, and privilege yields opportunity, and opportunity confers responsibilities. And my last words would be, like to quote John Norton, an Irish journalist, one of the most serious existential problems to democracy today is social media. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter amplify the illusions of post-truth scenarios by allowing fake news and alternative facts to spread like the common cold, since this fake news is more virulent than the coronavirus. And in the book, The Social Media, the American computer scientist Jaron Lanier argues that social media has become one of the most serious existential problems of democracy today. If we maintain the existing system for another 20 years, we will most likely destroy our civilization through deliberate ignorance, he argued. With this, thank you for listening. Thank you for the time listening for this presentation. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Sir Alvin. We have one question here from Dr. Shirif. Maybe if you are still here in the call, Dr. Shirif, can you ask this question?
Yes. Although I still cannot open the video. I don't know why.
Okay, I will. That's nice, very nice presentation. See, nowadays social media have influenced by political parties or some corporate companies, and they are told they bring in experts just to speak their own point of view. And unfortunately, very few channels are very true to say the truth to the public. How can we bring about a change in that structure? Because social media make or mar even leaders also, and they cast a hypnotic influence on the people who hear or witness. Sometimes,
yeah. All right.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, sir, for that interesting question. Actually, even Chomsky, I think, has something to say about that. I think it's a very practical question, though. Um, as individuals, we cannot do anything, practically nothing, he said, as an individual. But what could be done would always be done in history, sabi nga, as he said, that there is always some sort of organ, some sort of individuals who would organize themselves, such as this kind of group, the social ethics group, and other organizations. In a similar way, this has more potent, I would say, influence on how we could affect change in society rather than the individual, such as women's movement, civil rights movement, environmental movement. This can do, he said, and that's one of the reasons why powerful systems are so intent on atomizing people, since they have to atomize people so as for some groups to so that certain groups of people would not dominate the social space. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is we have to form groups instead of individuals. Okay, we have to. That's what I'm trying to say. So just like groups of thinkers, philosophers, or even social scientists, and other groups that would, in a way, fortify their intent in affecting change in society. That would be all, sir.
Thank you, Sir Alvin. We have another one here from Notre Dame of Marble. Maybe you can ask your question directly, sir. Sir Ailernad Cartagena.
Hello. Can I be heard po?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good day, sir. I would just read what I've written here. First of all, sir, thank you for presenting a comprehensive and relevant topic on Chomsky. I just would like to ask, in the lens of Chomsky, sir, how is today's political campaigns described, particularly in the Philippines, since media is totally used as a means for political campaigns? Yun po.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think I identified a portion in the presentation that in our current political scenario, we are, how would they say, very much fascinated with celebrities or people or have this populist approach to politics in such a way that we no longer question whether they are effective what do you call this effective politicians or effective leaders, but we are only banking on whether popular or rich. Okay, although in of course in any democratic society such as the Philippines, we allow these things to happen. However, there's this thoughtless flourishing of I would say, that's why I said it's a cult of celebrity spectacle, wherein people, even politicians, even though they are not celebrities, they feel like they are a celebrity. Even journalists, right? They feel like we elect certain groups of people not because they are totally knowledgeable about what they're doing, but they simply because they are popular. They have enormous influence on social media, for example. So the more you are exposed, the better. So you have more advantage over others. So yung may mga kakayahan na manalbihan sa ating bansa, mas they always have second thoughts because first they're not rich enough or they have no political influence, unlike those people that we could see right now in the television. Okay. That would be all.
Okay, thank you so much. One more if we have. So before we'll proceed to the next presentation, if we still have one more question. If we do not have, or maybe later if you have some question, we can just proceed proceed, maybe in the chat box, Sir Alvin is still there. Let me proceed
Thank
with the next. Thank you, Sir Alvin, for that wonderful presentation.
Maraming po salamat.
The next presenter is a lecturer of philosophy at the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. He was formerly a full-time faculty at the University of Mindanao. He studied philosophy for his doctoral program at UP Diliman. He's no other than Oliver Perater in his paper entitled Evolution, Self-Domestication, and the Future of the Human Species. Sir Oliver, welcome, and you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Sir Sir Bayot. So good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to have my paper here in this annual conference of the Social Ethics Society. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So this paper assumes that we, as a species, are still evolving, and vaccination is a form of domestication that could have great effects on the descendants of the Homo sapiens. I admit this paper is still a work in progress. Consistencies of the claims may still have to be reviewed, and some related literatures are still to be found, while others are still to be finalized. So for these three limitations, I welcome criticisms of all sorts. So I warn everyone that this paper is indeed daring, but half of me urges that it has to be written. So there are two general problems I would like to discuss in this paper. First, the problem of vaccination in relation to the evolution of the Homo sapiens. Second, if we can discover some moral principles that emanate from our selfish desires that would allow us to do some good to others without expecting anything in return. So our collective ideals would tell us that to think for the welfare of others, even to those who could not reciprocate, is a good thing. But we do not live in our ideals as species. We may talk about them, yet we really choose and act according to what is directly beneficial to us. However, no matter how selfish we are also attracted to kind people. So there should have been a great link between our selfish desires and altruism. And this paper is intended to find what that link should be. So arguably the most fundamental element of the human being is that it is alive. So and living necessitates survival and reproduction, even without the use of reason. Hence, the root of our selfish desires as Homo sapiens is survival and reproduction, which is acknowledged as early as the time of Darwin. Ayn Rand teaches selfishness to be a virtue, but the theory of individualism seems less appealing to reason, since it does not deal with the ideals, but somehow deals with the most fundamental concept about human nature, by which reason is ashamed of. Reason dictates what is ideally right, but our animal instincts pursue what is beneficial. And when Homo sapiens speaks, she follows reason, but when she chooses or acts, she follows her animal desires. So it seems that the irrational element of the human being is also a reliable source of information about the Homo sapiens values. So critique of the mind is the method I would like to utilize for this paper. My aim is also to discover whether there is an a priori condition of the mind that links between our selfish instinct to survive and the good act we could do for others who cannot reciprocate our good deeds. The mind is conditioned to react on anything immediate, that is immediate threats, punishment, and rewards. So the very source of this condition may not really be human reason, but our animal instinct in order to have better access or better share to immediate goods. Panicking in times like this pandemic is a good example. Immediate vaccines are introduced without regard to how it will hinder the evolution of the descendants of Homo sapiens, which do not bother ourselves because they are not at all immediate. However, this method is not intended to begin with the a posteriori condition of the mind, put forward by various thinkers after Kant, such as Marx, the phenomenologists, and Freud. Instead, I would like to rediscover if there is something that constitutes the mind to do good to others who could not directly or necessarily give benefit to the self. So Darwin teaches that species are the modified descendants of other species. So there are two possible ways of why species evolve in Darwin's observation, namely natural selection and domestication. I consider vaccination as a form of domestication. Sorry. Evolutionary biologists claim we evolve, but it seems we disregard the fact that we are not the end of this evolutionary process. There seems to be no serious action taken by Homo sapiens for the welfare of its descendants. This includes our action to domesticate the Homo sapiens, which is, in most cases, intended to preserve the species instead of allowing it to evolve. This is despite of our discontentment of our current conditions as a species. Richard Wrangham emphasizes that domestication of animals was the result of preference to less aggressive traits. This seems to be less true upon the evolution of the Homo sapiens. In fact, the most dangerous tools to kill people are invented in this modern, highly scientific and technological age. Vaccination could possibly make the Homo sapiens less aggressive, only against the microbes. We vaccinate the species despite the scientific knowledge that every pandemic is an opportunity to evolve. Whether we originate from viruses or not remains a debate in the scientific world today. But scientists are conclusive enough that viruses play some vital roles in the evolution of life. According to Peirce, there are parts of human DNA that are of viral origin. So Stack agrees with Conin and others that viruses have been a powerful evolutionary force. There is a study, for instance, that suggests 30% of all protein adaptations since humans' divergence with chimpanzees have been driven by viruses. That's the Genetic Society of America. Thus, the evolution of humans from the apes were not limited to finding food and keeping oneself secured, but it involved survival at the cellular level. Although the only rational beings think about morality, good and bad actions are observable even among non-human animals. Somehow, it could be argued that doing the right thing does not necessitate rationality. There seems to be two general types of actions or decisions that the Homo sapiens consider to have moral worth. One which is driven by irrationality and the other which is driven by rationality. The former is completely instinctive by origin, while the ones driven by reason are in most cases ideals. Allow me to dichotomize moral codes among Homo sapiens as instinctive and ideals. The former is secured and performed by the Homo sapiens by necessity out of its sentient tendencies, and it flows naturally from every member of the species, while the latter is formulated by reason out of its social analysis and observation, figuring out what must be the best moral codes that suits every member of society, or at least the majority. Selfishness and individualist desires are the most primordial among all human social attributes. I call it social attribute because I believe no one can be selfish without others. For Aristotle, man is by nature social animal, but it seems to be not our fundamental nature, since we only seem to be social due to our instinct to survive and reproduce. Being alone, especially before the modern time, will give one less or zero chance of survival and of reproducing. One important aspect of surviving is being with other people. Hence, society was created and sustained. Logically, people live together for comfort, protection, and procreation. Society, in turn, will develop codes of conduct so that people will live in harmony, and harmony is ensured if no selfish desire is to be violated. Hence, doing good to other people is in our vested interest. It means we do good to others not primarily because we value others, but because we value ourselves. So not everyone is welcome in every society. Thus, to secure one's position in the society is necessary. There seems to be two vital stages of securing oneself as a member of a certain society. The most primary would be conformity. It is by conforming that you ensure every member of the community that you are harmless. But society gives more value to people who do not simply conform but also contribute. This is why being valued by society is a higher goal than simply conforming. This is the higher stage of securing oneself in society. Conformity is an activity of the virtuous, but contributing is a legacy and honor which gives one the desirable character. So it seems selfish desire is more than enough for any society to agree on certain moral codes. Of course, with the aid of reason. Hence, if there is then an a priori ground of all moral principles, it must have been our primordial instinct to survive. We are by nature individualist, but so much individualism could destroy others, which in turn destroys the self in the process. In a socio-economic context, Adam Smith claims, it is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from the regard to their own selfish interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities, but of their advantages. No doubt, Smith's economic notion of allowing selfishness to flourish and be exercised without so much government intervention brought the world to acquire wealth never had been produced. However, Karl Marx had foreseen the effects of liberal economy, as he believed it would lead to a concentration of wealth among the few, or overproduction, which he calls an economic crisis, a phenomenon that capitalists have too much wealth hence could not afford to buy the surplus products that the capitalists are selling. The rule of the bourgeoisie, according to Marx, the bourgeois democrats, from the very first will carry within the seeds of its own destruction. And this is the necessary result of the liberal economy or too much selfishness. Marxist party leaders of the world, on the other hand, thought and tries their best to practice selflessness. The selflessness simply does not reflect fundamental human nature. I believe the failure of communist parties in many parts of the world is at some degree rooted in their failure to acknowledge one of the most important features of human beings, that is individualism, which requires self-actualization and self-expression in doing anything for society. People are selfish, but I think Ayn Rand also failed to acknowledge that we also need to think for the welfare of others in order to survive and flourish. These camps of individualist and socialist seem to me are two opposite extremes. I guess there is a middle route, but if this middle route can be discovered from a priori or be ignited from a posteriori conditions of the mind is a thing to be explored, which I lack the materials to address in this paper. However, it is important to acknowledge and accept that everyone is selfish, but it is also equally important to acknowledge that it could have been in our advantage to do good and do no harm to others. Selfishness without considering others will lead not only to the destruction of the human race, but also to self-destruction. We should not only think of ourselves, but also of others, not because we are selfless, but because we are selfish. Even after Darwin, we tend to treat the Homo sapiens as if it is no longer evolving, and we seem to never care for the descendants of our species. Since I am dealing with the possible effect of vaccination to the evolution of the specific primate into its descending species, I have obliged myself to take a look on whether a Homo sapiens has the capacity to consider the welfare of its descending species and every action it takes that could possibly alter the course of its own evolution. I believe altruism and socialism must emanate from selfish desires in order for it to be natural, to be a natural tendency of any rational species. Without connection to our selfish nature, no social ideals can be materialized. So I don't think this research is good enough to make a valid conclusion, but please allow me to pose some recommended thoughts and questions instead. So I don't think all sorts of fungi, viruses, and bacteria that attack human beings need to be counterattacked with vaccinations. Surely, those that threaten to extinct our species must be dealt with. Survival of the species is vital. However, as much as vaccine could kill the weak, there are infections that could also only kill the weak, but make the stronger strong. In this case, I don't think we need vaccines. Should we really let the descendants of the Homo sapiens inherit all our physical and emotional and mental weaknesses? Maybe we should still maintain and develop vaccines against microbes that weaken but not necessarily or immediately kill its prey, who could still manage to repopulate. But this is just a thought. I don't think I have gathered enough data and idea to be conclusive. But my question remains, at what degree do we need to intervene in the course of natural selection? How much in life should we leave for natural selection and how much we are willing to keep? Another question that remains unanswered is if we are, as Homo sapiens, capable of considering the consequences of our actions for the descendants of Homo sapiens, which will give no direct benefit for us other than remembering probably our legacy and honor. After all, I could not still find a direct link between our selfish desires and our thoughts for the welfare of the descendants of Homo sapiens. But allow me to mention the following. Honor and legacy are the most important properties of a human being. I took it from Ayn Rand. Some people consider this as more than life itself. Heroes and martyrs are willing to die for this. It is always better for the dead to be praised than, second thought, I would say, it is always better for the dead to be praised than to be cursed by its own descendants. Third, we are selfish, but certainly we prefer altruist people over the selfish ones. Should reciprocal altruism be the only goal of society? Even Richard Dawkins asked, how can selfish genes support kindness? And that would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Oliver. We have one question here from Dr. Shirif. Dr. Shirif, you may proceed.
Do you mean that man must develop resistance by evolution and that natural capacity to change his structure to fight the infection, that the vaccination will interfere in such evolution of transformation or transition?
Thank you, sir, Sheriff. So basically, that's my belief because for some million years, we managed to survive in the planet despite of all those obstacles against viruses, bacteria, and fungi, for example. So basically, we are capable of surviving as a species, of course, as a species. And so as I said in my conclusion, we must develop, I guess, we must develop vaccines against viruses that could potentially make the species extinct. But those viruses that would only kill the weak, as long as they only kill the weak, I guess. I mean, this might be too harsh and somehow a taboo, basically. But parang, this is basically, I guess, for me, an important idea because people who have managed to survive. How many years we have vaccinated people? I mean, it was just less than 200 years we started vaccinating people. So I guess if I do not know if that is an accurate information, but I guess we started the first vaccine developed was other than the developed in China. It was against the smallpox. I guess it was 1800s, if I remember it right. So yeah, we just vaccinated people not long ago. So, but still, people are there basically. Of course, vaccination have made a lot of progress in it sustained, it prolonged a lot of lives, human lives, but eventually, parang, but still, with the idea that we are fully capable of overcoming all of these obstacles. In fact, the only concern I have is that, I mean, what effect will it give to our descendants, be it a Homo sapiens or not? Because we have a lot of limitations as a species.
One last, that's just, for example, if a child is not given polio vaccine, the child will become totally paralyzed, you know. So you cannot wait over the years for the children or anybody to develop such resistance, because you know that you are impinging upon the life of the child, you know, because we have to protect our children. You know, vaccination is the only way to save lives, you know, and that is the only way, particularly in a pandemic like COVID-19. That's what I thought. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir Oliver, you may stop your screen sharing. And we have also a question here from Daryl. Maybe Daryl would like to ask this directly.
Yes, hello. I thank you for your presentation, but I'd like to ask you, do you have children? And are you going to let your child die by not giving the vaccine? Also, as a
Yes.
biologist, we cannot, if we die, there are many other traits that we have that are also advantageous for human evolution. Just having one difficulty to survive a disease, we might be an artist, we might be a singer, we might be a philosopher. So I think in terms of the impact on evolution, vaccines only have a positive impact on maintaining human diversity. But
Thank
I'd
you.
like to ask, so do you have children?
Thank
Who
you, sir,
you would let them die?
Professor Dara. Basically, I have one. I have a boy, an 11-year-old boy, and basically because this question is personal. Again, because this is immediate, the way which I call something that is immediate. Of course, this is we consider our children as our extension of our lives, because society will condemn us if you do not take care of our children. Of course, we also have this attachment to our children. So basically, I could say, our children are extensions of who we are, basically. But are we willing to sacrifice them? Are we willing to sacrifice ourselves? That is really the question I asked in this paper. Is the Homo sapiens? Is there really a condition of the mind of a Homo sapiens by which we can find altruism without disregarding self and vested interest? That is really my question. Basically, I mean, I do not think I have the answer so far, but that is the problem I'm trying to task myself in this paper. So, yun, parang, yes, considering that this is a choice between us today. This is a question between us and the future of humanity. Because us is immediate. So we have to immediately respond to it. But what about its effect towards the descendants of the species? That is my concern. So basically, that is my concern. The only question I ask also in this paper is, are we willing to sacrifice as a self, as individual? Again, I go back to that's why the very foundation of this paper is individualism, the selfish interest, the animal instinct to survive. Basically, if I have to take care of my child, that is an animal. Animals are even willing to die for their own children. But do we consider descendants as of the descendants of Homo sapiens as also worth dying for? That's another. I mean, this is the dilemma of my paper, essentially. So I don't think I could give you a very good and convincing answer, Professor. Again, as I said, this paper is a work in progress. Thank you, but thank you very much also.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. You can stop sharing so that the next presenter will have, we can share his screen. But maybe
Yes, sir.
while waiting, we can still have some question from my student, MPA. Would you like to ask this personally, Christine, to
Sir.
to Oliver?
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. First, I would like to commend the very intriguing topic that you have shared to us. This is just one of my thoughts after hearing your. I will just read my question po. Hello, sir. With your presentation, can we then discredit the fact that 1,000 lives saved from vaccination po? Does this mean that the effort of society to thrive from diseases are made from selfish gains of pharmaceutical companies developing the vaccines and the ruling group, or can we say the government or other ruling group po? Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Christine. So, yeah, basically, the first abstract I submitted was.
Sir Albert, I'll call you later, Sir Albert. We still have one question from an audience. I'll just wait for my cue, Sir Albert, for your presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Sir Oliver.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, yan, again, the first abstract I submitted to Dr. Bayod and Dr. Ryan Mabolok was a bit different from this paper. This paper was included the political and business side of. But I chose to divide the paper into two instead. So I left alone the political part of which and the business part of which. So, yun, I did not really consider about the vested interest of the manufacturer. But basically, thank you also for reminding me. But because this vaccine, of course, although the virus will kill some people, although some would claim that vaccination will kill less people than letting the virus spread out to humanity. But of course, that is not. That is also disregarding the fact that we are isolating ourselves. That we are doing a lot of this stuff during this normal, by which led some people to depression and isolation. That's another thing to be considered. But of course, if we think that we can evolve and we are capable, I guess we do not need all of this. If we do not love too much ourselves, I do not disregard that, because we have all this vested interest, as I said in this paper. But we have our own ways of doing things if there is no intervention of all these vaccines. So. Thousands of lives on vaccination. I'm not disregarding the fact that this could save lives, although some people claim, some publications also claim that it also claim lives at the same time. So, but this is life that is immediate. What about those lives that are not immediate, that are not here yet, for example? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Oliver, for a very continuous presentation. We continue to reflect on that as we go along. Maybe some of you would like to engage Sir Oliver more in the chat box, but this time we proceed with the next presenter. Our next presenter studied at the St. Mary's University in Bayongbong, Nueva Vizcaya, and also went to the Nueva Vizcaya State University, where he is presently working as a faculty member. Our next paper presentation before the plenary speaker of Mr. Anton after this presentation is Albert Garcia. His paper is entitled On the Tempters of Reasoning, How Fallacies Covidize the Virtual World. Go ahead, Sir Albert.
Thank you, Dr. Rogelio. Can I use only the audio because I'm experiencing now difficulty in the internet connection and have the difficulty of using the video.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Is it okay?
It's all right, sir. Yeah,
okay.
It's all right, sir.
My paper is entitled On the Tempers of Reasoning, How Fallacies Covidize the Virtual World. This paper was written, I think, 2 years ago, in the year, or even less than 2 years ago, in 2019, when we have the enhanced community quarantine in the Philippines. And this paper is a requirement of mine in my doctor in philosophy at St. Louis University. Now, this paper is divided into basically 4 segments. We have the introduction, we have the inside the cave on what appears, third part would be outside the cave, logic and fallacies, and eventually my conclusion going back inside the cave. May I begin? Plato, using Socrates as his mouthpiece in his work, The Republic, argues that the capacity for knowledge is innate in each man's mind. This celebrated quotation coming from Plato gives an impression that it is natural for man to be capable for knowledge. The inclination of man for what is to be known is an inevitable reality. This reality is essential for him or her to survive with his or her everyday existence. Thus, this knowledge that must be known is not for its own sake, but must go beyond. That is in the realm of praxis. It is inputting what is known that makes man a man in action. But what is the implication of this? The world now is pressed with COVID-19 pandemic. This problem is not initially of worldwide concern, but of a specific geographical area. However, the disease is spread throughout the global region, and eventually, most nations were affected and confused on how each country can respond into this illness. Speculations are made in terms of its historicity, possible cure, and how to prevent its spread. Most countries have to close its borders to other nationalities for reasons of safety and security. People are advised to stay at home, classes were suspended, most industries were cut close, work from home is highly enforced with exemption of the frontliners, and thus access to critical information can be through radio, television, and the internet. The access into these forms of mass media has posed threat on what is true, especially with the use of online media like social media. For the social media brings a new set of questions and create new spaces of communication online. Because of this, the life of any individual his choices, his course of action, and the manner in which he puts criteria in his judgments are affected. How can one arrive into something that is true? What instances that fakery may appear to be true? How one might approach these appearances that she may encounter? These queries can be explored with the Platonic route of the simile of the cave, vis-a-vis logic and critical thinking, which is basically the point of departure of this paper. Now, social media has played a vital role and indispensable role on information dissemination. Social media creates social networks that enable social activity, for our devices are social. Thus, media can be delivered anywhere and anyone of the same social group. People with access or even accounts in social media have relied on its capacity to transmit whatever it may be capable of. Thus, any knowledge put forth on social media can make or break. For this, in one way or another, can shape how an individual can formulate her or his judgments on what could be necessary as warranted by her positionality. If social media or media as a whole is one of the sources of information, it may also possibly be a source also of disinformation. Now, information can be true or false in as much as judgment or its formal expression, which is proposition, can hold truth or falsity. But how can one distinguish true or false information? It is in this very aspect that philosophy as a discipline can take its course, for it is a discipline where truth is pursued via the use of rational capacity of human being. It is through the aid of human reason that truth can be pursued. Now, one of the branches of philosophy is logic. And as such, logic is a philosophy which is concerned with methods and principles used to distinguish correct from incorrect reasoning based on the writings of Cohen McMahon in the introduction to logic. Now, it is in this discipline or it is in this subject that we do encounter terms into judgments into proposition, and eventually reasoning into syllogism. Now, it is also in the same discipline that we can find out that logic is related to what we call reasoning. Reasoning is something natural to any human being. Anyone belonging to human species is capable of reasoning, but it does not necessarily follow that their reasoning is automatically correct. This reasoning can take its course inductively or deductively. Similarly, we have inductive or even deductive logic. The least that one can make out of reasoning is the possibility to confront propositions. Now, to sharpen one's reasoning, logic is the formal discipline that one needs to be in. Logic as a discipline fosters the hope for reasoning to be molded in such a way that it is attuned to what is or to what is the case. Critical thinking as a skill can be developed through an in-depth study and learning on the basics of logic and its counterpart, the fallacies. For it is that getting the fallacies right is an extremely important task for logic. Indeed, a central part of its mandate, and that is the task much more about than performed. Now, if logic is concerned with correct thinking, there is what we call the opposite way of thinking, or something that is related to fallacy. There are enormous literatures or even authors who try to define or even describe what fallacy is all about. According to Jeremy Bentham, fallacy is common to designate any argument employed or trick suggested for the purpose or with a probability of producing the effect of what we call deception, of causing some erroneous opinion to be entertained by any person to whom mind such argument may have been presented. Another one, we have Fernando Leal in his introduction. He pointed out common parlance of the word fallacy. There are basically three. For him, a fallacy is an argument that is logically invalid. A fallacy is an argument, at least one of whose premises is false. And eventually, a fallacy is an argument that evades its task of engaging with the other person, is basically what is saying. So, or in other sense, there is what we call bad argument in terms of what we call dealing with fallacy. Now, may I share to you the observation of Patrick Gula in his book Nonsense: A Handbook of Logical Fallacies. According to him, people tend to believe what they want to believe, tend to project their own biases or experiences upon situations, tend to generalize from a specific event, tend to get personally involved in the analysis of issue, and tend to let their feelings overcome a sense of objectivity, are not good listeners. They hear selectively. They often hear only what they want to hear, are eager to rationalize, are often unable to distinguish what is relevant from what is irrelevant, are easily diverted from the specific issue at hand, are usually unwilling to explore thoroughly the ramifications of a topic, tend to oversimplify, often judge from appearances. They observe something, misinterpret what they observe, and make terrible errors in what we call judgment. Often simply don't know what they are talking about, especially in matters of general discussion. They really think carefully before they speak, but they allow their feelings, prejudices, biases, likes, hopes, and frustrations to supersede careful thinking. Rarely act according to a set of consistent standards. Rarely do they examine the evidence and then form a conclusion. Rather, they tend to do whatever they want to do and believe whatever they want to believe, and then find whatever evidence will support their actions or their beliefs. They often think selectively. In evaluating a situation, they are eager to find reasons to support what they want to support, and they are just as eager to ignore or disregard reasons that don't support what they want and often do not mean what they say. A very good example, a very timely example today is the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic entered the world, many had their unique ways of speculations, and this could be seen in the social media. In the Philippines alone, some Filipinos became, in quotation marks, experts in the field of medicine, health, etc. And they have their own say regarding the issue. And this did not stop here. If you try to remember, when a certain network ceased from its airing, shift from expertise of Filipinos came. Some became experts of law, of jurisprudence, of social analysis, of economic analysis, etc. What's clear about both examples is that the involvement of people in the analysis of issues has reached every possible person who has an access in social media, because these people, their reactions, some of them posted these reactions on their social media accounts. And of course, what follows is that this will reach other people as well, especially those who are or who have an access to social media. Now, I want to discuss, or
You have
even
you have 5 minutes, Sir Albert.
Okay,
5 minutes
sir,
more.
thank you. And I want to discuss some of the fallacies which could be present, and this could be the conventional, but others do have also differences on how they would look into this. Some of which would be argumentum ad hominem, argumentum ad verecundiam, argumentum ad populum. For example, the most used fallacy as I look at it is the argument against the person. For example, when a person speaks about a certain argument, an argument regarding health, there is a shift from someone who attacks him not on the argument but attacking him on his personality. Say, for example, saying that his stomach is big and so on and so forth. Another would be we have hasty generalization, we have argumentum ad misericordiam, and there are more fallacies. And these fallacies, and among others, may appear to be convincing, especially to those who are not acquainted with them. Their appearances may be either virtual or real, or perhaps both virtual and real. Now, allow me to go directly with my conclusion to make things faster. Philosophy, as being the search for truth, cannot divorce itself from matters of thinking, reasoning, and arguing correctly. Thus, the interest in truth implies trying to avoid its opposite, the fallacies. For one to avoid fallacy, he or she needs to configure his or her reasoning to what is logical. Intuition cannot be a source of knowledge, for it does not allow one to attain truth in philosophy, especially in the field of logic. In fact, the results of intuition-led philosophy contradict both the facts of experience and each other. Current fashionable forms of pseudo-philosophy are averse to reasoning, for they either despair of ever attaining truth or else trust in intuition as their guide. Nonetheless, a certain feeling for truth, which is not the same as intuition, is crucial for philosophical thinking and argumentation. After going through the route of virtual world in the plane of social media and remembering errors in reasoning in the fallacies mentioned, what will now be our trajectory? The exorcist cannot complete its essence without the dimension of what we call praxis. Social media sharing transcends geographical boundaries. If this is the case, its audience is indefinite and its effect can be overwhelming. Misinformation can be transmitted at least as easily as thorough, fact-based information, and so information, the quality, is at utmost importance. As social media has matured and its ability to shape perceptions has been recognized, it has become a target of concerted efforts at manipulation. Misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda have grown in visibility and concern. Claims and counterclaims of fake news have become common. The ability for fake news to gain traction on social media and the subsequent mainstreaming of these falsehoods through the news coverage meant that even if reporters were clarifying these falsehoods with truth, it was these falsehoods that can actually become the news. This suggests some of the challenges that social media production and distribution of news bring to institutional understanding of journalism. Greater opportunities to collaborate and represent diverse viewpoints in the news using the various affordances of social media are coupled with the tensions created by other social and political stakeholders with interests in influencing what this news should be. Unfortunately, misinformation is far more likely to be recirculated than the truth because it makes a claim that is unexpected and contradicts what people know about the world. This can resemble embracing false opinions rather than judging according to logos. What is paradoxical is that people often resist abandoning beliefs despite strong evidence and often increase their commitments to beliefs that are challenged, since a large amount of the information people want to create and consume is explicitly, in quotation marks, fiction. The goal of building machines can highlight facts and diminish fake information is a challenge. The concept of tribal epistemology suggests that most facts exist only for certain people in certain places and times. If multiple truths can coexist, it may be better to build maps of the untrue materials. An alternative approach could map the range of claims and the people and the groups who make them. Social media is often thought as an example of marketplace of ideas. If social media is a marketplace of ideas and these ideas are prone to error in reasoning, it's then the place where transformation can be instigated. And this is where philosophy, this is where logic could come in. Seemingly, if there is a proliferation of fallacies in the social media, this will bring about a COVIDized virtual world. Logic and critical thinking is truly imperative in order to avoid distempers of reasoning. And I think that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Albert. We have 5 minutes for the open forum, and after this, we'll proceed with the plenary speaker. So, anyone would like to, the first one to ask question or maybe comment and anything you have to ask for to Sir Albert? Here we have from Edgar. Would you like to uh, ask this directly, Sir Edgar, to Sir Albert?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes po, sir.
I'm just going to read so that I will not embellish anything based on the questions. Sir, your study, your research talks about more on fallacies. There is a saying that lies, repeatedly said, becomes the truth. Based on this premise, social media, which is the fourth estate, plays already a vital role in determining one's social action, meaning everything that we ought to behave socially. Sometimes this, not sometimes, but all the time, is being influenced by social media. But we also have to remember that in our social behavior, sometimes what comes forward is based on our personal judgment. Do you think social media is a strong influencer of our social behavior, overriding our own personal judgment of the world?
Okay. Thank you, Sir Edgar.
The second question, sir, I'm just going to say
sir.
In your study, is it acceptable to say that half truth is better than lies disguised as truth? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. First, thank you for the interesting question and the thought-provoking questions. First, I would be dealing first with your first question, your number one question. Now, I think with the onset of the pandemic, there is, I do agree that the social media became strong in such a way that what could be trending now, especially it affects the people, and eventually, for example, the the issue on the Dolomite, when they opened the Dolomite in the context of the Philippines, when that Dolomite, going to that Dolomite beach became trending, as if many Filipinos wanted to go there. And I think one of the reasons could be because of the strong influence of what we call social media. Now, the very work of the discipline logic or even philosophy in general is for us to rethink or to reflect what could be essential, and eventually to hone or even to develop in us the value of what we call critical thinking, or even challenging what could be the system in such a way that we could bring about or we could appropriate what is really true, and we can only do about it with the use of what we call concepts, or we could go about the use of what we call language. Now, in your second question, it's a little bit tricky. Is it acceptable to say that half truth is better than lies disguised truth? uh, I don't know how to answer this question, but for me, is there such a thing as half truth? Perhaps half truth could only be mean having one or two propositions, and one proposition is untrue. Now, if we use logic in order to evaluate those propositions, eventually the conclusion does not follow. Because in formal logic, for example, if one of the premises is untrue, you cannot have a conclusion which is true. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Albert. Maybe if you have some question, you can just in the chat box write your question, and maybe Sir Albert can continue to engage with you. So it's already 1:30. Before the plenary speaker, let me announce that the certificate of appreciation for our presenters will be emailed to you next week. Going on, we have our plenary talk this afternoon with Mr. Anton Hinrich Rinislan. He is a faculty member at the Department of Philosophy of the University of Santo Tomas. He graduated summa cum laude from UST and is a research doctoral student at the same university. He is the editor of Lectio, a graduate philosophy journal. Help me welcome Sir Anton for the plenary lecture this afternoon.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for inviting me also to this this conference. Thank you po sa SES and for kay Dr. Mabolo. So the title of my presentation for this afternoon is Dasein as Design, Musings for a Post-Pandemic Political Theory. Well, I thought of an original title, and I'll explain it in a bit, as Dasein als Design, kann uns nur Design reden. Okay, so I'll begin. I have to admit that I find the conference's theme rather broad, to wit, democratic inclusion and transdisciplinarity in the post-pandemic world, especially with the three themes before bioethics, political theory, and philosophy. Pondering on an apt presentation, I have considered discussing the problem of design as the problem of space, or how the problem of design is the problem of space in a post-pandemic world. I considered it prudent to provide an English title for my presentation, Design as Design, Initial Musings for Post-Pandemic Political Theory, to offer you all an insight into the question I seek to raise, namely Dasein and design, existence and design in a post-pandemic world, or for a post-pandemic theory. However, the original title that I supplied, that I was thinking of, was Dasein als Design, kann uns nur Design reden, which mimics two titles. The first I get from Henk Oosterling's Dasein als Design of moet Design de Wereld reden, which he gave us the 5th Pramzela lecture on the 1st of April 2009 at the Royal Tropical Institute in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Well, the second is from Martin Heidegger's infamous Der Spiegel interview, Nur noch ein Gott kann uns retten, on the 23rd of September 1966, posthumously published a decade later. Working on these two thinkers, I seek to talk about the intersection of life and design. I give particular emphasis to Oosterling's concept of intra-esse as a signpost for the intermediary status, which discloses to us what existence is, a space of intersection, a space for thought, for life, for philosophy, for political theory. I'll try to talk about three things during the time that I have. I first draw our attention to design, followed by a brief sketch of Peter Sloterdijk's spherology, with finally some elaboration on the inness in Heidegger's being in the world as the designal quality of Dasein. So let me begin with the fact that we today have reached the point of imagining the world. This is from Peter Sloterdijk. This seems like a rather bold claim, but to elaborate this, I wish to draw our attention to two artistic works that I will constantly refer to throughout this presentation, the Louvre Pyramid and the Arc de Triomphe. So firstly, the Louvre Pyramid. It immediately stands out due to its contrast to the empire-style facade of the museum, which was once a palace. In celebration of the bicentenary of the French Revolution, Paris witnessed the construction of a series of large, important buildings devoted, I quote, to the arts, the theater, music, and science, end of quote, during the 1980s, beginning with the Georges Pompidou Center in 1977, and ending with the complete renovation of the Louvre and the construction of this pyramid we see before us. The pyramid was part of this sweep of celebratory infrastructure and was meant to restore the Louvre's original purpose, according to then French President François Mitterrand. And it was designed by Chinese-American architect I.M. Pei. This did not go without controversy. The design was met with strong opposition due to its antithetical character to the Parisian tradition, especially due to the usage of both steel and glass in its construction. The pyramid currently serves as the main entrance to the museum, and here we observe another stark contrast: the profanity of the pyramid as a symbol of death, and the sacredness of the artworks that lie inside and beneath it. Here first. Stopping ourselves from entering the vestibule of the pyramid, we turn our backs to the pyramid and gaze at what lies ahead of us. From the Louvre, one is afforded a view of the Arc de Triomphe because of the entire stretch of the Champs-Élysées. This is part of the Axe Historique, the historical axis, also called as the Rue Triomphale, the Triumphal Way, a line of notable infrastructures in the French capital. You have the pyramid down here, looking at the photo to the left, and then you have the small Arc de Triomphe, the carousel here. Here at the Rotonda, you have the obelisk at the Place de la Concorde, you have the Arc de Triomphe, and all the way at the end, you have the La Défense. And I mean, this is just a photo from the pyramid. You see the carousel, the obelisk, the Arc de Triomphe there at the back. So that's the historical way, and we'll return to that in a bit. This now leads us to the second infrastructure. We begin our march toward what glistens at the background from the pyramid. As one moves closer to the arc, this glistening figure becomes more pressing and overshadowing a cube-shaped block of gigantic dimensions, 50 meters high, 45 meters wide, with a single central opening dedicated to the glory of the imperial arm. And that is a quotation. However, what adds to our speculation is that beginning September 18 of this year, the entire arc was wrapped in 25,000 square meters of recyclable fabric in silvery blue, and with 3,000 meters of red rope for some 3 weeks. This was a posthumous realization of Christo's wish, L'Arc de Triomphe wrapped. Christo unfortunately passed away last year, unable to see the realization of what he and his wife ardently planned for some 60 years. Why a wrapped monument? Christo and Jean-Claude provide us an insight into a different way to understand design and its impact upon the environment. Christo's work is an installation art, which, similar to other artworks, requires spectator participation, contrasted to rather traditional art forms such as painting or sculpture that simply lies before us. The installation itself is a challenge to our understanding of art, wrapping something so common. Yet better put, it's a challenge to our conception of the dominance of a magnificent structure. That was once considered a trivial image in the cityscape, such is the case of the Arc de Triomphe to the everyday Parisian. Hank Oosterling begins his Premzela lecture by presenting the commodified and consumed status of design. In a world that has equated the designal quality with mere functionality, design is conjured as a need. It is exhausted, and we currently experience it multifacetedly through a shift from being mere consumers to designers ourselves. Design is a need that I think I myself am able to address. Existence, Dasein, thus is styled through this type of consumption. And Hank Oosterling explains this to us. I quote, "Design then equates to making decisions about form in order to liberate ourselves from the arbitrariness of life." End of quote. Paraphrasing Nietzsche, we see this as a throw of dice on the table of the gods. He says, Oosterling, we must ontwerpen our lives. The etymology refers to making order out of the chaos. Literally, to design is translated as ontwerpen. So design, the German Entwurf or the Dutch Ontwerp, stands in opposition to the state of fallenness. In Heidegger, Geworfenheit. In Dutch, Geworpenheit. Design is an unthrowing of oneself. It is the capacity to make sense of the world we live in. Oosterling posits inter-esse as an understanding of design, which he mentions elsewhere, not in the Premzela lecture, as being in common. We must understand inter-esse as that, being in common or being in between. Designing is finding ourselves in the midst of everything, philosophizing from the middle. When we design, when we exist, we do not begin from nothing, but rather with something. Or, for Heidegger, perhaps within the state of fallenness. The pronounced Heideggerian tone reminds us of a common starting point. I quote Heidegger, "Being in the world is in itself tempting." Heidegger says these with the state of fallenness in mind. However, I would rather ascribe temptation not solely to falling, but to the state of being in. Being in the world is fundamentally a tempting state of Dasein. There is this inness that is tempting to an individual to simply fall, a temptation that requires no making sense of one's fallenness, a temptation to not design, to not understand. It is against this backdrop that designing ought to be understood. As inter-esse is being in between, designing conditions us to resist the temptation to be part of Das Man. Better translated as anybody. Designing resists being part of anybody. What does it mean to be in the world? Our understanding of space, of this in-worldness in context of Heidegger's discussion, is the state of fallenness, which he presents alongside idle talk and curiosity. The state of ambiguity refers to one's relation with others, yet more fundamentally, with one's very self. It is an embrace of two perceptions of clarity, Heidegger's use of Zweideutlichkeit, of how to live life, especially today, in which a mission has taken prominence. Two perceptions of clarity in the face of, I quote, "the involuntary character of the anthropogenic impact on the exo-human dimension," end of quote. A mission instead of mission is what dominates our world today. This leads us to realize one's precariousness, evident in the loss, in our loss, in the rubble of meaning. One has become a stranger to oneself, the loss of homelessness, the loss of rootedness, and even the loss of nature. The state of ambiguity is evidenced by one's fallenness, a state not of separation, of the inness, but a peculiar type of inness that we equate to inauthentic existence, Dasein rather than, Das Man rather than Dasein. In a rather strong way of saying it, it is the reduction of Dasein to Das Man, the reduction of existence, of myself to anybody, a reduction to the state of being fake, as what Dr. Abulad would say, of being everybody, of being everyone, at the same time no one. Perhaps this is fundamentally characteristic of the entire experience of globalization. Although the thrust was always outward, while we discovered others, we ourselves have been discovered. I quote, "It becomes clearer every day that the others have nothing more for us than we have for them. Our experiences involving two-way traffic with others results in a new, particularly bewildering wariness about globalization." End of quote. Something which promised us enormous success, our embrace of the global world, in fact, shows cracks on its surface. The rise of populism, scores of migration crisis, the rift between the global north and the global south. We continue on another point from Sloterdijk. Globalization can only be understood by opening up to the realization that the thought figure of the orb is an ontologically and thus technologically and politically serious matter. Thinking means playing a part in the history of seriousness. This serious history is the history of being. Hence, being is not simply some time or other, but rather the time it takes to understand what space is, the realest of all orbs. End of quote. Sloterdijk points out here where Heidegger does not proceed. That is the inness of being in the world. Sections 13 and 12 of Being and Time present the essential elements to the state of Dasein, being in, entity, and in the world. So 3 elements there. Yet, this is ultimately followed by a hermeneutical approach to what it is to be subjected to knowing the world. It was Sloterdijk who began work on this with his spherology, as his own recovery of that untrodden path of Heidegger. And where he leads us to is this image of the world as a glorified globe, the orb most powerful, something that requires our most serious consideration, in which one finds oneself anxious due to globalization, due to connectivity, due to a globalized idea. Perhaps we are anxious despite the fact that we live in a globalized world because we have lost our sense of dwelling. Anxiety here could refer to the state of uncanniness, or Unheimlichkeit for Heidegger, unhominess. We have learned to consume design, yet we ourselves have not unthrown ourselves. We have designed ourselves, we thought we have, but we have not designed ourselves out of this state of thrownness. As I mentioned earlier, Sloterdijk points how we are at this point of imagining the world. And we are left to revel at how this imagination finds us at the crossroads of various social imaginaries that represent globalization. The absolute contrast of the glass pyramid in the courtyard of a classical building in the heart of Paris shows us how at least seemingly radical the globalized world is in terms of how design has touched our lives. Yet contrary to this, what this reveals to us is how design has been compartmentalized in the global order, reduced to a mere division between what is familiar and what is exotic, what is inoculated and what is foreign. We return to our situation between the pyramid and the Arc. This axis is called the victorious way, the march from the Louvre Palace to the Arc, the passage from death in the pyramid to life in the Arc, from weakness to power, from provincialism of ancient Egypt to the globalized world of the imperial army, from tradition represented by the pyramid to progress in the Arc. And this is evidenced by the sculpture of the departure of volunteers at the base of the Arc. It's one of the most famous of the 4 panels there. From sleep in death in the pyramid to cries of revolution and freedom. This thrust of globalization, this victorious way, stems from our imagination of the world as not homo politicus, but rather homo immunologicus, Sloterdijk says. Immunological reason drives us to immunize our zones, and the history of globalization is the history of immunization from country to world. We pattern this on our Parisian axis, the Louvre Pyramid, the Obelisk, the Arc de Triomphe, and finally, we add the 4th element, La Grande Arche de la Défense, all the way at the end. These are our zones of immunization, from local to global. Economics as domestic affairs, the palace that the Louvre once was, something very personal, which the pyramid represented, to economics as an international matter. La Défense is Europe's largest purposely built business district. Yet we are led to ask, is globalization just that? Slabs of stone are met out with a precise number of glass panels. If we accept this as globalization's triumphalist march, then we see how weak this radical promise of globalization really is. How weak this type of design has become. Our imagination of the world. This, in fact, affirms Bruno Latour's assertion that globalization is nothing but an extended image of provincialism. We have two images presented to us, a pyramid and an arc, a symbol of death, rest, and tradition on the one hand, and a symbol of might, power, and progress on the other. However, if we probe this a step further, we see a nuance in the representation. A pyramid that does not deflect, but reflect, made with glass, not stone. And an arc of power in commemoration of fallen soldiers, especially one that is wrapped, seemingly made invisible from the naked eye in Christo's exhibition. Perhaps this contrast is what the image of globalization ought to portray. A tug, something dynamic, something in between. We see the tug, we seemingly have to choose between the provincial and the global, that which pacifies and that which liberates. Yet Latour is critical to note that both do not exist, especially in today's world. Where should we find ourselves in this hubbub? We return to the historical axis. Oh, sorry, this is the Homo immunologicus, the pyramid, the obelisk, the Arc de Triomphe, and the Grand Arche de la Défense. That's how it looks like from far. And this is the business district. And that's it from up close. Okay, we return back to the historical axis for an answer of where we should find ourselves in this hubbub. And luckily we do find one. While strolling the Champs-Élysées from the Arc back to the pyramid, after the obelisk, we realize a garden that we seemed to have overlooked earlier. We stop for a few moments at the Jardin des Tuileries. Perhaps we must situate ourselves precisely in this garden, between the pieces under observation. The garden serves as an intermediary to the hustle of the Parisian capital, from the frenzy of vehicles circulating the Arc to the flocks of tourists queued in front of the pyramid. These two majestic buildings are in great contrast to each other. What the Louvre Pyramid represents is a dialogue of harmonious contrast, as it is cradled in the courtyard of what was once a palace. This provides us another stark contrast of dialogue in the heart of a palace, dialogue at the center of power. We are afforded another image of power today, dialogue in between, transitions, transdisciplinarity, interesse. We sit to ponder on this dire situation, this dire state of globalization's emptiness. The garden is our in-between. It is in between past and future, death and life, local and global. Interesse stands as a critical counterweight to radical mediocrity. In face of the abundance of multimedia, this new form of being in between, is mindful of the space for critical encounter with the other. It is not exactly a passage of one to another, but rather a between, similar to Deleuze's becoming, which cannot be fixed, but peculiarly relies on the tensions, less of time and more of space. Contrary to the state of homelessness, such an intermediary brings one out of oneself toward the other. Instead of a victorious way, we are afforded a better image of what this whole fuss of the march from provincial to global really is. A rope, a tightrope on which we juggle our orbs. We are reminded that, I quote, "The art of life is a morphological act, an acrobatic act of constituting collective spheres whilst balancing over a crevice on Nietzsche's rope between animal and overman." End of quote. In this garden, we find a few moments to consider our tightrope act. This tightrope act of the historical way, the triumphant way, in the bankruptcy of a globalized world. We need a fresh start. We turn to the East. Gardens are elusive subjects, I quote, positioned in both time and space, yet belonging to neither one exclusively, end of quote. Gardens are situated in space, yet pressed by time. It is immortalized in its location, yet its beauty is due to its ephemerality. Life is limited, flowers that bloom and wither, birds that chirp and fly away. Above all, it invokes in us a play of memory. A garden changes. Trees outgrow their original location. and vistas are forever altered. A garden invokes memory of the passage of time, of the change of space. A remarkable insight into gardens may be sourced from Islam. A story from an architect. I would like to share with you my own experience, and this is a direct quote. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was asked by a journalist for my opinion as an architect about housing for Muslims. I was shocked because I realized how little I knew about the spirit of Islam in terms of how to design a house. If I remember it correctly, to Westerners, my house is my fortress. But to Muslims, my house is my heaven. And according to the Holy Quran, if I am not mistaken, heaven is described as a place where clear and clean waters run, where trees bear fruit. My interpretation, therefore, would be that a Muslim house must have good sanitation and water supply with trees and gardens, so there will be enough oxygen for the inhabitants. End of quote. My domicile ought to remind me of the lush display of life in heaven as my final end, where Allah will welcome me. That at least is the idea there. The garden must take center stage. The obvious difference between the Jardin, where we find ourselves in, pondering the Islamic gardens I bring into the discussion, is how these two are structured. The former is one to be walked in, while the latter is for reflection and contemplation. In fact, design of Islamic gardens, especially during its pinnacle in the medieval ages, were taken directly from the Quran. We only have to look at the beauty of the Shalimar Garden in Lahore, in Pakistan. Literally, the name resounding a remembrance of the paradise that is to come. Some people would say that's how we could understand Shalimar or Shalamar for others. Here in the Shalimar Gardens, people flock to, until today, in order to enjoy the serenity at the wee hours of the morning, praying together, chatting with friends, and every woman and even women having their own place where they can remove their burqa. What we have in an Islamic garden is a confluence of design, business and leisure, tradition and progress, science and art, progress and memory, permanence and ephemerality, especially today that this is nearly forgotten. This I opine to be a post-pandemic political theory. For any attempt at such ought to go beyond our current globalized vision of this linear progression of immunization. We must remember that globalization's triumphalist march was the cause of the quick spread of COVID-19, which plunged the world into a standstill, and a standstill that we are still currently experiencing. At the pinnacle of human strength, it caused a virus, a caricature of life, to make us rethink our historical axis, to make us rethink about this triumphalist passage. This is what the Anthropocene is a reminder of. In the Anthropocene, we are able to reflect on a conscious effort of a transdisciplinary discourse, attempts at a Gesamt discourse, according to Oosterling. Multi and interdisciplinarity come to fore because of the nuances of the intersections in the Anthropocene that cause us to be mindful of the intersections of design today. It is not just a step further, a transdisciplinary discussion on detail, but rather an entire design of life. Bruno Latour tells us, designing is the antidote to founding, colonizing, establishing, or breaking with the past. It is an antidote to hubris and to the search for absolute clarity, absolute beginnings, and radical departures. A post-pandemic political theory ought to be sourced from an intersectional design, fundamentally informed by our experience of the pandemic, our experience of the Anthropocene. A turn to the environment becomes a response not as a move away from the world, but a reminder of something there, perhaps something forgotten, an image of the paradise that is to come, but at the same time, an image of the paradise that was lost. Political theory, according to Latour, at some point banks on theological discourse, how perfection on earth becomes possible through our search for true beauty and serenity. Not a garden for movement, garden for time, but rather a garden for dwelling, a garden for balance. In Heidegger's term, the balance of the fourfold. In a world that has experienced so much, it seems that we are still left on cloud nine as we realize that it's getting late in the day and our tummies are rumbling as we sit in the Jardin, pondering the roof and the Arc de Triomphe. We have exhausted ourselves from walking in the Parisian heart, and perhaps we ought to resume our venture to the nearest boulangerie to grab a bite of some freshly baked bread. On a last note, we remember that, I quote, critique, deconstruction, and iconoclasm, once again, will simply not do the job of finding an alternative design, end of quote. What a post-pandemic political theory offers us is not simply a return to pre-pandemic times, but a truly radical shift to our design. The two figures remain for our observation, the glass pyramid and the wrapped arc. These are two figures that in themselves have challenged that triumphalistic way, challenged our understanding of the globe, of globalizations, and even, above all, of our very selves. What is design? I have deliberately delayed providing a singular definition throughout this piece, for I first sought to fortify our understanding of this intermediary, this transition, this movement, this self-challenge, as Oosterling provides the equation of Dasein and design. We recognize the fullest potentials of design in an everydayness, not akin to Heidegger's association to anybody, das man, but existence qua an entity of being that we are in reality, validity, and even inquiry, but above all in care, being in care. The shift to care in Heidegger hints at Henry Lefebvre's emphasis on the everyday, the quotidian, where we'll truly source the value of design. Design not separated from everyday life, but from it. What this provides us is an understanding of design that is dialectically engaged with the everyday. The event is that realization of design's disclosure through the inter-esse. Design finds itself fully realized in that being in between, the intersections of being with itself on an existential, the everyday level. And perhaps that's our thought with our freshly baked bread, and perhaps a new bottle of wine in the French capital. It is through the everyday that design arises in how each orders oneself, and also through craft that is dialectically affirmed by the crafter and by the recipient of the craft. Oosterling reminds us that, I quote, everyone is a designer even though the Gesamtkunstwerk remains unfinished. Everyone's life is throne design, however unintelligent, end of quote. We are all in the world, yet a total intersectional design, a total transdisciplinary approach is yet unfinished. Life's designal quality is disclosed through its evental state, event as being in common. Perhaps a better way to understand Heidegger's Ereignis. I quote, design then equates to making decisions about form in order to liberate ourselves from the arbitrariness of life. As I mentioned earlier, this creates a pivotal perspective to consider how shared reality is fundamentally a shaping of one's existence in the world, how existence is a designing of the world, a movement from Heidegger's everydayness captivated by anybody, mindlessness, idle talk, curiosity, to Lefebvre's everydayness, with an utmost potential of disclosure, that shift to care. In the end, we are left not simply with the equation of design and Dasein, but their association to event, Ereignis, and owning, finding ourselves at the inter-esse as the event of this equation. And so I return to my question, can design save the world? Can design save the post-pandemic world? If we allow Gesamtart to take prominence, if space takes prominence than time, if inter-esse is realized, if being in between becomes an urgent concern in our musing, if transdisciplinarity becomes something pressing, then I guess we can reply affirmatively. We are currently brought to a pause because of the pandemic. We are paused from our blind pursuit of kinetic utopia, blind pursuits in this triumphalistic way. Perhaps now is the best time to dwell. And this is what we bring outside the pandemic. To be in common, to be connected to the everyday. And with that, I end my talk. Thank you very much. And I really would want to engage in some discussion after this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir Anton, for that substantive and highly philosophical discussion. We open the floor for some question. Maybe there's one question here from Daryl. Maybe if Daryl is still around, maybe Daryl would like to ask this directly to Anton.
Yeah, thank you, Rogelio. Yeah, thank you, Anton. Excellent presentation. And I love Paris. I used to work for UNESCO, as you may know. And so I spent many years back and forth from Paris. And so my question was, if we are Homo creator, maybe in fact a Homo designer is a similar term, and the essence of a human spirit and even the image of God, is that also in this Homo designer? How are we? Is it the essence of a human creativity?
That's an excellent point. Actually, Sloterdijk and Oosterling would talk about how creating and they somewhat bank on the Genesis story for this. How creating is not entirely from nothing, but creating from something. There was something, and God ordered it. God designed the world. And Sloterdijk would say that's why we have design, intelligent design, as one of the demonstrations of God's existence, according to Aquinas. Because of that, how everything is designed because of creation. And even that mention of God, it reminds me of Hariri, who would say even that belief is conditioned by our designing of life. From very localized gods, very domestic gods, we see it in ancient civilizations, to more universal monotheistic gods of today. But monotheistic God, I mean gods, because we have different monotheistic religions. But that movement in itself supposes, I would say, a designal quality of our, it's our designal quality, our capacity to make sense of the things in front of us. But where I think we fail is because we have equated globalization with perfection, and that's Sloterdijk's argument, because the globe, the sphere, is a perfect shape. It's continuous, and that has conditioned us to think that way, that there is no next step to globalization. That's why for him, the revolution really is not Copernicus, but Galileo. And after Galileo, Magellan. This proof of circumnavigation. The world is in fact spherical. The world is in fact perfectible to that extent. So I would definitely agree. Homo creator, and Homo designer, I think they are the same thing. And to take a step further, I have designed the world in this particular way. My engagement with the world is like this. And so let me inoculate the world to be like this. That's why we have this global order. But what is it? But according to Sloterdijk, to Bruno Latour, but just an extension of provincialism. So it's something very, very dynamic that we have to realize, I guess, something that we could ponder on today, especially since we're forced to ponder on things because we're locked at home. So thank you for that wonderful insight, Darren.
No, thank you. I think just to follow up one of your comments here. Actually, I think animism is actually because I work a lot with indigenous peoples, I don't think that monotheistic religion is necessarily the better. Animism is also, I think, wonderful in its polytheism, the polytheistic aspects as well. But yeah, it's a really, I appreciate it. And I think it's interesting also in terms of a program, the paper, two papers before, talking about the reservations on interference in evolution through vaccines, but I also see this as the design and construction of us. I mean, the fact that we are 100 species living as Anton or Daryl or Rogelio, not just one, and it means 100 genomes are interfaced inside each individual here. So really the complexities are quite interesting, and as we apply, it will be very interesting in terms of a future. Some of it will be designed by accident and some of it designed by intention.
Yeah, if I could just add to that too. I mean, and that shows us how much potential we have. If only we could, Oosterling would say this Gesamtart of the past, maybe we could revive it, the sense of interdisciplinary art or transdisciplinary art. We would have, in the art world, we'd have exhibitions today that go beyond very traditional representations of art. And it's for that reason also I gave the covered art as an example. That movement to see how things really have a strong impact on us. Perhaps it just requires more engagement with others to realize how perfect things can become.
Okay, thank you so much, Daryl, and for enriching, and Anton for that very wonderful explanation. Maybe some others would like to ask some questions to our plenary speaker.
I think someone is raising his hand.
Okay, can you go ahead? I cannot see here. Maybe Sir Anton, can you stop?
It's okay. Dr. Paulo Bolaños po.
Okay, sige. Dr. Paulo, would you like to? Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Paulo.
Hello. I hope I can be. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
So thank you, Anton, for that very engaging presentation. And thank you for recognizing me. Anyway, I like the idea of the jardin, the garden, as a kind of a suspended space. In a way, it is a suspended, it's a ruptural, I don't know if that's even a word, but it's a space of rupture. And it ruptures, ironically, it's a space of rupture, and it ruptures precisely this movement or speedy movement towards globalization. When I was listening to your talk, the word neoliberalism came to mind. I'm wondering whether design, as you presented design, I'm just wondering how much of contemporary design is neoliberal, and whether the architecture or design, anyway, the contemporary neoliberal architecture, for lack of a better word, is really mindful of the significance of the ruptural garden. And then what came to mind is this recent debate on Parex. I don't know. I know that you're familiar with Parex, in Pasig River Expressway, which broke ground, I think, last month. And this is a project, a new project of the government in another, I think it's San Miguel. And they're planning to construct, a highway along and on top of the Pasig River. And there has been much debate on it. I'm wondering whether we have thoughts on that, because, well, on the one hand, yes, we need to decongest our roads, but the plan is to build this highway along the river, and of course they're advertising it as a way of well, yes, decongesting traffic, but at the same time they also advertise it as a way of cleaning up the river. I don't know how is that possible. And there are also social implications. I mean, when you build a highway on top of the river, the gaze of the people will turn to that structure and away from the river. Away from this. Let's say that the river is this. Let's say that the river represents nature, and in a way related to the Jordan that you talked about earlier. So so my concern is when you build a structure on top of it, your gaze will turn away from nature and towards this artificial neoliberal structure, and that of course will result in distinctions, again, class distinctions, and basically I don't know how that structure will help clean up the river. So your thoughts, Anton? Thank you.
Thank you.
I sorry if my thoughts are a bit
No, they're all right.
organized.
Thank you so much for Dr. Bolaños. Dr. Bolaños, just for the information of the rest, he was my advisor sa undergraduate and also sa master's degree. And up to now, di ba, Doc? My studies now.
We'll talk about that over coffee.
So, and also it's also from Dr. Bolaños that I got the idea of philosophizing from the middle, which I really found apt for this presentation. So I mentioned it earlier, philosophizing from the middle. And so I really like that first part of the question, po, Doc, when you asked about contemporary design, if it's mindful of that parang that sudden character that the garden ought to represent. I would say contemporary architectural design is mindful of that. I mean, real contemporary architecture, because I mean, if we talk about yung architectural designs, there is yung contemporary facade na parang sometimes it looks different, na parang may bali bigla sa taas and things like that. That tries to mimic, I would say, that inhibitory character that a garden can give. However, sometimes that even is made a fetish into, you'd see townhouses that look exactly alike, mimicking that contemporary design. It loses its special character to inhibit things, to stop things, to suddenly make you ponder and reflect on certain things. So that's what I would say about that first point, contemporary architectural design. So yes, there are architectural designs that would mimic, I would say, that character of the garden, but even that falls prey to the grasps of capitalism, of neoliberalism, because it sells a lot. And that's why I was joking with my students, my interior design students, about yung Zen, how it's so easy to sell a house by calling it Zen, or design by calling it Zen. And people who don't really understand the principles of Zen would say, oh wow, it's Zen. Okay yan, I like that. Concerning the second point sa Parex, I would always give this example to my students, the Burnham Plan of Manila of 1904, that Manila has the Bay of Naples, the River of Paris, and the canals of Venice. I mean, how beautiful Manila was just a century ago. And yet, in a matter of 100 years, or little more than of 100 years, we have reclaimed so much land on that bay that it's not anymore a natural bay. And now it's full of garbage, and now there's a fake beach there. And for the river, that's why it's flooded here in Marikina, because we can't dredge the river, because our part of the river, because we need a barge to come in from Manila Bay, but it's also shallow there, and our local government can't do much because the other governments, the other local governments don't want to do anything about it. So we're forced to raise the banks of the river so it won't flood, because I live in Marikina, for the information of the rest. So it won't flood in our place, in our city, if it rains hard again, because it's malapit ng tag-ulan. And then thirdly, what I hate most is that idea that the Pasig River is dead. We have a city like Marikina really wanting to keep it alive, making it such a beautiful place, and then you have another city at the other part of the river saying that it's already a dead river, or even national government saying that it's already dead, let's just build something to make it useful. We see how that movement, I mean, that march towards globalization has really mimicked the road. And I would even say this is because in another paper I've discussed there the idea of kinetic utopia in relation to the automobile industry. That's why in a country that is, I mean, a country that is made by islands, that is composed of islands, we have roads instead of ships, cars instead of ships. And that's a bit funny because that's the idea that we have accepted. That's the idea of the future, of progress, of globalization. That's our idea of success. And so constructing I mean, if the PAREX is constructed, and I think it'll just take a couple of years till it becomes constructed, I would have a new example for my students that is really the pinnacle of globalization for us, the pinnacle of progress, unfortunately. Instead of what you said, Doc, I like that idea. We now turn our gaze to the sky. And at one time we saw God, but now we see a road. I mean, just to put it that way. And one last bit, I'm sorry. How the Ford industry, during its heyday, called itself its biggest factory in the United States as the new temple of religion. It's the new temple. This Ford factory is the new temple. Henry Ford himself said. Henry Ford, I think it's Henry Ford. Henry Ford himself said, "This is the new temple." I wouldn't be surprised if that PAREX is constructed and only a handful of people would be able to use it. Majority won't. That just shows how uncritical our way of design is, how uncritical our embrace of globalization is, how uncritical our acceptance of progress is. So maybe we need that garden. Maybe we need more gardens for us to realize that.
Well, not to mention that when you use that expressway, you will have to pay the fee.
Yes,
So,
yes,
so yeah,
definitely.
it creates that social distinction between those who can afford to use the expressway and those who cannot.
Yes.
Apart from turning the gaze away from nature. So thank you, Anton.
Thank you, Doc. It doesn't. Someone chatted me here. My student chatted me here. It doesn't necessarily make the world a better place, especially if we forget things. Thank you, po.
Thank you so much. Are there one more? If we can have one more to engage in a discussion with Anton. Welcome, Father Dex, the president of CES. I guess there's none. So thank you so much, Sir Anton, for that very wonderful presentation. And of course, Darrell and Dr. Bolaños for enriching it more and more. Now we proceed. Thank you so much. Yeah, we proceed with the paper presentation. The next to present is taking up law at the Central Philippine University College of Law. He finished his academic requirements for his master's in philosophy at Ateneo de Davao University. He will discuss on pornography, poverty in media representations. Let's help us welcome Brian Paul Tumlad and Eileen Marie Palmihar. Go ahead, Bri.
Thank you for that, sir. Thank you, Dr. Roger. I would like to ask your permission to share my screen.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Udto Satanan. My name is Brian Paul Tumlad, and together with my paper or with my research, I am co-authored with Eileen Marie Palmihar, one of my colleagues and classmates from Central Philippine University College of Law. Now, generally, we understand the term poverty on how it is constructed, on what does poverty means. Now, the term poverty porn is generally defined as a media that exploit or fetishize poverty in order to garner sympathy or support for a cause. Now, it is categorized as a porn or what makes poverty pornographic is that porn, by its general definition, refers to erotic films or sex films or films that present sexually explicit subject matter in order to arouse and satisfy the viewer. Now, in reference to poverty, the label of poverty porn does not simply refer to the obscenity of poverty, but it refers to the practice, and such practice refers to programming is porn in the sense that it aims to arouse and stimulate the viewer, to provoke an emotional sensation through repetitive and effective encounter with a television screen, meaning the resulting is that the pornification in this non-sexualized sphere attaches pornographic styles, gestures, and aesthetics to the media. Even though there is no sexuality attached to media, there is an implicit euphoric desire in the way its presentation. People and communities become commodities for someone else's consumption, even if the consumption is a form of donation. Now, the phenomenon of poverty porn was already existing since the 1980s. It is not something new. However, numerous research would suggest that one of the prime example of poverty porn is the Live Aid band. It is where organizations would invite notable bands or singers to perform on stage, which has the intention to accumulate donation for the people of Africa. Yes, it is a noble cause, no questions about that, and it raises awareness and seeks the public's help in providing means for the people living in poverty. At the same time, it seeks to entertain the crowd. But the moment it tries to frame by promoting images of starving children, people living on the streets or slums and the likes, it can be qualified that those exploitative images are being used for fundraising in a grand scale. In this respect, you are using the Live Aid as a means for the accumulation of funds. Now, this phenomenon or trend, as I would like to call it in the local context, exists across media outlets and platforms. Now, it is a precursor to understanding how aid agencies would use images of disaster has reduced a country, a culture, and a crisis into a stereotypical image of suffering. In the local context, again, in the Philippines, it can be equated to what had happened in Makilala, North Cotabato in Mindanao during the earthquake in the year of 2019. I'm not saying that during the earthquake, no victims or no deaths or no lands or infrastructures were destroyed or lost, but as how I can see it as a resident of that municipality, because I'm from Makilala, or we can observe it, media outlets and platforms, they were framing images and captions and reduced it to a type of scheme just to produce a content or just to produce a particular content in this respect. The question is how? Because during that time, media outlets and platforms were taking images and videos of infrastructures and houses that were destroyed at the side of the road in between Makilala and Digos. What they did not know is that those infrastructures that were destroyed was not a result of the earthquake. And it's a fact, it was not destroyed by the earthquake, but due to the LGU's ordinance or the local government's ordinance or the program for road widening. So as you can see, those roads that were destroyed was not a result of the earthquake, but it was due to the road widening as a result of the program of the municipality. And don't worry about that because the home and the landowners were justly compensated for that. Now, as an individual, as a spectator, you would sympathize because of what you see and what you feel. And because of this, they would not hesitate, or I would not per se would hesitate to open my own pocket and transfer from my account to the LGU's account or to the private individual's account. I'm not saying that it's good I'm not saying that it's bad, but the moment that the fiction is far from reality, those who are gravely affected are the lives of the individual who are being exploited as a mere commodity. And at some points, you as as an individual being projected into the screen of the people, you are now used as an object, as a means to an end in this regard. Now, this is why poverty porn began to encapsulate a specific and stylistic trend in development through social sphere due to its highly exploitative in nature. So it has a portrayal of the poor in order to cause sympathy or outrage. Now, outrage or other sentiments in this respect. It has been noted that these portrayals, although undeniably complex, tend to make those in poverty feel victimized, stigmatized, and objectified. It does not always depict what the reality speaks. It has been produced by organizations or groups to prey on consumption, on compassion, to garner sympathy. As a result, the accumulation of donation, or let's just say money in this regard. Clearly, it is really a phenomenon at all, but in reality, it is a continued trend of exploitative disconnect between the camera and the subject. The relationship between camera and subject and suffering has been imbalanced. Photographers have been hovering over the oppressed. Now, poverty porn is not only limited to the use of media outlets and platforms. It can also be used in the fields of politics, fashion industry, cinema, marketing, tourism, and the likes. Now, one of the most notable example here in the Philippines who exercise poverty porn is, let's just say, Joseph Ejercito Estrada. Because Joseph Ejercito Estrada, also known as Erap, in reverse you call him Pare. Pare connotes a street call sign or a greeting, usually that we use in the streets. Erap is famous for his slogan na Erap para sa mahirap. And also Manny Villar. Manny Villar in his presidential campaign, I hope that we could all remember his song during his candidacy, yung nakaligo ka na ba sa dagat ng basura, and so on. So from that, we can say that poverty porn at some points has a huge influence, not just in media outlets, but also in politics. Now, another is that, in the field of cinema, there was this interview of Karen Davila with a director and ask or clarify things about his films in using or exploiting the poor. And his reply was, in films, poverty is just a background. It's not what I highlight in my films. I don't show it for the sake of showing poverty. So it happens that the characters are within the community. And I'm not highlighting poverty per se. Although the film does not romanticize poverty by dramatizing a human struggle for survival, it does do something very similar. It uses poverty as a backdrop, which, from my own stand, which makes it even more worse. Generally, poverty porn has become one of the independent Filipino films or indie films as a trademark of exploitation in the context of cinema. As you can see, independent films are not at some points catered here in the Philippines. It's more on showcased outside of the country. So if that would be the case, we are showcasing the Philippines as the identity or the boiling point of poverty. I don't know what our image would be. Now, poverty, looking at it locally, is rampant among YouTubers, or what we call influencers. It is where they use poverty as a sort of business for a content to please their own selfish interest. Even foreigners who resides in the Philippines are doing it, like pretending to be a beggar and asking the poor for money, food, and talking to them, and slowly divulging their struggles and experiences without them knowing that they are filmed by hidden cameras or bypassing or transgressing. So from this, what's more, it boils down to the question of what generally are their intention? Is it a showcase of Filipino kindness and generosity, or is it the exploitation of Filipino? Because we're in fact helping them has now become a second priority, where the first is the accumulation of viewers and to garner subscribers and viewed hours and advertisements as a prerequisite for their channels monetization. We can actually look at it in two ways. Two ways: showcase and exploitation. With that, I actually concur to the second, and that is exploitation of Filipino. Filipino or poor Filipinos are being exploited as a source for their content. Now, let us look at some YouTubers and influencers and dissect if they would fall under the purview of exploiters under poverty porn. We have here the hungry Syrian wanderer, the foreign germs, GMA Public Affairs, referring to Jessica Zoho, Rapi Tulfo, Bal Santos, and those individuals. At first and at some points, we would feel sympathy for them by helping those poor individuals, because on the way how they share their experiences and struggle in life. But the way how I see it, or others, they see it under the notion of poverty porn. And judging from the majority of their contents, these YouTubers or influencers are doing poverty porn as a context for their videos. So out of this 12, we can say that these channels falls under the purview of poverty porn, especially the first two ones. And also, why did I include Rapi Tulfo? Because Rapi Tulfo is claiming that he is a public servant, where in fact TV5 or his channel is not actually affiliated with the government. He has only connections. For example, if there's an issue, he would say that tawagan mo si secretary, ganyan, tawagan mo si mayor, tawagan mo si kapitan. So from that, and also Rapi Tulfo's action is actually transgression of the law. We have actually a judicial system. We have the barangay, we have the municipality. And at some points, Rapi Tulfo is actually praying, for the individuals suffering, and showed it on air. Now, looking at the participants of poverty porn, we have the subject, object, and the spectator. The subject capturing or framing the object in a content should and must work in order to gain sympathy from the spectator. Now, if we would look at it in the context of framing, for Gregory Bateson, framing theory explains that the media create this frame by introducing news items with predefined and narrow contextualization. It suggests that how something is presented to the audience influences the choice of the people make about how to process that information. Frames are abstractions that work to organize or structure message meaning. The most common use of frames is in terms of the frame to the news media place in the information they convey. When we talk about framing, it is usually common in media outlets. Why? Because media outlets, for example, major media outlets in the Philippines, we have ABS-CBN, GMA, and TV5. They have captive audiences. Considering that they have captive audiences, it is actually, let's just say that considering that they have captive audiences, the audience at some points cannot change the channel. It cannot change the channel, or yes, they can. But if you let's say you like ABS-CBN, GMA, or TV5, you at some points you have this devotion to a particular channel. But when we talk about media platforms, you are actually referring to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the likes. Yes, there is no captive image, but the algorithm of YouTube, Twitter, Facebook may at some points dictate you on what you should watch. Now, we must, now this algorithm is a series of pattern that that the human acts or the individual would search in the search engine of his browser. Now, the levels of framing is that frame in communication consists of communication from different actors, course of news, and second is that frame in thought consists of mental representation, interpretation, simplification, and if not, manipulation of reality. Now, in looking at YouTubers and influencers, they were able to successfully frame and deduce that individual into a content for the spectator. And the spectator now, because of the presence of sympathy and overwhelming feelings of emotion, we have now contributed as a principal in the context of poverty porn, whether directly or indirectly. Now, as a spectator, how can we at least depart as a contributory principle to poverty porn? We now dive into the notion of Adam Smith, understanding of sympathy that would fall into the understanding, referring to a fellow feeling. According to Adam Smith, is that people have a natural tendency to care about the well-being of others for no other reason than the pleasure one gets from seeing them happy. At some points, it can be equated to altruistic expression or altruistic perspective. Also, he wants to ground the moral and the social order on sentiments that would depart from unreasonable response or impulse towards the subject. Now, the question now is, how do we sympathize? How do we sympathize? For Adam Smith, he presents a supposedly typical human response to the knowledge that a fellow man is being tortured, that we come either to conceive or to be affected by what he or she feels. It may be demonstrated by many obvious observations. It should be noted that for Adam Smith is that his notion of fellow feeling is not mimicking. If sympathy were mere mimicking or the outcome of contagion, how could we feel the impact of an insult? Now that's the question for Adam Smith raised to David Hume. Even when the object of that insult might not have felt it or is even incapable of feeling it. For example, if an individual is being teased for, let's just say, for being fat, for being thin, for being ugly or handsome, how can another individual feel the insult if it was not directed to him or her? Or how can we mimic that feeling of what the principal felt? If we would try to look at it in the idea of mimicry, then you are in a stage of confusion or dilemma in this regard. Another example is that, for example, in law school or in graduate school, or even in the undergraduate, failing a subject is not just painful, but it's also thrilling. Now, let's just say that one of your colleagues approach you and tries to comfort you. Usually, they would say that, okay lang yan pre, ramdam ko yung nararamdaman mo. Or, I feel what you feel. It's not that. The individual knows the level of pain. The individual does not know the level of pain that you are in, considering the sleepless nights, failed recitations, quizzes, and exam. But it is about understanding and sympathizing with that individual. That's why for Adam Smith, sympathy amounts to understanding. Meaning, understanding amounts to the concurrence of the emotion of the spectator with the emotion of the principal. Such concurrence takes place only if the spectator approves the pitch of the emotion of the principal. Such a pitch is usually higher than the spectator's pitch, which is expected given that the spectator is trying to sympathize with the principal. Now, the original emotion, when we put ourselves in this case, that passion arises in our, let's just say, it arises in our soul from the imagination, though it does not in this, although it is not in reference to what he or she feels, or it is not in reference to what the reality he speaks. But for Smith, the spectator departs his own station and examines the matter from the station of the principal. It involves two steps. First is how sympathy is about judgment, which can lead to the approval of original passion. And second is that how approval causes an emotion that is always agreeable, irrespective of whether the original emotion is agreeable or disagreeable. Now,
Bray, you have 5
when the
minutes, right?
thank you, sir. When the spectator understands the principal's emotion, the spectator is actually approving the pitch of the emotion or action as a proper. Such understanding or approval entails that the behavior of the principal is proportional to the stimulus, where the stimulus is equivalent to what the economist calls incentive. I'll just skip some of my slides here. Now, in understanding the context of Adam Smith, we must first understand sympathy and empathy. Sympathy is a moral emotion associated with social and altruistic action, and empathy means something like a spontaneous response, responsive sharing of another person's feelings. Now, in this respect, how can we, in this respect, where does or how do we integrate it to media outlets and platforms? Now, as what I discussed earlier, media outlets and platforms frames a particular reality. So they frame a particular reality in a sense that it would cater sympathy or for the viewers in this regard. So the moment that you view something, let's just say in Jessica Soho, the yung bata nga nag-aararo, yun. At a very young age, he was actually exposed to the nature of poverty. But at some points, Jessica Soho was able to document it. Now, the problem here is that that documentation actually took weeks. And how do I know this? Because that, let's just say that it was covered in Bagong Bayan, Sultan Kudarat. It is in between Falls and Masyag. The child is not actually or not really or in reality exposed to what he or she is doing, but media outlets and platforms, let's just say, directed that individual for them to at least garner sympathy for the from the public. And from this, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to accumulate at 2.4 or 2.5 million with that program only. So from this, as a spectator, it creates a sort of stimulus for me. So as a sort of stimulus for me, as a response, because I feel sorry for that child. I don't know what he or she is experiencing. So my only means of helping that individual is to send money. So this is the problem of poverty porn. It becomes a business in the Philippines, not just by our fellow Filipino, but also by some resident aliens who are using it as a business. And if you would look at their title, is that Filipino kindness exposed, testing Filipino hospitality. Sometimes they would pretend and ask you about things. And from that, we can say that they are really exploiting. And from that exploitation, it is an objectification of the person where you record yourself helping them. Now, in conclusion, as a part of my conclusion, the problem is not, yes, the problem is poverty porn, but the problem is how we regulate media. In the Philippines, under statutory construction, it is basic that the law cannot prohibit, but it can only regulate. So the moment we try to regulate media, especially in the context of poverty porn, from my own stand and from my own perspective, I can say that it would no longer fall into the idea of business or objectification of the individual. And also, poverty porn in reference to media or media per se, it can be weaponized. Weaponized in a sense that it can be a source of clamor for the public. And finally, is that Filipino media is that as an individual or as a journalist or media outlets or platform is that we fail to understand that our right or the right per se of an individual is actually a liberty. Now, when we talk about liberty, it is a right granted by the state. So in order for you to be protected by the state, you must actually abide with the rights or the laws, regulations implemented by the government. So with that, maayong adlaw kag madamo ginasalamat. Thank you, Doc Roger.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, and your partner. Maybe some you can stop sharing your screen.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a sort of comment before others would like to maybe ask question.
Yes, sir, sir.
Maybe it depends on some intention of doers. Because I was while listening to you, I remember during the earthquake when I was one of those who responded firstly to the affected families in my own capacity, and I tried to post that on Facebook, and a lot of people have donated, and my house here as if my house becomes this WD in terms of donation, but all the donations were distributed to the affected family. So I think it's a matter of intent, because
Yes, yes.
Facebook also allows people to be more generous, and there's no another way to reach out to these people, how the affected areas, the situation in the affected areas are they can witness that is also through Facebook. But maybe I would say it depends on the content, because it's a sad reality also that's a lot of people here are also exploiting people, and especially among the indigenous peoples, a lot of those who claim to be working for them and for their rights are using them in terms of asking for budget and donations from other countries. And the situation of these IPs are still the same in terms of because the donations are not really given, and there's no programmatic actions as to the part when they are responding to this. So I think my comment on your presentation, it depends on the intent and maybe on the people. And let me ask the audience if they have some comment or question, and maybe Brian, you can continue stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
So that we can have the other presentation later to share your screen. And you can stop sharing. We have a question here from Biljan Inaya. Sir, would you like to ask this directly to Brian? He cannot speak, so I will read this question to you, Brian. In the case of practical motivation of the poor people in accepting money from the politician but voting what they want, is the effect of poverty porn justifiable in that case, and how? And there are 3 questions posted here. So would you also say that the Marcoses have resorted to poverty porn in the comeback to presidency? Of course, other politicians can do the same. And the third is, does the Catholic Church contribute to the framing of poverty porn in her slogan, Church of the Poor?
In the first question, in reference to if I'm not mistaken, it is equated to idea of both buying. Tama ba? Wait.
You can see it.
In cases of both buying, generally under the provision of the law, it is equated or understood as mala prohibita. Now, when we talk about mala prohibita, it is prohibited. It is an act that has been prohibited. That has been stopped by the government because let's just say you are how do I say this? You use your money to buy, but from my own stand, at some points it cannot be equated into the idea of poverty porn because poverty porn is that you are actually using sympathy, and from the context of both buying, there's no sympathy there, but you are using your money as a means or a possibility that that individual would vote for you. So sympathy in this regard is in the context of understanding, or it's the context of rationalization. Now, in the absence of rationalization for Adam Smith, it would now be equated into empathy. So it can be understood as an impulsive action. So the moment it becomes impulsive, from my own stand, if we would look at the idea of empathy, it can be now understood as a poverty porn because you are actually exploiting the individual because of his status. Now, the second is in the context of Marcos. Generally, to be honest, I really have generally no background about how they do poverty porn with Marcos, but let's just say that him coming into politics again, and let's just say that allegedly using the money of the people and returning it to them, at some points it can be equated into the idea of it's not generally it's not now under the context of poverty porn, but it's now under the context of let's just say it can be now understood as let's say an impossible crime, because in the law there is this idea of an impossible crime. Let's just say that A stole something from B, and B found out that A stole, let's just say, his wristwatch. So what B did is that he stole that watch. So it would now under the context of an impossible crime, especially with regards to theft. So that's my stand with that. What's the third question? Wait. Does the Catholic Church contribute to the framing of poverty porn in their slogan, Church for the Poor? This is what actually fascinates me about Adam Smith. He suspends Catholic teachings and Catholic doctrines. So if we would look at church in that respect as a church for the poor, they're using the church as a front. Yes, yes, it can be qualified that the church is a front for a poverty porn to garner or and accumulate money or donation. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Brian and Eileen Marie. So now we proceed with the next presentation. We have
With Dr. Bayo said that it's a matter of intention, and that's true. So the moment your intention becomes corrupted, let's just say with money and objectification and exploitation of individual, you are now actually falling under the purview of poverty porn.
Thank you, Bri, for the presentation. We move on to the next. We have another presenter here, an instructor of the Southern Philippine Agribusiness and Marine Aquatic School of Technology, or SPAMAS, and he graduated at the St. Francis Xavier College Seminary in Davao City. He will discuss profiling cultural preservation of the Blaan Tulugan of Kiblawan, Davao del Sur. Glefford, are you here? Franca?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Doc, yes, Doc. Can you share my
Yes, sir.
Because
I will. I will.
in isolation facility.
Yes, sir. So
Can
I
you
will
share
share.
that? Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. Is it visible there, sir? I'm already sharing the
Yes, sir.
screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just tell me if I move the screen.
Okay, okay, Doc. Good afternoon once again, and my sincere and respect to the organizers of this prestigious conference of this Social Ethics Society. And of course, thank you for accepting my paper. And I realized that my research paper is actually different from the rest of the papers. However, since I am teaching social science subjects here in our state college, I opted to present this paper of mine. No? This is working in progress. As we all know that for the long time, because of the shall we say, this pandemic somehow uh, uh, hamper me to go to the area. Okay, next slide po, sir. Okay, next slide. So Philippines is culturally rich diversity and ethnicity among indigenous peoples, embracing more than 100 divergent ethno-linguistic groups with known specific identity, language, social, political systems, and practices. It has always been indigenous peoples' beliefs and culture tangible and intangible and the physical aspects of the environment, as well as the weather or controlled by the spirits. They believe that they are one with nature, such as animals, trees, plants, and physical man-made objects. GAPAR 2020. Next. Indigenous peoples make up a significant component of the population in the Philippines. Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, or IPRA, define indigenous peoples as self-identified groups of homogeneous societies who have lived as organized communities on communally bounded and defined territories since time immemorial, sharing bonds of language, customs, and visions, and who have become historically distinct from the majority of Filipinos. Next. Tilogan is a tangible, immovable cultural property which was established in the year 2005 of Blaan community of Sitio at Morok, Bulalsalong, Kiblawan, Davao Sur. Its leaders, Polong Martin Maguling, chieftain, and shaman, designed the so-called structure. The ownership of this structure is private and communal. This was built through the community labor with funding assistance from the NCCA. Next. In this study, the slogan is a make care plan so nice community prestige honor and strong social cohesion. It is greatly valued by the members of the community since it embraces spiritual, social, and political significance. It is the place where disputes are settled, alliances are forged, marriages are officiated, and other community rituals are held. Next. Next slide. The preservation of this tangible immovable property will be an important tribe of Sitawan. The project would like to provide documentation of cultural identity of Sitawan, the project would like the study would like to initially characterize the tangible immovable cultural property of the Blaan tribe of Sitio at Morok, Kiblawan. Methods. The study is a qualitative descriptive research designed to provide documentation of the project's cultural identity as preserved by the tribe of Itatmuruk, as well as to initially characterize the tangible immovable cultural property of the tribe. The descriptive research method is appropriate for this study because it enabled the researcher to obtain first-hand information based on the Blaan tribe's experiences and its significant impact on their culture and faith development. Next. Results and discussions. The Blaan ancestral domain is located in the mountainous range of Kiblawan, Davao Sur. The remote geographic location of Sitio at Morok, Bulalsalong may represent a significant barrier to other tribes' penetration. The Blaan tribes' purist cultural heritage will be defined. Next. Next po. In the municipality of Kiblawan, the Blaan population is estimated to reach 8,547. They are dominant in the barangays of Kimlawis, Bulsalo, Taco, Balasiao, Tacon, at Nativ, among others. Next. Belief system. The Blaan tribe thought they were derived from Plasab and Bli, two sisters and brothers, because of their belief in the supremacy of the great creator named Malu or Dewata, who is the source of everything. The tribe observes indigenous ceremonies for practically everything they do. Next. Next po. Next. Indigenous knowledge systems and practices. The community chooses the Blaan leader from among its nobles. A man or woman is competent to be a Fulong or leader if he or she comes from the line of a previous leaders or wise men. The Fulong is the community's legislator, law enforcement officer, and judge. Next slide. Next po.
Just wait, sir, because
Customary settlement of committing a crime.
normally in Zoom you cannot just immediately just wait. I'm following you. Just wait for the slide. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Kasfala is Blaan elders meeting that includes a gift of exchange ceremony and lastly, a conflict resolution. Kasfala, also known as the procedure of settling a dispute or resolving a dispute, was used. The phrase refers to a type of friendship or brotherhood contract made during and as a result of dispute resolution. Next. Additional resource use and management. For the subsistence of the development, Blaans practice sedentary agriculture and engage in various economic activities. The Blaans were a nomadic people and who moved around in quest of fertile land and were reliant on the forest. Rice, corn, sugar cane, banana, papaya, and other root crops are grown there. For instance, species. Tribal birth practices. When it comes to birth, the bands no one should pay. The vice president
We cannot hear you, sir. We cannot hear you, sir. So sorry, maybe problem with this.
Ceremony to anything or sir,
You're so choppy. We cannot hear you. Or maybe it's my problem with my signal. No? I'll transfer. Can you hear me, Saya? We cannot hear you. No? Sorry for that. Sir Franca is in the isolation facility as of the moment. We cannot hear you. You're so choppy. Maybe if you look for a better place, you can have a good signal. Even if you are still there in the isolation facility, it might be better. Sige daw, sir. Come again, sir. Maybe if we can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let's move to the conclusion, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Para sa mawala-walang signal, sir.
Okay.
Okay, conclusion. Okay, sir. The celebration of various indigenous traditions. Am I audible
Yes,
already,
sir.
sir?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
And practices will be substantially affected if things do not return to normal following the recent pandemic that disrupted our routine activities and drastically changed people's lives. Given the constraints imposed by COVID-19, tribal leaders and members are now looking at alternative means of celebrating and performing ceremonies. Following the standards established by Inter-Agency Task Force, rituals and practices will be celebrated in a completely different way. Next. A more familial celebration of indigenous rituals is being considered this time. No virus, however, is strong enough to shake the Blaan tribe of Sitio at Morok's faith in the Almighty. Their determination to express their beliefs and ancient rituals will not be dampened by the pandemic. Their distinct culture also exemplifies our nationhood and solidarity in the face of life's many hardships and adversities. Next. Furthermore, Sitio at Morok Bulusado has been able to preserve indigenous traditions and practices through its belief system, indigenous knowledge systems and practices, dispute resolutions, traditional land resource use and management, tribal birth and healing practices, rites and ceremonies, entertainments, traditional clothing, and games. Next. Next po. Next.
Go ahead,
Slide,
sir.
sir.
I'm already pressing
As
the
a
slide.
sacred house building. Hello, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
As a result, Tatlogan, as a sacred building or house and a celebrator of their identity, represents collective status, respect, pride, and strong social solidarity, as well as a location to celebrate community life and keep their traditions alive. Whether or not COVID-19 is present, Tatlogan is unmistakably here to stay. Thank you po, and that's all my research studies. And thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir Clifford, for surviving, no, despite the weak signal that you had. But at least you were able to present the paper. Maybe some would have a question or comment. Maybe, sir, if I may ask, in your conclusion, you talk about the COVID-19 as a kind of threat to the cultural preservation. But before COVID-19, this has been already this even globalization, neoliberal economic system, as the modern ways of doing things, technologies are already threatening the life of indigenous peoples. Uh, will you not able to factor that in your paper? Is you focus only on the COVID-19? Maybe because of the rule that the IETF imposed on them in terms of gathering, because they're basically communal. But in terms of really the policies that we have, the systems that we have in the government imposing on in IPs are basically also a threat. No? Would you like to? What is your view on that, sir?
Basically, as we all know that everyone is actually threatened by this pandemic. However, there are ways and means that, especially for the ethnic groups that thrive in Atmurok, they are very far from the, shall we say, from the mainland, mainland area in the respective Kiblawan, but they still find ways and means to preserve their culture. So, despite of this pandemic, uh, uh, they still have to continue. And actually, they're happy that I was able to visit them and try to conduct FGD in terms of how how we preserve, how they want to be promoted, no, in terms of their culture. No? So actually based on I have this FAIC, no, prior informed consent from the NCIP uh, to visit them, and actually the Fulong and the tribal council elders were happy on my presence, and actually based on my in-depth interviews, my focus discussions, they were able to appreciate, and hopefully because there are some the tribal elders are also tribal councilors, barangay councilors of their there's something a kind of so-called dual dual in nature, dual citizenship of this kind of tribal. However, because of this pandemic, they are following the protocols, and because of the minimal cases, I think zero cases at all. They still continue to have these rituals and ceremonies.
Thank you, Sir uh, Glenford, for that. God bless you in your effort to really document these cultural practices of our indigenous brothers and sisters. Moving on. Thank you, and God bless you there. Keep safe always, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
Moving on, we have the presentation from Sir Gary Tabugon of Caraga State University, the importance of transdisciplinarity in the conceptualization of law. Sir Gary is an instructor of Caraga State University. He graduated from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, and he has 2 works published in the Annals of Science and the Humanities. Sir Gary, are you here? Let me check if Gary Tabugon is here. I think because he messaged me this morning that he has maybe has a problem with internet connection. He's traveling. Maybe he can catch up later. So we'll proceed immediately to Sir Alexis Judato Itao of Cebu Normal University, who will be presenting why is there a need to study the foundation of education, arguments for a better appreciation and understanding. Sir Alexis is a professor at the Cebu Normal University. He also teaches at the Rogationist Seminary College in Cebu, and he is presently continuing his PhD in philosophy at the University of San Carlos, where he obtained his Master's of Arts in Philosophy. He graduated AB Philosophy cum laude at St. Peter College Seminary in Butuan City, and he also studied theology at the Pontifical Lateran University in Rome, Italy. Sir, welcome for this afternoon presentation. You may now proceed, Sir Alexis.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. I'm sorry I cannot turn on my camera because my internet connection is not very stable today.
It's all right, sir. You're very audible here.
Okay. So now I'm going to start sharing my screen. Okay. So why is there a need to study the foundations of education? Arguments for a better appreciation and understanding. This is the outline of my topic. First, the introduction, and then on the meaning of need, a very brief account on that one, and then analogy of a tree, and then the foundations of education, and then conclusion. So in most, if not all, graduate programs of education across the Philippines, Foundations of Education, or FoundEd, is listed as a prerequisite course. The underlying reason is obvious. FoundEd is an important area of study for future educators. And yet it is common knowledge that if graduate students in education were actually given a choice, many would elect not to enroll in the said course at all. That is because for them, enrolling in FoundEd is mainly out of obligation, and not really because they truly appreciate and understand its importance and significance to their profession. For this paper revisits the question, why is there a need to study the foundations of education, and offers relevant and pertinent arguments to help graduate students in education arrive at a better appreciation and understanding of the different foundations of education. So now I go to someone needs to be muted, I think. I hear some noise in the background. Okay, thank you. Now, on the meaning of need, in general, when we say need, we understand it to be an essential requirement which completes, fulfills, or sustains something. For example, 99 needs 1 in order to become 100. Here, the word need pertains to something that completes. Now, next, one moment. Okay. Another example, she needs a car. The word need here signifies something that fulfills a necessity. Now, one moment. Okay. Finally, we may say man needs oxygen in order to live. The word need in this sense refers to something that sustains or supports. That is, it is one without which a thing cannot stand. Though the word need can have various nuances and implications, we can almost without difficulty differentiate a need from a mere want. A laptop, for example, can be considered a need if it is what facilitates office works. However, the same laptop can become a want if it is simply used for entertainment, leisure, or fashion show. Studying the foundations of education can be classified as a need. It is not something educators simply want their students to study. So why then do we need to study the foundations of education? So the analogy of a tree. Imagine first a tree. A tree has several roots, one big trunk, a number of branches, numerous leaves, and perhaps fruits and flowers. Now take away all the fruits and flowers or even all its leaves, and you will see that the tree will still survive. Cut the branches or even the trunk itself, and still the tree will not die. But take away the roots, and you'll see that shortly after, the tree will die. Even if you retain and preserve the trunk, the branches, and all its leaves, without its roots, the tree will die just the same. So why can't a tree survive without its roots? The roots serve as the tree's foundation. It is its ground of support, its source of sustenance. Naturally, when the roots are removed, the tree will fall down and die. Trees depend upon the roots in order to survive, in the same way that buildings depend upon their solid foundations in order to stand and remain standing for years and years. What's the whole point of this analogy? It's very simple, actually. Education as it is cannot stand without its foundations. Education is rooted firmly upon them. Education is built upon them. Education depends so much on them. No tree grows with only a single root. No building stands with only one foundation. In the same vein, education does not rest upon a sole foundation. Like a tree with many roots underneath, like a building with several solid foundations, education is likewise rooted upon a number of foundations. These foundations are the different fields of human endeavors and studies, without which the field of education itself could not stand. Literally, and in every sense of the word, these are called foundations, since they truly support the colossal edifice that is education. And what are these foundations? They are history, philosophy, psychology, sociology, morality, and religion. Actually, there are still others, but for the because of limitation and time and space, I can only include this few. Hence, we have the historical, philosophical, legal, psychological, sociological, moral, and religious foundations of education. So let me now go to the foundations of education. First, the historical foundations. What education is today is greatly shaped by the past. The rich lessons inscribed in the annals of history continue to teach, frame, and inform today's educators and educational institutions on how education should be undertaken and carried forward. The foundations of education, therefore, are those past practices, theories, and perspectives in education, as well as education's development in time, that remain a wellspring of insights for everyone in the education sector. Without the benefit of history as a guide, present-day education could risk repeating the mistakes of millennia of generations. This is the importance of paying attention to the historical development of education. It provides a proper perspective of which direction education should go. The historical foundations of education are a loaded reservoir of ancient yet ever relevant educational learnings that are always helpful to educators. For this, it is never wise to simply ignore the field of education's journey in history. It is a gold mine of information, instruction, erudition, and even inspiration that are extremely useful and applicable in many situations and occasions. So now let me go to the next, the philosophical foundations. If we should teach something, why should we teach it? If we should learn something, why should we learn it? At the outset, teaching and learning do not simply mean how to teach and or what to learn. Rather, they fundamentally point toward a why. Why teach this? Why learn that? Incidentally, education itself does not hold the right answers to all of its whys. This why is in fact no longer entirely within the purview of education. This why already belongs to philosophy. This is precisely the reason why education requires philosophy. It is philosophy that identifies the why of all educational endeavors. It is philosophy that substantiates teaching and learning. Without philosophy, education is like an ignoramus. It wouldn't know why it is doing what it is doing. The truth is, ever since ancient times, it is philosophy that has always made it possible for education to ascertain its aims and reach them. Philosophy has such a big role in education. The philosophical foundations of education are the source from where education derives its why and all the possible answers to this why. Philosophy's different branches make up the philosophical foundations of education. Let us see why. We can begin with logic, the art and science of correct thinking. To undergo education primarily means to be taught how to think correctly. We all think, yes, but it's not all the time that we think correctly. So imagine if we have education that has a very weak foundation in logic. It will definitely mean disaster and confusion, disorder and disarray. Education will be a system of erratic thinking, a dangerous feat for individuals and society. Then we have epistemology, the branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of human knowledge. What can we know? How can we know? What is knowledge? Where does knowledge come from? Is knowledge inborn or is it derived from experience? Questions such as these are considered at length in epistemology. Now, whether we like it or not, when we go to school, people expect us to be knowledgeable. People expect us to know something. So if we have education that does not have a solid foundation in epistemology, we will have a scenario similar to what Jonathan Swift described in Gulliver's Travels. In one of his travels, Lemuel Gulliver came into contact with a group of people who would devour the pages of their books instead of reading them. They believed that once the pages would go into their stomachs, the ink of the pages would go with the flow of their blood, and reach their brains speedily. They held that when finally the ink from those pages reaches their brains, they will have knowledge because the contents of the book will have been transferred there. Thus, for them, reading is such a waste of time. This kind of scenario is stupid and absurd, we may say, but it is a perfect picture of education with no clear and solid epistemology. Then we also have metaphysics, the branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of reality. What is reality? Is reality evil? Is it good? Where is it? Is it in this material world that we live in? Or is reality in another world, in the spiritual realm, one beyond which our mere naked eyes can no longer perceive? Metaphysics, so to say, provides education with the right lens with which to view reality, human existence, life, and environment. Thus, if education disregards metaphysics, it is tantamount to a disregard of many truths. It will result into a myopic outlook of reality and a limited or even distorted understanding of the world. For example, according to the first principle of metaphysics, anything cannot be another thing at the same time in the same sense. An apple cannot be an orange at the same time in the same sense. A cat cannot be a dog at the same time in the same sense. A paper cannot be a pencil at the same time in the same sense. If education will not take into account metaphysics, what will happen? A male student can also be considered female at the same time in the same sense, or blue can also be called purple at the same time in the same sense. Clearly, without metaphysics, education will just be a network of false and conflicted information. Then there is also philosophy of man, or philosophy of the human person, the branch of philosophy concerned with man himself. Who is man? What is man? What makes man truly human? Where does human dignity lie? What is the purpose of human existence? Is man free, or is his fate already predetermined? Does man have a soul? These questions are no doubt central in philosophy of man. But education too needs to embrace and appropriate these questions. Man is its subject, so it is necessary for education to be firmly anchored on philosophy of man. How did Maria Montessori, for example, come up with her now world-famous method of educating children? She did not start from nowhere. Rather, she started with a clear vision of man. To Montessori, every man, or in her case, every child, possesses his or her own natural interests. When education specially revolves around these interests, the child learns fast and without difficulty. Isn't this a philosophy of man? Well, the truth is that all educational systems in history emerged in one way or another from a particular philosophy of man. The other branches of philosophy are no less different. Ethics, philosophy of religion, political and social philosophy, hermeneutics, etc. Each has specific functions and foci that greatly help educators who desire to shape and anchor their students' education on solid foundations. Now, what about let me go now to the legal foundations. Okay. For any educator, it is very important to be acquainted with the legal foundations of education, especially here in the Philippines. It is very important for teachers to be acquainted with Batas Pambansa bilang the 23-32, the Education Act of 1982, the Higher Education Act of 1994, the TESDA Act of 1994, and then recently we have the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, and there are others. If educators do not know any of these laws, perhaps they could violate something that are provided in these laws, or perhaps they would not be able to do something that are prescribed in these laws. It's very important that any educator would be knowledgeable of the legal foundations of education. Now, what about the psychological foundations of education? The psychological foundations of education refer to some of the principles of psychology that are relevant to learning and teaching. These include key concepts like teachers' attitudes and behavior, different types of learning, child development, and intelligence measurements. Considered part of this arena are also the assessment of educational achievement and the social psychology of the classroom. Psychology plays a key role in teaching and learning activity because psychology refers to the science of the human mind and behavior, which describes and explains the behavioral changes of humans. The psychological foundations of education thus provide educators with concrete tools with which to understand a child or student behavior and the various stages of development in children. The psychological foundations of education, moreover, enable educators to acquire skills that allow them to recognize the psychological processes critical to education and consequently create stimulating learning environments that capture the student's attention. Psychology simply offers educators with plenty of insights into student behavior and learning. Like the psychological foundations of education, the sociological or social foundations of education refer to some of the principles of sociology that are relevant to the theory and practice of education. Sociology refers to the study of man and his environment in their relation with each other. In short, sociology is the field that describes and explains man as he lives in society. Since education and society are interdependent and complementary to each other, logically, no educational system can be understood without looking at the canvas of society. Society can never progress without the sound system of education. Education should enable the pupil to be a useful member of society. Such function, however, would not be possible if education is not grounded on the established principles of sociology. Without sociology, education would not be fully informed about how a child's social environment has influenced or shaped his or her life and outlooks. Now, let me go to the next, the moral and religious foundations. Even before formal education starts, children at home are already given moral and religious instructions: how to behave, when to be always honest, courteous, polite, kind, obedient, generous, etc. Doubtless, moral and religious principles are paramount in education. To be educated is to be taught how to be moral. Education entails learning how to be moral. That is why in the earliest stage of formal education, there is already emphasis on moral formation, the introduction of good manners, and the instilling of values. Actually, there is no need to elaborate much on the importance of the moral foundations of education. We all know how important they all are. Just imagine taking away morality from the educational scene, and you will get a picture of education devoid of a soul, a smorgasbord of corruption, debauchery, and iniquity. Though religion is now often seen as something non-essential in many secular educational institutions, students who receive religious formation seem to have an edge. They have eyes that see the sacred in the midst of the profane, the spiritual in the midst of the material, the divine in the midst of the human, and the eternal in the midst of the temporal. The religious foundations of education are a lens that could make students look into the beyond, a ladder that could take them to the things that transcend this world, and a key that could let them open their minds and hearts to a supernatural power, God. So let me now come to the conclusion. For those who are into the field of education, therefore, it is necessary that they know the foundations upon which education stands. Any serious neophyte who aspires to become a veteran educator later on can only be so and do so if he or she succeeds in having a full grasp of the foundations of education. It is therefore quite sad how the study of the foundations of education has been deemed as a minor course when it is not even a minor discipline at all. How can something very important, something essential, be simply considered minor? If we recognize that there is a need to study the foundations of education, then perhaps we should change our attitude toward the study. In most cases, whatever is labeled minor does not always receive serious attention. It is inferior, if not insignificant. On the contrary, whatever is labeled major is given all the seriousness and focused attention in the world. It is superior, and hence very significant. Since the study of the foundations of education has been labeled minor for quite a long time, a more basic need of rectifying this mistake is truly called for. For this reason, let us have this clear in our minds outright. Studying the foundations of education is necessary for all aspiring educators. It is a need, a must, so to speak. As such, it ought to be paid the serious attention it deserves. Even if it is considered minor in many educational institutions, students need to realize the worth of studying the foundations of education and value it as an important corpus of learning that will remain with them, especially if they plan to embark on an educational career. I think that would be all, but before I totally stop, I hope the organizers would not mind a short advertisement for
Yeah, go
those
ahead,
who are
sir. Go ahead.
For 3 weeks from now, the Societas Etica Filosofica in cooperation with Cebu Normal University, we will have this online international multidisciplinary conference. We already have the program. If you're interested, you may go to the official Facebook page of CEPI. We accept participants until November 15. So for details, you may email us at cepicnu.intercom@gmail.com, or you may pre-register. You can just screenshot this slide so that you can get the details. Thank you very much. This is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Alexis, for reminding us of the importance of studying foundation of education, especially for us educators and those participants here or students or aspiring educators in the future. So maybe maybe the audience would have some clarification or question or comment. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Roger, can I have some
Yes,
question?
go ahead, Dr. Sable. Go ahead.
Uh, Sir, good afternoon, Sir Alexis.
Yes, sir.
What do you
Good
think
afternoon.
the future? What do you think is the future of education? What would be the future of education,
Yes, sir.
given that kind of paper that you have presented?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that question. For me, I am an optimist. So I am optimistic about the future of education. That is because, human history is a cycle. This may have been forgotten, the foundations of education, but recently there is I don't remember who that person is. Someone from an educator, obviously, wrote an article that a PhD should give more emphasis to the philosophy, because many PhDs, doctors of philosophy, do not really have a solid foundation in philosophy. Philosophy is one of the foundations of education. So this is just an example wherein if we forget the foundations of education, when we progress in life, in our educational career, we actually miss a lot of things. But on the whole, I am optimistic, especially that we have young scholars who are really well-rounded, well-formed. So I am still optimistic about the future of education. That would be my response, sir.
Roger.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In the next 20, 30 years, how would you describe education? What attributes could you attach to education in the next 20, 30 years?
Okay, thank you for that question, sir. Given that we are now in a technological age, I expect, this is hypothetical since we are not really there, but I expect education 20 to 30 years from now to be mainly anchored on technology. Maybe there would be no need to, okay, now we are demanding that we have face-to-face classes, but maybe when that time will come, there will be a hybrid classes, meaning for those who opt to go to face-to-face classes, they can go to physically to school, but for those who opt to remain wherever they may be, so that while they are traveling, they can still connect online, they can opt for online classes, that would be possible. And I believe learning would be fast because we are now in a globalized world. We have become, the globe has become one single village. We can reach people wherever they are in the world. So I guess it will be characterized by the advancement of technology, but still, I am positive that things will go well, whatever the future may bring. That's my response.
Sir Roger, thank you for giving me the virtual floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sable. Sir Alex, if what is your comment on the changing of curriculum from by CHED when a lot of philosophy subjects are downloaded to senior high school and we don't have also qualified or maybe well-trained philosophy teachers in the senior high school, especially in the public schools. And when they enter into college and they are studying ethics, and they don't have really a solid background, and this is the move of the education, especially in the commission on higher education. And you talking about on the importance of philosophy, as you mentioned, and it seems that the trajectory of the commission on higher education is really more on sciences and other the utilitarian function of education, and the humanities are put into the sideline. So what is your comment on this, Sir Alex?
Thank you for your question, sir. In the beginning, I have to be honest that I was not pleased because, I was also affected because some of the subjects that I used to teach are now given to senior high school teachers. But later on, I realized that it's actually something useful and practical. I learned this especially through my encounter with the advocates of philosophy for children. I did not realize its value until my own son actually enrolled in one of the workshops for philosophy for children. And I realized that, this is something, philosophy is something that can already be taught and even better taught in senior high school. We don't have to wait for them to go to college so that they can learn about philosophy. And unfortunately, at the moment, we have teachers in philosophy in senior high who do not have sufficient training. But I think there is slowly the response to, for example, to send teachers to more trainings in philosophy. So it's not really that we are left in a static situation wherein there is really no hope, there's really no progress possible. But even in those schools where the teachers teaching philosophy have no sufficient background on the field, they have been sent to different trainings and workshops. So I believe things will still go well. So here I am still optimistic, although in the beginning, I have to admit, I was a bit optimistic about it, pessimistic about it.
Thank you, sir, for having that positive mindset. It's true, no? Especially, Daryl earlier this morning was talking about the capacity of children to really ask questions, and and maybe this is the right time also that they will be honed in terms of critical thinking.
Sir Roger, can
we have another question here. Yes, you make follow up,
Yes.
Dr. Fab. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. There was a paper written by Glenn Rikowski, an expert on education policy, that the crisis in education is in education itself. Trying to understand education as a commodity. It's commodification of education. So commodification as an instrument, is a form of instrumentation for capital to prosper, to grow. So if we teach our students to be critical, they could not be a good worker because they will always criticize the management. Critical thinking is an essential aspect of education in the next 20 years. Critical thinking, asking questions. I listened to the speech of Darren, Sir Darren. Critical thinking should be something that must be developed today for our students to survive in the next 20 years, 30 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So before we proceed with the last presentation, we have here from Angelico Miguel Chavez. Sir, would you like to read your comment question directly to Sir Alexis?
Sure. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll just read what I just commented for now. So as a philosophy teacher myself, by the way, I am a college instructor sa Iligan Medical Center College, currently having my master's at Ateneo de Davao. So as a philosophy teacher myself, I find it disheartening that many, if not most, students, at least this is my experience, believe in false information and appeal mostly to their emotions rather than their reason. So how can philosophy as a discipline remain relevant in the education system sa Philippines? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question, sir. I believe that when we teach philosophy, we should really emphasize reading. Reading. What do I mean? What is the root of this? What is one of the roots why people succumb to fake news? Because they only want to read on the surface. There is really no desire to read more, and read more. But if there is really this desire to read more, then chances of getting misinformed, chances of holding on to fake news would be lessened, because these people would now have the avenue, would have opportunities to get more information. So I think it's very important. A very important key is to let them read more, and read more, because the more they read, the more they will be able to expand their thinking, the more they will be able to expand the reach of their horizon, the more they will be able to get more information and facts about the situation that they are in. So I think the lack of reading, or the lack of interest in reading and more reading, has something to do with this. So I would encourage, especially philosophy teachers, it would be important to really encourage students to read and read and read and read. That would be my response, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir Alex.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have here the last presentation. Not the least. No, we have a presentation here from Dr. Victor Aguilan. He's a professor of theology at Silliman University. He finished his doctorate in theology and social ethics at Southeast Asia School of Theology. He is a convener of the Council of Teachers and Staff of Colleges and Universities of the Philippines. He will discuss on his paper entitled The Relevance of the Katipunan in the Struggle for Philippine Democracy Today. Dr. Victor, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is my audio? Okay, good. Can I be allowed to share my my screen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so the title of my paper, and I have sent a initial draft copy of this paper to the secretariat, and I was informed they're going to share it by email. So I hope that you'll give comments, reaction, or comment when you read my paper. So this is still a work in progress. Hopefully, I will also learn from you, and you will also learn from my paper. When the Filipinos in 1896 launched the struggle for independence from Spain, The nation that the Katipunan wanted to establish was a free, just, and egalitarian. The principal ideas of the revolution was kalayaan, katarungan, pagkapantay-pantay, because we always hear the word equality. But in the modern translation, we use the word katarungan, and I explain the reason why. And kasaganahan or kaginhawahan, prosperity. They may not have called it democratic, but it was. The struggle for independence led by the Katipunan was a struggle for democracy. This paper is concerned with demonstrating how the insight from the Katipunan could shape contemporary Filipino perspective on democracy. So just to provide a historical background on how Katipunan came to be, we know that it has been explained by Filipino historians, the stages of the birth of the nation. We have the propaganda movement, and the instrument was primarily the print media, La Solidaridad. The struggle was a lobbying group, so the leaders were actually in Europe, Spain, lobbying. Okay, but the response from the authorities, we also know that they were ignored. Gidedma sila. Our propagandists, the leaders who were producing criticism, commentaries, hoping that the authorities in Spain would listen or at least would read or pay attention. But we know the sad truth that they were ignored. But the newspaper, when it's smuggled in the Philippines, it was really a bestseller. Okay, so that's the propaganda movement. Okay, next is the La Liga Pilipina. The failure of the propaganda to influence the Spanish authority in Spain led Jose Rizal to return to the Philippines. It was Jose Rizal who said that the struggle should be fought in the Philippines. He wrote, "If our countrymen hope in us here in Europe, they are certainly mistaken. The help we can give them is our lives in our country. The error all make in thinking we can help here, far away, is a great mistake indeed. The medicine must be brought near the sick man. The field of battle is the Philippines. That is where we should be." And the aims of the La Liga, if we remember our Philippine history, to unify for mutual protection, defense against all violence and injustice, encouragement of instruction, agriculture, and commerce, and the study and application of reform. The reaction from the colonial authorities, just a week after Rizal's arrival and the organization of La Liga, he was arrested and eventually shipped to the Pitan, where he lived for over 4 years in exile. So in other words, the Spanish authorities suppressed this organization organized by Jose Rizal. Okay. Then this led to the formation of the Katipunan. Upon learning the Rizal arrest, Andres Bonifacio immediately gathered together a few of his trusted associates and founded on the night of July 7, 1892, a secret revolutionary society known as the Katipunan, Kataas-Taas, and Kagalang-galangan, Katipunan ng mga anak ng bayan. The primary aim of the Katipunan is independence from Spain. And the principal ideas of the revolution were kalayaan, katarungan, kaginhawahan, or kasaganahan. Now, what are these principles? Pagkapantay-pantay or equality and justice. Okay, according to Schumacher, equality is repeated in various ways in all Jacinto's writing, and from it he draws its logical conclusion that given the equality and dignity of human person, one's work is dependent on his or her honorable conduct in accordance with that dignity. The goal of the Katipunan was to end all forms of discrimination and inequalities that the Filipinos have experienced under the Spanish rule. The attainment of equality would end injustice. Okay, the attainment of equality would end injustice. The struggle for equality would correct or ituwid the wrongs done to the Filipinos. Okay, tuwid is the root word of katwiran that we often find in the Katipunan documents. Katwiran comes from the Tagalog word tuwid, meaning straight or right. Katwiran and katarungan are closely associated. This could be the reason the word katarungan is not found in the original Katipunan document. This was surprising for me when I learned that this, and I really checked, and I could not find the Filipino word katarungan. Instead, katwiran was most commonly used. Then I discovered that it was a more modern translation, rewording or re-editing of Lope Santos of some of the original work, original document of the Katipunan. And my suspicion is that the word katarungan was really borrowed from the Cebuano dialect, the word tarong, which means to win. And I asked my wife, who is a Cebuana, and she said, yes, katarungan for us is justice. So that's my suspicion. I have to work on this historically and etymologically, whether that's really how the word katarungan was appropriated by the Tagalog. It's really borrowed from the Cebuano. But the notion of justice is implied in katwiran, which is a key idea in the writing of Emilio Jacinto and Bonifacio. The fight for justice is at the heart of all anti-colonial uprising. Okay? The struggle for justice is at the heart of all anti-colonial uprising. Kalayaan or independence is another principle of the Katipunan. Filipinos were free people. The Filipinos and the Spaniard were equal. In the manifesto and in the document, ang dapat mabatid ng mga Tagalog, who's borrowing from the work of commentaries made by Jose Rizal, this was argued. This was part of the important teaching of the Katipunan as part of the initiation, that they have to understand that the Filipinos and the Spaniard were equal. But Spain pretended to be a friend of the Filipinos. They convinced the Filipinos to make sacrifices for the Spaniard. However, Spain did not reciprocate. Instead, they have taken advantage of the friendship of the Filipinos, exploited their labor, betrayed their hopes. The Filipinos lost everything, their freedom, their land, and their dignity because of Spanish colonization. This is clearly expressed in the document of the Katipunan, ang dapat mabatid ng mga Tagalog. Okay, written by Bonifacio, published in the Katipunan newspaper, Kalayaan. It emphasizes that before the arrival of the Spaniard, the Filipinos had flourishing civilization, prosperous, just, and free. May kasaganahan, kaginhawahan, at kalayaan. So, to end oppression and regain the dignity of the Filipinos, the answer is kalayaan, independence. Okay. Kalayaan is the goal of the Katipunan. According to Gripaldo, Jacinto defines liberty in his essay Kalayaan as the inherent reason that a person possesses to think and to do whatever he pleases, for as long as it does not conflict with the inherent reason of others. So, Jacinto's notion of kalayaan has a political dimension. The kalayaan includes the concept of kasarinlan, pagsasarili. Kasarinlan, sarili, pagsasarili, means political independence, sovereignty. The concept of kalayaan or liberty is not individualistic. Kasarinlan is not realized in the solitary detachment of an individual in isolation from his fellow human. Kalayaan with pag-ibig. Pag-ibig is an important theme that Jacinto always relate with kalayaan, has become inclusive and political. In Ang Pag-ibig, Jacinto expound on the idea of love in relation to the nation. True love, as Jacinto meant it, is love of country and love of fellow human beings. Bonifacio expresses the same. Aling pag-ibig pa ang hihigit kaya sa pagkadalisay at pagkadakila, gaya ng pag-ibig sa tinubuang lupa, aling pag-ibig pa, wala na nga wala. In addition, the government envisioned by the Katipunan was participatory. In the Liwanag at Dilim, in the chapter The People and the Government, Jacinto asserted that the political power enjoyed by the leader does not come from any inherent quality or trait which make him more worthy over others. Rather, the power he enjoys is derived from and is granted by the nation. He said, we must not recognize that the political elite are sovereign over the people. The obedience and respect due them are derived from the sovereignty of the people who gave the political elite the authority to govern. With its radical stand and mass-based approach, the Katipunan leaders found it difficult to recruit the Ilustrado and the wealthy natives. Despite the difficulties, the Katipunan spread like wildfire among the masses. One contributing factor was the organization paper Kalayaan. Okay. The Katipunan succeeded in rousing the masses from their passivity and inculcating in the minds of the masses that they were all Filipinos fighting for a common cause. The third principle of the Katipunan is kaginhawahan o kasaganaan. The emerging vision of a new society understood by the masses, propagated by the Katipunan, could only be egalitarian, sovereign, just, and free, whose citizens would build a society where all would have equal rights, with no social prejudice nor elitist aristocracy would exist, where no one would oppress or allow himself to be oppressed, where citizens would be enjoined to share their means with the less fortunate, damayan or damay. In short, a democratic, egalitarian society, inclusive, reducing the economic gap between rich and the poor. Kasaganaan at kaginhawaan para sa lahat. The Katipunan envisioned a Philippine society that is prosperous and that provide comfort and well-being to all. The revolution of 1896 saw the most sustained and concerted effort on the part of the oppressed people to free themselves from the Spanish yoke. Okay, so, you know, like a conflagration, it spread to almost all province, overwhelming the Spaniard and forcing them to make a last stand in Manila. Ultimately, the Spanish tyranny affected even those Spanish descent, particularly the mestizos and the Philippine-born Spaniard or Creoles. But how the Filipino elite corrupted the democratic vision of the Katipunan. This is a sad and tragic part of our Philippine history, and we should not forget this part. When Bonifacio and the other leaders of the Katipunan were discovered and compelled to launch the revolution, the Ilustrado, composed of Creoles and mestizos, were some hesitated in joining the revolution, while others refused to support it. Rizal himself tried to prevent Bonifacio from launching the revolution. Rizal was against it because he believed the educated class should lead it. The Katipunan anti-colonial struggle was cunningly corrupted by the Filipino elites. This is an important historical lesson that we should not forget. The elites were willing to sell their kalayaan in exchange for their own kaginhawaan. Class opportunism was the characteristic of the elite. First, when Aguinaldo faction took the leadership, the KKK from Bonifacio, it was a coup d'etat that led to the murder of Bonifacio. During the Tejeros Convention, Aguinaldo faction manipulated the election. Unang dayaan, unang election, unang dayaan. Capturing the top position. Aguinaldo became the president, whereas the uneducated Bonifacio occupied the lowest rank as Minister of Interior. That there was even an attempt to disqualify Bonifacio. Okay, Bonifacio was said to be not qualified because he was not a lawyer. He did not have any educational degree, and because of that, he repudiated the assembly. But eventually, the Capiteños, the elite, in unprecedented masterpiece of treason, arrested Bonifacio, gave him a mock trial, denounced him as counter-revolutionary, and had him executed. A tragic part of the Philippine revolutionary history. Now, the second is during the American occupation. The landed elites immediately collaborated with the American occupier. And in the election of 1907, okay, the American colonial administration limited qualified voters to male person above 23 years old who had held office under the Spaniard or who owned real property worth 250 or could read, write, or speak Spanish or English. So, kaluoy kaayo ang mga Indio. Such qualification prevented the participation of the masses. In fact, only 1.41% of the population voted. Thus, while the American provided the mechanics of democracy, they made sure that the victors would come from the elite class, the property class, the educated class that they were building up for leadership. And sure enough, the candidates were generally from the property and conservative families in the provinces. From then on, the elite effectively controlled political power until, it's still happening today. Filipino masses were marginalized from the direct political decision. To perpetuate colonial and neo-colonial system, the United States constructed an elite-run democracy. So the relevance of the Katipunan today, the independent, sovereign, prosperous, and egalitarian Philippines that the Katipunan envisioned continues to be relevant today in the struggle for democracy. With the creeping authoritarianism, we must continue the struggle of the Katipunan to strengthen, defend, and advance the democracy in the Philippines today. And there are several insights from the Katipunan that we can use or lesson that we can. In the 1986 Philippine Constitution, the function of the state is clearly stated in Section 4, Article 2, to preserve, to serve, and protect the people. Section 4 clarifies further the duty of the Philippine government is the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, property, and the promotion of the general welfare. This constitutional principle of the Philippine state and the government are laudable, but does the government maintain peace and order, protect life, liberty, and property in that order, promote the general welfare? The evidence seems otherwise. The government has protected and promoted the property of the elites, foreign capitalists. That's the reason land reform in the Philippines has never prospered at the expense of the lives of the poor and the marginalized Filipinos. Puros pangako, housing. But daghang Pinoy, walay housing na kanya. The people, therefore, must exert great effort to carry its mandate to pursue the struggle for genuine democracy today. The Katipunan recognized that the key principle of democracy was that the power to govern emanates from and reside in the ordinary people. The 1896 revolution gave the ordinary folks opportunity to participate in creating a more egalitarian Philippine society. But this project was disrupted by the elite and the coming of the American. So to advance democracy in the Philippines today, there is an urgent need to empower people. This can be done through grassroots participation in planning and decision-making. Instead of planning government from top down or the center outward or so-called technocratic approach, okay? Political participation need to be strengthened in the local community. We need to expand public space for people to effectively exercise their power through all kinds of people's assembly, council, association, citizen bodies. This entails the formation of different power blocks or countervailing center in Philippine society. The formation of various people's group and political organization is necessary to safeguard states from groups or individuals attempting to monopolize its power and use it for their own selfish interests. There is the imperative to form farmer and peasant organization, labor unions, sectoral organization, community organization, and non-government organization. The leaders of the Katipunan understood that the struggle for kalayaan, katarungan, and kaginhawaan necessitate organizing the masses for power. For democracy to survive, we need to be vigilant on the creeping authoritarianism. We must promote equality and human rights. The Bill of Rights of the Philippine Constitution must be defended, promoted, and realized. In the Cartilla, the foundation of freedom and equality is human dignity. Today, the very foundation of human rights is human dignity. The revolution waged by the Katipunan is a revolution for human dignity, for the defense and promotion of human rights. Violation of human rights such as extrajudicial killings, censorship, torture, illegal detention, and corruption are threats to democracy. Let us not forget that the Filipinos lost their basic rights during the Marcos dictatorship. In addition, our system of accountability for government officials must be strengthened. Accountability of public officials means that the power to govern is not absolute, but rather entrusted. Accountability of public officials entails disclosure of their public expenditure and sources of funds, policies, and public contract entered into and other acts executed by them. The more informed the people are, the better they can exercise their freedom and rights. But information depends largely on the capacity to gather it. Government has the tendency to be unduly secretive and insufficiently concerned about communicating what it is doing. Okay, transparency is an indicator of good governance. Authoritarian regime hide information. They distort and misinform the public. Fake news, propaganda, alternative truths are example of concealing information from the public. Access to public information is vital in the pursuit of democracy. Before one can participate, one cannot participate in the affairs of the state. One must know what one is participating in. How can you participate if you're not informed? Okay, informed consent in research ethics, in medical ethics, informed consent also in politics. Lastly, Philippine democracy can only truly flourish when country assert its independence and sovereignty by not relying on foreign countries with imperial interests like the United States and China. The Katipunan has shown us to be truly free. We must claim our sovereignty as a nation. pagsasarili. Tumatayo sa sariling kakayahan. Itinuturo ng katwiran ang tayo'y umasa sa atin at huwag antayin sa iba ang ating kabuhayan. We need an independent and non-aligned foreign policy. Our land, seas, waters, energy, and natural resources belong to the Filipino people. Hence, these resources should be primarily used for the development of the country and for the kaginhawaan and kasaganaan of the Filipino people. So in conclusion, the struggle for democracy is a continuing struggle. It is under threat from creeping authoritarianism, and the vision of the Katipunan can inspire Filipinos today to demand a fundamental social change, a radical change, freedom from foreign domination, justice and equality for all. Their goal, their ideals was independence. They equated independence with a better and prosperous life. We should learn from the past, for he who would ignore the past will be condemned to regret the past as well as to repeat it. The struggle for genuine democracy today requires the reappropriation of the vision of the Katipunan and organizing the masses for power. Sovereignty resides in the people. It does not reside in foreign powers and in the elite. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm done with my presentation.
You're muted, Dr. Bayod.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So thank you so much, Dr. Vic, for the wonderful presentation. Any comment or question from the remaining 72 participants that we have?
Sir Roger?
Go ahead, sir.
Are you going to agree with me, sir, that the saying which states that because you vote for me, you give me the license to govern you in whatever means?
Okay. That's really the problem, how we understand election. It's like issuing a blank check.
That is always the justification of elected officials.
Yes.
Well, you voted for me, so therefore do not question my way of running the country. You voted for me, and therefore I am justified because you vote for me. The sovereign will is expressed in your votes. I got, let's say, 16 million votes from the Filipinos. So therefore, you trust me. So let me run this government because you voted for me. Is that justified?
I think that's really I would say that's a remnant of the divine right of divine right theory for the king to rule. We have some politician wanted to go back to that old model that they have the absolute power, but in the guise of democracy. They use the democratic semblance of democracy, but that what they really want to how they want to rule is like a dictator or like a king.
Yes,
But
sir, therefore, my follow-up question, how would you democratize democracy in the Philippines?
In my presentation, I have already mentioned that it's empowering the people, meaning the electorate, and that requires really hard work. You have to organize that at the grassroots level.
Yeah.
You have to form labor organization in all sectors, and it takes time. Democracy, a country, a nation is not built in a day. So it takes time, and it takes a lot of effort and sacrifices, and those who are willing So, and we built on the success, meaning what our predecessor had accomplished. Okay, and that's the reason I look at the past as a lesson that I can draw lesson from, but it should also be a guide to me on what I have to do now, so that my vision of a prosperous and free Philippines will be realized, because I'm building it for my children, and also for my apos. And
Yes,
we
sir.
really have to
I-
educate. We really have to educate. So educate educate our young people, educate even the senior citizen, because as I've mentioned, our challenge today are quite so many. I mean, so many. Fake news must be combated by truth and facts. Propaganda must be exposed so that their lies would be exposed to the truth. And that's the challenge to those who really, those who work for democracy and who want to advance the democratic space and the democratic society that we now have.
I was able to present a paper, I think in 2014 with in the social ethics conference, democratizing democracy in the Philippines. And my suggestion, my recommendation is the only way to democratize democracy in the Philippines is to federalize. We dissect power from the top down to the level of communities, transferring power to the provinces, to the municipalities, to the cities, so that the provinces or the municipalities, the federal states will craft their own destiny. They will now decide their own future and elect leader and diselect that leader if that leader is not doing well, which can be done through constitutional arrangements at the federal level. So that's the only way to democratize democracy, because right at the moment we are operating under the so-called elitist democracy. So we vote for elite personnel, elite people, and these people will just take advantage of the power that they are vested. And once we elect a leader from our own province who will govern us, if he is going to abuse that power, a province with 20,000 voters can recall his votes and change immediately that governor or that that leader. So that can only be through achieved through federalism. We have to federalize. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but whatever government, if it's actually from top to bottom, kung gikan yan sa taas, that gi-impose lang sa mga ordinaryong tao, eventually the elite would dominate. The only, I think, what we really need is the grassroots. Gikan sa, meaning come from the grassroots. They should be organized. They should be educated. They should know their rights. So because historically, forms of government that really stand, that were able to deal with, with absolutism, actually depend on, how politically active and how politically mature a significant section of the population. And that's the responsibility of philosophers. That's the responsibility of educators, to educate the ordinary Filipinos, to empower them, to tell them that they have the rights, that the power of the government, whether it's the governor, the mayor, the barangay captain, it comes from the ordinary
One of the
citizen.
books were of Noam Chomsky, Why Politicians Lie. According to Noam Chomsky, politicians are liars. They don't tell the truth, they hide the truth. So if we elect politicians who are liars, that's the end of democracy. So if we have local liars, we can discipline our local liars. We can discipline him and be truthful. the institutions of democracy at the national level is heavily entrenched. It is heavily entrenched by power. For example, if you are yung magandang case of Marcos and Robredo, it takes years for the court to decide because the institution of democracy at the national level is very slow, and the bureaucracy is slowly grinding its functions. So if that is why my advocacy is federalism. We have to federalize at the grassroots level. You know, Balkan states in Europe, the Balkans, that's the problem now in Europe, in Russia, because everybody do not want to be the authority, they refuse to be governed by the federation, so they would like to have their own government. Because
I
there
think
is
we
no
should.
democracy.
I think, but we have to go back to the Katipunan and the relevance of the Katipunan for today.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. We have also a insight here from Oliver. Sir Oliver, if you would like to share this, and later next will be Brian. Sir Oliver.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Roger. So, yun, thank you also, Dr. Aguilan, for that very powerful and agitating presentation. So, basically, I lost a lot of friends, especially from Manila, because of some of my posts, accusing me of supporting murderer. But basically, maybe they just misinterpreted my my Facebook post. Personally, I do not really believe in Philippine election. I voted only twice in my life. Since I was 18, I voted only twice, all because of that. And I mean, I also have some problem in. I just heard Dr. Sable mention about federalism, but basically, I got some. It is also promising some degree, but yeah, I think in my belief, if it were still to be ruled by the elites, by the Plaza of Agusan, by the Kuwangko of Tarlac, for example, still we will be running the same society in general. So basically, I mean, that is just my opinion. So I have written here my question lately. So I said, I don't know if we share the same notion about history, but I believe we were colonized by Spain due to the demand of mercantilism. In fact, the Magellan expedition was funded by the German Jew merchant, Jacob Fugger. The merchant during those days needed new route to transport their products, and colonies for the source of raw materials, market for their products, and source of cheap labor power. And they discovered the Philippines suited for these needs. Other than the importance of Philippine geographic location in between Southeast Asia. Where am I? However, after all the freedom they had said we are already had already acquired the freedom from Spain, US, and the Japanese imperial powers. Still, the Philippines has the economy which is merely a destination of foreign products, basically a market economy, or a consumer economy with a consumer culture at the same time. So as we are not selling our own products, basically we're not even creating our own products. Almost everything is imported. Kahit pako nga, di ba sir? So we are source of cheap labor raw materials because of course we are not making products, or we're selling our raw materials, and like through mining and plantation. And we are still producing English-speaking cheap labor professionals and labor forces. In your presentation, sir, you haven't mentioned industrial program as a vital for the Philippine economy. I mean, I just want to know ano yung notion mo dito, sir, because I guess Duterte had mentioned during the election period during these days, he was mentioning about industrialization, but but he'll end up build or instead of industrial program. So
Yeah, actually, it's in my last section. It's still to be developed, considering the time frame. But when I say kasaganaan at kaginhawahan, that would entail really not just industrialization, because you have to consider the fourth stage. we are now moving towards industrialization is actually in the 19th century. So I think it will be, we have to harness modern technology, different renewable energy. I mean, so these are the things, and so, but there will be a material basis. There should be economic development. Okay, but this economic development should be inclusive. The fruit of this development should be inclusive, not just for the few, not just for those who are already wealthy and rich and powerful. There must be a material condition to sustain our democracy, because if the people remain poor, people remain marginalized, then democracy would always be under the constant threat of authoritarianism. And be susceptible to propaganda, fake news, and empty promises. If Karl Marx said in the past, religion is the opium of the people, today Facebook, social media could be the opium of so many people, because social media provide false hope. Okay. Instead of engaging in active politics, instead of going out and going to the communities, and really going and participating in many of the political exercises, like when there are hearings, where there are ordinances being passed in the meeting in the barangay. So, for example, there are several issues that we can participate, like issues of waste management. Where do we throw our waste? This is now devolved to the barangay level. The collection of solid waste management. Then the problem of the climate change is threatening many communities. The flooding, because many infrastructures are not somehow planned scientifically. That's the reason why we have floodings. Maghimo sila ng dalan, mga highway, dako kaayo, pero walay drainage. So asa paingon ang tubig in low-lying communities. And who lives in low-lying communities? The poor, the marginalized. So actually, we have infrastructure development, but this are at the expense of many ordinary Filipinos. They pay the price of development aggression rather than a development that is more inclusive. The only way that I believe people needs to be involved in every aspect of their anything that affect their lives.
Thank
They
you,
have
sir.
to get involved. Yes.
We have still one question here from
Sir, pwede lang
Angelico.
follow up gamay, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir. We have
Okay lang, sir.
go ahead, sir.
Yun, basically, sir, follow up lang ako konti sa akong in the previous question. Basically, I mean, with industrialization, with different from infrastructure projects, because I believe infrastructure project would not give us any wealth at all. I mean, they are just in order to transport product softly. But if we do not have really product to transport and sell, we cannot really compete in a global scale, di ba? So we should be. I mean, I am thinking that if we have to build our own cars, make our own airplanes, for example. So that was my concern. And another question I have, sir, is that the only organizations in the Philippines that stand against the imperial powers, imperialism, are the communist parties, which are also divided among themselves. In fact, they are killing each other, sir, di ba? I do not know if you are familiar with for example, with different communist parties in the Philippines. We have the CPP, we have the MLPP, we have the Partido ng Manggagawa, and many others. So basically, since 1986, they were divided already that much, and believing and having different interpretation what is really the context of the Philippine Philippine society, di ba? So if that is really the case, I would not get involved because, di ba, ba't naman ako sasangkot sa patayan na yan at magiging parte ng organisasyon na I do not even know what was the real root cause of their problem. So I just want to know your notion about this, sir. I mean,
Yeah,
how will you be
yeah.
able to organize the masses apart somehow from these communist organizations?
Yeah, but
Or
organizing the
is it
masses,
possible?
yeah, organizing the masses does not mean you have to join any movement, because you're organizing the communities. You're organizing a labor union in the workplace. You don't need to be a part of a political party or a movement. And people organize even without our help. Mag-organize ang mga yan. Ha? If you remember, again, our history, Apolinario de la Cruz organized the Confradia. We have our own, this is a natural inclination. We want to form communities, how small or how big, and this community would address our needs. So we are not dependent on movements. It should be the other way around. Movement should be dependent on communities, on people, because they're political. And when we say a political organization, we recognize that political organization depend much on the support of the community and people. So my problem with many of, I think, itong problema sa mga partido at mga, whether it's left, right, or center, they always forget that they are dependent on the people. Okay. So siguro they have to go back to the communities and listen to the communities and address the needs of the communities and people, rather than debating on certain ideologies na maybe that's not the priority of the ordinary massa.
Sir Roger?
Excuse me, sir. We have here, maybe I will entertain 3 more because at 5 o'clock I will have another appointment. So I hope to stay, but I have, as host, I have another appointment. So maybe we will entertain muna si Sir Angelico Miguel. Would you like to verbally ask this question to Dr. Vic?
Sure. Hello. Good afternoon again. First of all, thank you, Doc, for that wonderful and enlightening presentation. So yun, what concerns me now is the fact na earlier pa even before during that time, siguro I would just say na, would you say that the continuous abuse of our democracy in terms of how political parties or individuals themselves use their status, their money, that way, would you say that it was based on the culture that was set up by the elitists of the revolutionary government? Yung the one you mentioned earlier, no, na ilang gikuan si Bonifacio and so on and so forth, just to maintain their status in governing, yung their semblance of a divine right to rule, things like that. So would you say that it's, how would I say this? This is the one that has made a big impact on the contemporary Filipino mindset when it comes to politics?
Okay. Yeah, and the creation of an elite class was a result of colonization. We have to understand the Spaniard, when they came, they were not like the colonization that took place in the Americas, where there were really massive, I would say significant, maybe not significant European migrating, settling in Europe, then bringing slave, eventually reducing, if not an act of genocide, when the indigenous population was reduced to, a few million. So there was really a replacement of population that took place in Latin America or in South America, even in the United States and Canada. So, but in the Philippines, you have to ask the question, it did not happen in the Philippines, and whether that is something that we should be thankful. Maybe the reason why is layo man ta, and we were not that rich. I mean, in the sense that we did not have that extractive industry that would attract many Europeans. And somehow they had to find ways on how they can manage this island. How can they govern an island? And they use the existing social division that we have, which was not that so hierarchical. So they used the Datu, the sons of the Datu, they gave them certain privileges. So this is how they developed elitism. In other words, they created the Philippine society, a colonial Philippine society, in an image of European feudal society, where you have the elite ruling. And I think this is why we need to learn from our history, so that we know that this is not originally part of our culture. That's the reason there is always the tension. This is not part of our culture. And the Katipunan showed us many uprising that took place before the Katipunan is a story that we don't subscribe to an elitist kind of governance. And it takes time. The Philippine Republic is still young. I think wala pa tayong 200 years old. It takes time, and we have to invest. And that's the reason why when I look at the history, I always ask question: what institution that was somehow introduced during that decade that can build democracy now and in the future? I think our curriculum, there are certain human rights as now being mainstream. Surprisingly, the military and the police had to take course on human rights. That's something new. Now, I expect, because it's in the curriculum now, labor education, karapatan ng mga manggagawa ituturo sa basic ed. That's something new, and we can build on that. It takes time. It takes time, and that's how we have to address how we can change culture. It's through education, through organizing, and really hard work. Commitment, ika nga.
Sir, we'll go back to Dr. Sable, if it's already okay. Dr. Sable,
there was
go ahead.
there was a provenance of always insisting of community as the source of political power. The question is representativeness of a leader. How? All right, we are operating under the so-called representative democracy. How the level of representativeness of our representatives? For example, if I'm a congressman of the 1st district, do I represent the people in the 1st district? Have I made efforts to always have a dialogue with them so that I will bring their needs, their problems to Congress? That's the problem of democracy, the representativeness of representatives. Now, if I am a president of the labor sector, KMU or whatever, how often do I talk with my members? Or if I am the president of kapisanan ng mga manggagawa, how often do I talk to them and have a dialogue with them so that I can get their problems and sentiments? That's the problem of democracy, the representativeness of representatives, or the concept of being able to draw the problems of the people whom they represent is really a problem from the very start of Philippine history down until now. That's the problem of democracy. Thank you, sir. Now, how would you react on that, sir?
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned. Again, it's go back to the leaders that we have. If they would not go, if they would not go down to their members, to their constituent, and they would just stay in their office, or they would just visit a select few, yung mga paborito nila, then we will have a problem in our how we eventually we will have a problem with our democracy. It's an elite democracy if that's the attitude of the leaders, because the leaders who think that they're better than their constituency would never reach out to their constituency. Kasi yan ang ugali ng mga elitista eh. Bakit ako
for example, sir, how often do you talk to your congressman? How often are you heard by your congressman? That's only a hypothetical question, sir.
Yeah, actually,
are you able to talk with your congressman? And
no, because actually this is how we work. We don't wait for the congressman. We go to the congressman, delivers our letters and petition, and we have been doing that. Okay, yung laing mga iba't ibang
now initiative should come from the people.
Yes,
not from the congressman.
Yeah, because what
I don't believe in
the okay, the leaders should, that's expected from them. ethical leaders and really good leaders will really listen to the people by going to the people, by having schedule with them. Pero kung if the leaders would not do that, then it's like what Muhammad said. If the mountain would not go to Muhammad, then Muhammad would go to the mountain. That's yun lang.
Yeah, thank you. We have a very good
you, sir.
discussion, and it's unfortunate that I'm watching my time. But anyway, we have here one, no? You, sir, I don't know who is this. Dr. Bayod, I will ask if my time pa. I'll give you the time, sir, so that is very nice. I can extend even 10 minutes after 5. Just for this. Go ahead, sir. Who is this user?
Okay. This is me, Dr. Bayod, Father Dexter.
Yeah, Father Dix, go ahead, welcome.
Okay. Sir Vic, napakaganda po ng presentation ninyo. In fact, I myself, kahit pa man siguro magsalita sa English, mas maganda pa rin yung Tagalog o yung Cebuano. Napakaganda po yung presentation ninyo. So, kung pwede nga lang, walang mga banyaga dito sa Pilipinas. Pero hindi po pwede kasi nauna na sila sa atin. Pero ang tanong ko lang po, sir, so like yung term ninyo na ginamit na yung katuwiran, tuwid, going back to the pre-Spanish time, kanino would you recommend a katuwiran framework from whose framework of katuwiran should we use to correct our, so to say, propagandist brand of katuwiran or egalitarian type of so to say katuwiran po? Thank you.
Okay. The word katwiran has been translated by many, scholars use the word reason or enlightenment, but it failed to capture really the indigenous meaning, the meaning how the Filipinos understood the word katwiran, because it also it has this two meaning, pantay-pantay, okay, egalitarian, pantay-pantay, katwiran, because katwiran is you can communicate, you can assert. So you can only assert when we are equal, right? Di ba ang isang when one is actually subordinate, you don't expect a subordinate to mga twiran, right? You don't expect one who is inferior to mga twiran sa iyo. Okay, if you are a master, you don't expect your slave to talk to you like that. So in the katwiran has a notion of this is between equal, okay, equality. And I think this is an important concept that we have to discover, and I think, but we have, I think we have lost the meaning because how it was appropriated by the educated, and the educated has used the English equivalent, the English equivalent, which is actually reason, and reason can be abstracted as totally devoid from a sense of injustice, because katwiran or mga twiran is when you see something is wrong and you have to speak out, right? Ituwid. That's the reason it's very close to Cebuano. I think when katarungan was used as a word, as a synonym for this, is I think the writer, I think Lopican Santos, I could check my source, but Jose Jokno, Senator Jose Jokno, wrote a paper on the Filipino concept of justice, and he used the word, he traced it to from the Cebuano word katarungan. Tarong is straight. Tuwid is straight. So you have two words already having the same meaning. Tuwid is straight. Tarong is straight. So katwiran and katarungan are synonymous as far as the two words are used. So if you're asking me what would be our framework, is to see how broader the word katwiran means for us. It means equality, parity. It means assertiveness. Okay, it means that we would not condone when we see something that is wrong and unjust. Okay, And I think this is a challenge to us. How do we speak out? And sad to say, many government officials don't want to be criticized, especially when they do something wrong. Ayaw tayong mga tuwiran, ha? Ayaw ni barangay na mga tuwiran ta. Ayaw ni mayor na mga tuwiran ta. Ayaw ni so that becomes really an issue, and I think that is a challenge to us, and I think this can be a good research topic on the meaning of katwiran and katarungan. Meaning, look at it from if somebody wrote something on loob, kalooban, loob, maybe someone should start working on this concept of katwiran and katarungan.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Sandy, you raised your hand a while ago. I'll give you the last slot to ask for a question.
That's by accident, sir. That's by accident only. I just pressed it. Kasi mayroong controls dito na accident lang. It's okay. I understand it. Thank you, Dr. Sir Aguilar.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Vic.
Yes.
Roger, nalang ko yung pangutana
Yes?
kang
Okay, go ahead, Sir Ryan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Vic. Your paper was very interesting. I would just like to ask, when it comes to the Katipunan, would you say that the demise of the revolution was self-inflicted, or was it really destined to, in a way, self-capitulate because the forces around it, the people are not really that ready, as Jose Rizal said, to be able to govern themselves. He did not really believe in that revolution, as we must have read from many of the literature, insofar as he doesn't think that the Filipinos are capable and competent enough to handle their own government. Although this idea has been debunked, most especially when we read, for instance, the writings of Jacinto, and even when we consider the Republican philosophy of Apolinario Mabini. But can we say that it's a question of attitude and character when it comes to, for instance, Filipinos have this tendency to self-destruct and not really take advantage of certain situations. Like, for instance, the EDSA revolution was a time for us to be truly egalitarian. But again, pardon me for saying this, then President Aquino failed to really pursue that egalitarian type of government. There was also this instance when we had the chance and the opportunity after the Americans left. And yet many, after the Commonwealth government, actually the presidents, they, instead of giving to the people the land, they actually favored the elite, the landed elites.
Yes,
So is our problem in that respect self-inflicted, or is this a result of a colonial system that has in a way distorted our sense of unity as a people? Thank you so much, sir.
I would subscribe to the explanation that the colonial system would like to preserve an elite, okay, which they created in the first place. So they would preserve it, they would reproduce it. But it's not, I'm not saying it's hopeless. There is always a resistance that emerge. And we build on those stages of resistance. Dahan-dahan lang, tinatanim, we are planting the seeds. And we just have to we have to look for the seeds. It's like, I will use the parable of the wheat and the wheat and the grass, the parable of Jesus. Somehow we want to see everything already ready na. All wheat growing, but in reality, there will always be weeds. So we just have to be, we should engage in a sense of discernment. Identify those things that would advance the cause of democracy, that would advance the welfare of the people, structurally, legally, politically, philosophically, and use them to advance, to build. And that's, not to be confined to the past, because we cannot go back to the past. Okay, yes, EDSA is an opportunity lost, but there were certain things that we can learn. During the time of Marcos, there were things that we could also learn from the time of Marcos. during the Commonwealth, there are things that we lost. I mean, for example, Marcos did something maybe when he opened diplomacy to China and to the USSR. That was something, huh? Though he may have a political reason for that, or personal reason for survival to use that against her. But what I'm saying is that we can use those things to build, to continue building. Cory Aquino is strengthening the civil and political rights, okay, enshrined in the Constitution. There are so many that we can use and build up. Use them, advance the cause, the people's cause, and widen the democratic space that we have, rather than limits it. So it's a challenge to us, huh? But this is a result of a colonial system, an imperial project to maintain the control of the few at the expense of the many. It's like the pyramid of sacrifice, huh? Those at the bottom is always carried by those of the many at the those at the top, very few of them are always carried by the many who do a lot. So, but we need to put an end to that system, and it takes time. It takes a lot of effort. So colonialism, neo-colonialism, and now globalization. The neo-globalization is a challenge to us.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations on your paper, sir.
Again, yeah, we heard. Thank you so much. That's the end of the first day, and the announcement for tomorrow. We will start at 9 o'clock with the plenary talk of Dr. Julius Tihanke, the well-known political analyst in the country. So I invite you again to be there, and please invite others to join us tomorrow morning. We will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and so this is the end of our first day. Thank you so much. And congratulations. Thank you so much for the success of the first day. Thank you to our plenary speakers. We have Dr. Maser and Mr. Anton Renislan. We thank you to all of you who are presenting your papers, and the audience. And special thanks to my partner in the technical, Engineer Nelson Tandog, our director in the ICT. So thank you so much, sir, for helping us. So see you again tomorrow. God bless everyone.
Yes.
Salamat. Mayong hapon.
Salamat. Mayong hapon.